In a quiet corner of the internet, Fang Zhou's livestream flickered on. With mechanical precision, he switched weapons, slapped on an 8x scope, and fired. Bang, the enemy on the opposite hill dropped instantly. A victory screen appeared. Winner winner chicken dinner. Fireworks exploded on screen, but the chat remained eerily empty. Not a single 666 or emoji. No hype. No spam. Just silence. Moments later, the few remaining viewers quietly logged off. No cheers, no engagement. It was as if they were all just bots fulfilling a quota. Fang Zhou sighed. This was his new normal. He was about to cue the next match when something blinked in the chat box. Brother Fang Zhou, you're amazing. Can we play together sometime? I'd love that. I'm not very good. Please don't hate me. The messages felt fresh real. Fang Zhou blinked. A female viewer? He cleared his throat and replied, sure. Add me anytime. The username lit up again. /Meichuan Cha Zi sent a gift, rocket rocket. 2,000 yuan. Fang Zhou's pupils shrank. He hadn't seen a rocket in months. Once, it was routine. Now, it felt surreal. Don't send so much if you're underage, he warned reflexively. Playing together is enough. Meichuan Cha Zi *, I'm an adult. Consider it tuition. Only then did Fang Zhou relax. He smiled for the first time in a while. I'll get some water, he said to the near-empty chat, pulling off his headphones. But just as he sipped from his mug, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Xiaowei, his guild assistant. Brother Zhou, it's the end of the month. Your revenue didn't hit the target again. Guild rules say 5 months of missed targets equals a contract downgrade. I've sent the new terms. Please sign. Fang Zhou choked on his drink. He scanned the document. 28 mandatory stream days, 8 hours minimum per session, 5k in monthly revenue and a base salary of 3,000. He could make more driving for Diddy. He called instantly. Xiaowei, didn't we sign a 3-year contract? Why are you breaching it now? Her voice came through, background noisy. We're not breaching. Just adjusting. You barely bring in 2k a month now. 3k is generous. Fang Zhou laughed bitterly. Back in his prime, he raked in tens of thousands per session. Now, they treated him like an intern. Get me your boss. I'm not talking to you. After a pause, she returned. The boss is singing. He said not to be picky. You're already getting a good deal for someone washed up. Click. Fang Zhou slammed the phone on the sofa. Zhou, you bastard. He helped build Star Guild. When it was still a no-name company, they relied on his streams to rise. Zhou Yang even said. Without Fang Zhou, there would be no Star Guild. Now, the same Zhou wouldn't even take his call. Fang Zhou considered switching guilds but without popularity. What was the point? Viral hits were rare. Girls like Meichuan Cha Zi were rarer. And he wasn't good at comedy. He'd tried. People preferred memes and chaos over skill. Frustrated, he slid back into his chair. Whatever. He'd finish today's stream first. Just then, a notification popped up. Dear Mr. Fang Zhou, congratulations. You've been selected for the romance reality show Love 100%. Please add the following WeChat for details. Fang Zhou froze. Wait, what? I never signed up for any damn romance show. The phone buzzed again. Fang Zhou glanced at the screen. It was a text message. His name was clearly displayed along with a WeChat ID and a warm congratulatory message. He frowned. Romance reality show? Love 100%? What is this, a prank? He muttered under his breath, are scam texts this realistic now? Thinking back on all the information he had carelessly filled out across countless apps, Fang Zhou sighed. Feels like I'm running naked online every day. A sweet voice piped up in his headset. Running naked? What do you mean? The girl's voice was soft, honeyed like sugar-coated dates. It belonged to Meichuan Cha Zi, the rich girl fan who had just teamed up with him. Fang Zhou froze for a beat, then chuckled awkwardly. He had completely forgotten she was still in the game with him. He cleared his throat. Nothing. Just got some weird scam text saying I signed up for a romance show. He leaned back in his chair, grinning lazily. I'm decent looking. Do I really need to go on a show to find love? He added with mock pride, I already have a girlfriend. Why would I need to look elsewhere? Oh, the streamer's going on a romance show, she giggled. Which one? Fang Zhou casually started matchmaking. It's called Love 100%. Cheesy name, right? Actually, sounds kind of cute, she replied. Fang Zhou quickly changed the subject. Hey, this your first time playing? Yep. Be gentle with me, sensei, you have to teach me properly. The way she said it playful, soft ignited something instinctual in Fang Zhou. He'd played with fans before, sure. But this one was different. All right, he said with a grin. Stick close to me and you'll survive. What followed was chaos. She ran into enemy fire wearing level 3 armor like it was invincibility. Used her 8x scope to stargaze instead of shoot. Died twice in 5 minutes. Laughed the whole way through. Fang Zhou couldn't help but laugh with her, even as he carried the match alone. But when they finally won, her excited squeal came through the mic. Wah, we actually won? You're amazing. After 3 rounds, Fang Zhou checked the time. His stream for the day was almost up. Just as he was about to end it, a familiar ID popped up in the chat. Soft Candy Bunny, yo, playing with a girl, huh? His smile vanished. Crap. That was Song Qinghuan, his girlfriend. That was her alt account. He rushed to explain. Hey, this is just a fan. She's new to the game. I was helping her. Don't overthink it, really. Before he could finish, another message popped up. Soft Candy Bunny, you have a girlfriend and you're still flirting with other girls? Scumbag. We're done. And then she left the stream. Fang Zhou stared at the screen, stunned. He quickly told Mei Chuan Ku Cha Zi he had to log off, then grabbed his phone and dialed Song Qinghuan's number. The number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. Fang Zhou sat there in disbelief. She'd seen him play with female fans before. Why was she suddenly so mad? Breaking up over chat, live, in front of viewers. That wasn't her. He could accept breaking up but not like this. He grabbed his coat and keys and drove straight to her place. Just as he reached her apartment building, the elevator doors opened. A couple walked out, arms wrapped around each other. The girl was pretty, elegant with a hint of seduction. It was Song Qinghuan. His girlfriend. Correction, ex-girlfriend. Fang Zhou's heart twisted. But his face twisted first. Wow, you sure moved on fast. Qinghuan's eyes flickered with guilt but quickly regained calm. What are you doing here? We already broke up. The man beside her snorted. He wore a thick gold chain, flashy watch, and had a belly that bulged like rising dough. This your ex, he said to her. Doesn't look like much. Fang Zhou sized him up with one look and sneered. Didn't realize you were into pigs now. The man stepped forward, face darkening. Song Qinghuan held him back. Let me talk to him alone. Wait in the car. The man huffed, muttered something about wasting time, and left. Qinghuan turned to Fang Zhou. Her voice was cold now. You saw him. He's rich. Fang Zhou scoffed. I've been rich too. This is just a low point. She shook her head. My mom wants a 2 million dowry. You can't even earn 5,000 a month right now, streaming 8 hours a day for 28 days just to make ends meet. How long would it take you? 30 years. 40. Each sentence cut like a blade. Fang Zhou opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. He finally muttered. I could have talked to your mom. If you didn't want to be with me, fine. But why sell yourself? Qinghuan didn't flinch. Call it what you want. Money solves 99% of problems. That's the life I want. She looked him straight in the eyes. I just needed a reason to end it on stream. You showing up made it messy. So let's be clear. I want to marry rich. Be pampered. Enjoy life. That's my dream. And you can't give me that. Fang Zhou stared at her. Same face. Same eyes. But the girl he had once met on a sunny afternoon, the one who blushed when he bought her street food, was gone. If that's what you want, he said with a bitter smile, I'll give it to you. He turned to leave, but paused. One more thing. I'm the one breaking up with you, Song Qinghuan. Not the other way around. You're not worthy of me anymore. He strode away without looking back. But then her voice rang out behind him. Fang Zhou. He stopped. I used my connections to get you into love 100%. That romance show text wasn't a scam. You got in. So go.
Hey everyone. I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
So, the text message was real and not a scam. When Song Qinghuan was planning to break up with him, she also signed him up for a romance show. Fang Zhou stopped in his tracks, turned around to speak, but Song Qinghuan beat him to it. Don't be so quick to refuse. There will be many outstanding girls on that show. You can find someone there. Consider it my compensation to you. Song Qinghuan looked at him with big, serious eyes as if she genuinely cared about Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou sneered and stepped forward, pressing her. In your eyes, am I so cheap that I need charity from an ex-girlfriend? I've dated so many girlfriends, I can't even count them. Do I need a romance show? His eyes seemed to be burning with flames, ready to turn into something tangible at any moment. Fang Zhou's previous girlfriends were either pure campus belles, ice-cold female CEOs, or even budding celebrities. Any one of them was better than the girls on a romance show. Song Qinghuan lowered her eyes, avoiding his intense gaze, and slowly said, I was just afraid you'd be too lonely. Enough, Song Qinghuan. Fang Zhou glanced at the top of her head, her black, shiny hair looking like seaweed, but now he didn't want to touch it anymore. Let's pretend we never met. With that, he turned and walked away, even flipping off the fat-headed man he saw along the way. Fang Zhou drove off, feeling too upset to even start his live stream. He decided to call out his best friend, and the two of them carried a case of Tsingtao beer to the riverside. Fang Zhou cracked open a can and took a swig, just as Li Siming asked. What? Song Qinghuan found a rich guy and plans to marry him. The unique weed aroma spread in Fang Zhou's mouth, and he swallowed it down, feeling the knot in his heart loosen a bit. He nodded, looking at the distant river, and replied, yeah, and he's a fat pig. I really admire her ability to kiss that thing. Li Siming plopped down next to Fang Zhou, patting his shoulder in sympathy. This girlfriend lasted less than 3 months, even shorter than the previous ones. But to see you, the ultimate scumbag, get dumped, is quite eye-opening for me. Li Siming's statement wasn't without reason. Fang Zhou had dated many girlfriends before, none lasting more than 6 months, usually breaking up after 3. And each time, Fang Zhou was the one to initiate the breakup, showing no remorse, as if he had never liked them. That's why Li Siming called him a scumbag. Fang Zhou took another swig of beer and said sincerely, I was serious about every relationship, considering marriage with each one. Li Siming nodded along, yeah, but none worked out. He raised his beer to clink with Fang Zhou's, encouraging him, no worries, it's just a breakup. You've been through many, this is just one more. Fang Zhou gave him a resentful look. Though Li Siming wasn't wrong, something about his words felt off. By the way, you said Song Qinghuan signed you up for a romance show. Li Siming seemed to remember something and pulled out his phone to search. What's it called? Love 100%. The name was so catchy that Fang Zhou found it hard to forget. Found it? It's this show. It's a romance variety show that's been running for 2 seasons. This is the 3rd. I heard the appearance fees are quite high. Bro, are you sure you don't want to consider it? Li Siming's eyes lit up as he looked at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou felt a chill and scooted away, rubbing his goosebumps, and cursed, don't look at me with those gay eyes. Li Siming chuckled and leaned in, lowering his voice, I have a friend in production. She mentioned that the appearance fee for this show starts at this amount. He held up 5 fingers, grinning slyly. Fang Zhou glanced at him and nonchalantly said, so, 50,000? Not impressed. Can 50,000 buy his dignity? Can 50,000 buy the spot for his next girlfriend? No? However, Li Siming shook his head and whispered, it's 500,000. TLN, around $70,000. The number made Fang Zhou choke on his beer, struggling to catch his breath. Li Siming quickly patted his back, and under his heavy-handed assistance, Fang Zhou finally breathed smoothly. Fang Zhou looked at him in shock and asked, really? A random variety show can offer a 500,000 appearance fee. It wasn't that Fang Zhou underestimated the entertainment industry's earning power, but Love 100% was a romance show for ordinary people. It shouldn't pay that much to guests. Besides, he was just an outdated game streamer. How could they offer 500,000? Li Siming firmly told him, I heard this season will feature celebrities, and they're inviting guests with some fame from various fields. The production team wants to create a breakout season, so they can make big money in the next one. He patted Fang Zhou's shoulder, raising an eyebrow, I feel like Song Qinghuan isn't that bad to you. Isn't this like giving you 500,000 for free? Spit. Would you take this fortune if it were you? Fang Zhou slapped Li Siming's hand away and rolled his eyes. Did he have to be grateful for Song Qinghuan's seamless transition? I'd love to go, but you're the one they chose. Li Siming was obviously joking, and seeing Fang Zhou's bad mood, he quickly changed the subject. Ahem, anyway, it's like a pie falling from the sky. Why not take it? He put away his smile and spoke seriously. Besides, your sister's surgery can't be delayed much longer. With this 500,000, she can get a kidney transplant. Fang Zhou's sister was supposed to be a senior in high school this year, but she was diagnosed with uremia. They had lost their parents at a young age and were raised by their grandparents. Their grandparents had fallen ill and passed away in recent years, leaving only Fang Zhou and his sister to rely on each other. Now, his sister was also in trouble. Fang Zhou had spent all his savings but still couldn't afford his sister's surgery. Taking 2 months off from streaming had caused his popularity to plummet, making him irrelevant. He couldn't turn things around afterward. That's why Li Siming suggested he join the romance show to relieve some pressure. Fang Zhou downed a bottle of beer, stood up, and looked at the cargo ships on the river, laughing heartily. Of course, I'll go. Going on a romance show to give his sister a chance to live. Why not? At that moment, Fang Zhou had no idea who he would meet on the romance show in the future. He just wanted to seize this windfall, even if it was a bit risky. About half a month later, Fang Zhou accepted the arrangements made by the production team and arrived at the site for the first episode of the romance show. The place was an island, with the waves hitting the shore, creating a melodious sound. The scenery was pleasant, and the atmosphere was incredibly romantic. Thanks to the careful setup by the props team, the ambience was perfect, even the salty sea breeze seemed to turn sweet. The show, scheduled to start on the weekend, fulfilled the expectations, attracting countless romance show fans as soon as it went live. Rows of comments floated across the livestream, and fans were ecstatic. I've been waiting so long, finally, the 3rd season is here. Grandpa, your favorite romance show is updated. Wow, it's live this time? So exciting, I love it. Unlike previous pre-recorded episodes, this season aimed for authenticity and interaction by broadcasting live. Each episode, the guests would spend 3 to 7 days together, and their interactions would be streamed live. Stepping onto the soft sand and passing by several cameras, Fang Zhou's gaze locked onto a set of tables and chairs. That was where the guests would meet for the first time. The table was already set with fruits and snacks, surrounded by decorative items to enhance the atmosphere. Someone had arrived even earlier than him, a girl with long, straight black hair, whose slender figure was evident even from behind. The order of appearance for guests was random. Fang Zhou didn't pay much attention, though the figure seemed somewhat familiar. Hi. Out of courtesy, Fang Zhou decided to greet her. The girl, who had her back to Fang Zhou, turned around upon hearing him. Hello. The girl's face wore a big smile, pure and bright like snow in winter. Fang Zhou's smile froze, and a wave of shock washed over him. He felt as if his shoes were filled with 1,000 pounds of sand, making it impossible to move. Seeing a beautiful girl was delightful, but what if the girl was his ex-girlfriend? He ended up on the same romance show as his ex-girlfriend? How explosive was that? Chu Xinran, however, didn't seem as stiff as Fang Zhou. She even poured a glass of orange juice and naturally asked him, "Want some orange juice?" Fang Zhou was stunned for a moment before quickly realizing that this was a live broadcast, with cameras everywhere, magnifying his every move. He hurriedly managed his expression and forced a smile. "No, thank you." He had originally intended to sit, but now he just stood by the side. Fang Zhou feared that if he sat down, Chu Xinran might throw a glass of juice in his face, embarrassing him in front of the entire nation. What reason had he used to break up with Chu Xinran again? Oh, right, he said she was too pure and that he liked wild ones. As a campus belle of the conservatory, Chu Xinran had already gained fame for her pure appearance during her freshman year entrance interview. Clear, innocent eyes and a sweet, cute face, like a fawn, captured the hearts of countless men. At that time, her photos had trended on social media for 3 days, making her the dream goddess of countless netizens. And such a girl, who gained fame for her purity, was dumped by her boyfriend for not being wild enough. It was conceivable that Chu Xinran might have wanted to kill Fang Zhou. Even though they hadn't seen each other for 2 years, Fang Zhou still felt it was best to stay safe. Fang Zhou looked at the sky and the ground, avoiding Chu Xinran's gaze. He was already thinking about how to avoid interacting with her in the future. Although, if he wasn't embarrassed, it would be others who felt awkward. But she was an ex-girlfriend he had wronged. Of course Fang Zhou felt guilty. "Aren't you tired of standing?" Chu Xinran spoke up. Fang Zhou paused and glanced back at her. Her fawn-like eyes were still clear, untouched by time. Chu Xinran's openness made Fang Zhou feel ashamed. He cursed himself for his past behavior. "Damn it, Fang Zhou, such a good girl, and you broke up with her for a stupid reason. Standing is good exercise, ha ha ha." Fang Zhou forced a laugh but didn't sit down. Chu Xinran used to be gentle and easygoing, but now she seemed more decisive. Fang Zhou didn't dare to sit close. Who knew if she might bring up past issues? However, since she was on the romance show, she must have her own goals, whether for fame or fortune. She probably wouldn't bring up the past during a live broadcast. Meanwhile, the live comments had started discussing their interaction. "Wow, this girl is so pretty and pure, like a fawn." Chu Xinran is the campus belle of the Central Conservatory of Music. That's not an ordinary title. Wow, she's so famous. What about the male guest? I haven't heard much about Fang Zhou. Seems like he's an obscure game streamer. Ha ha ha, Fang Zhou is acting like he's socially awkward. How can a socially awkward person join a romance show? Help, the beautiful girl initiated a conversation, and Fang Zhou just stood there. If Fang Zhou could see the comments, he would definitely clarify, "I'm not socially awkward, I'm just awkward around my ex-girlfriend." Even without looking back at Chu Xinran, Fang Zhou could feel her gaze on him. It was too overwhelming. He silently prayed for other guests to arrive soon. If they didn't, he might die of embarrassment. In a place he couldn't see, Chu Xinran was indeed watching his back. She took a sip of orange juice, the sweet citrus flavor spreading in her mouth, taking over her taste buds. She smiled warmly. "Someone's coming?" As Fang Zhou wished, a small boat docked steadily at the shore, and a man and a woman stepped off one after the other. Fang Zhou was overjoyed and quickly took a few steps forward to greet them. "You're here." Regardless of who they were, anyone who could ease his awkwardness was a good person. That was what Fang Zhou thought. However, as they got closer, and he saw their faces clearly, his smile froze again. The man was in a suit and tie, with a slicked-back hairstyle, looking like some kind of CEO. But the woman beside him, dressed in a light blue shirt and white skirt, looking professional and capable, was someone Fang Zhou knew. Coincidentally, she was also his ex-girlfriend, the ice-cold female CEO, Han Shi. "They say that bad luck follows you in your zodiac year." Fang Zhou pondered why his luck was still this bad at 25, long past his zodiac year. First, it was Chu Xinran, his ex-girlfriend, and then it was Han Shi, his ex-girlfriend. Was this show destined to be against him? It seemed like earning this 500,000 wasn't going to be easy. As the two people approached, a cameraman turned the lens to capture the meeting of these handsome and beautiful guests. Fang Zhou quickly forced a smile, controlling his expression but stopping in his tracks. Approaching him were Dong Donghui, the president of DG's Asia division, and Han Shi, the CEO of the largest beauty company in the country. "Hello, I'm Dong Donghui." The man in the suit extended his hand, and Fang Zhou shook it. Han Shi, standing beside him, also extended her hand without a word. Her exquisite face showed no expression, her narrow phoenix eyes gliding over Fang Zhou's face without any emotion. No chit-chat, no pleasantries, not a single word, as if she had never seen him before. Her cold aura lowered the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Fang Zhou controlled his inner awkwardness, raised a smile, and shook her hand. Her slender, cool hand reminded him of a year and a half ago. Han Shi was often ill due to her busy work schedule, and her hands would be this cool. Fang Zhou used to hold her hand, trying to warm it. But in just a year and a half, everything had changed. They shook hands briefly, as if they were strangers, and quickly let go. Fang Zhou withdrew his hand and stepped aside, informing them, "There's a place to rest over there." Dong Donghui and Han Shi nodded gently and walked towards Chu Xinran. Both of them were top executives, dominating the business world. Their combined presence was overwhelming. The live comments were already going wild. Ah, her cold face is so cool, I love it. Oh my god, these two look so perfect together. I've already imagined an entire CEO romance novel. I bet a pack of spicy strips that these two will end up together. Hey, hold on, the guests haven't all appeared yet, isn't it too early to bet? I think there might be a better couple later. Fang Zhou kicked at the sand, his inner voice roaring. Can someone tell me why a CEO like Han Shi is joining a romance show? She's so rich, just a wave of her hand and young men would flock to her? Or is her beauty product line not selling well, and she needs to promote it herself? It would have been fine with anyone else, but Han Shi was also someone he had dumped. They had been together for just 3 months when he broke up with her. He told her, "You're too cold, I like gentle ones." That night, Han Shi's best friend found a bunch of bodyguards and had them beat Fang Zhou in an alley. While hitting him, they cursed, "You scumbag? You like gentle ones, huh? Hope you stay limp forever and be gentle for life." Han Shi eventually appeared and sent the group away, even taking Fang Zhou to the hospital. Recalling that past, Fang Zhou's head started throbbing. What kind of situation is this, running into 2 ex-girlfriends in a row? Are they testing me? If they have the guts, turn all the female guests into my ex-girlfriends? He mentally rolled his eyes at the blue sky above. This is delicious. Chu Xinran had already started sharing the snacks and fruits with the other 2. Han Shi nodded slightly, taking the orange from her and thanking her. Han Shi, your voice is so beautiful, like jade striking. Chu Xinran smiled brightly, sincerely praising Han Shi. Your makeup looks great today too. Han Shi politely returned the compliment. Standing in front of them, Fang Zhou was already sweating. His 2 ex-girlfriends had met, and they seemed to get along? If they found out that the man before them was their mutual ex-boyfriend, would they team up to mock him and find ways to mess with him? Anything negative they said during the live broadcast would ruin Fang Zhou's reputation. Though his reputation was already useless to him, Fang Zhou shook his head, trying to dispel those chaotic thoughts. Calm down, calm down. They don't know. As long as I don't say anything, they won't know. While they were chatting, 3 more guests arrived on the island. 2 men and 1 woman. Fang Zhou instinctively glanced at the woman's face, relieved to see an unfamiliar one. He thought, there's no way people can be this unlucky. A show with only a few female guests, running into 2 ex-girlfriends was already rare, let alone 5. The 3 new arrivals were Tang Wan, a lawyer with short hair and a sweet smile, Qi Eli, a famous racer, and Sun Haoshan, the owner of dozens of restaurant chains. So far, 7 people had arrived, with 3 more on the way. As the most sociable among them, Sun Haoshan poured some juice and took the initiative to greet and chat with everyone. Even Fang Zhou, standing on the outskirts, was infected by his enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting his awkwardness and relaxing a bit. Whatever, I'll just deal with it as it comes, Fang Zhou told himself. However, a few minutes later, when the remaining 3 guests arrived on the island, Fang Zhou could no longer smile. 2 women stepped off the boat, a mature woman with long, curly brown hair and frameless glasses, exuding an academic aura, and another wearing blue sunglasses, with striking pink hair, dressed in high-end fashion. Someone recognized the latter and exclaimed, "Are you the famous actress Jiao Sisi?" Thud. It was the sound of a cup dropping onto the sand. Because the sand was soft, the cup didn't break, but the orange juice inside spilled out. Fang Zhou used the fallen cup as an excuse to squat down, avoiding eye contact with the 2 women. Help? Why are there 2 more ex-girlfriends? Out of the 5 female guests on the show, 4 were his ex-girlfriends. And now, the Yandere Qin Yun was here too? She's going to tear me apart. With the arrival of the superstar Jiao Sisi, the popularity of the romance show's live stream shot to the top of the platform's charts, with over 1 million real-time viewers. The entire live chat was flooded with comments. Ah, a once-in-a-lifetime moment? Seeing a top-tier female star join a romance show? Not as a guest judge, but as a participant. Oh my god, did the director save Jiao Sisi's family or something? How did they convince her to join? Won't a top-tier star joining a romance show affect her popularity? Jiao Sisi is renowned for her acting skills, not a talent show idol. Why can't she have a love life? Some fans need to relax. The chat was ablaze, elevating the atmosphere of the live stream to its peak. In the distant broadcasting room, the director watched the live stream's data, his smile growing wider. He knew it was the right decision to invite Jiao Sisi. With her inherent popularity, there was no worry that this season wouldn't surpass the previous ones. Records are meant to be broken. Fang Zhou crouched on the ground, using the act of picking up the cup to hide his panic. He was already planning a way to exit the show midway. The other 3 ex-girlfriends might not cause much trouble, but that curly-haired mature lady was Qin Yun. She might seem gentle and easy to talk to, but she was actually a cunning woman. When Fang Zhou was with her, it was a constant battle of wits. It was fun at the time, but after they broke up, recalling it made him sweat. Moreover, Fang Zhou relocated from Henan to the capital to avoid Qin Yun. It had been less than a year since he left. And now, he met her on this romance show? It's over. Qin Yun might dissect him on this island and throw his remains into the sea? Qin Yun is a university professor and a surgeon at a top-tier hospital. Doing such a thing would be a breeze for her. Fang Zhou, hurry up and get a new cup. Let's toast. Perhaps noticing that Fang Zhou had been crouching for too long, Sun Haoshan patted his shoulder with a smile, urging him to stand. His call drew the attention of the newly arrived Xiao Sisi and Qin Yun, who both looked at Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou, Qin Yun's unique voice, soft and melancholic, like flowers blooming in March, called out. She smiled and stepped forward, crouching down with interest, repeating, Fang Zhou. The place wasn't quiet, as others nearby were chatting. But Qin Yun's voice was penetrating, almost piercing Fang Zhou's eardrum. Fang Zhou felt as if he was walking on thin ice. He tightened his grip on the cup, calming his tumultuous heart, and forced a smile. It's me. He looked up and met Qin Yun's gaze. Her eyes sparkled, and she looked radiant and gentle. Only those who knew her would understand what lay beneath that gentle exterior. How are you, Fang Zhou? Qin Yun's voice was soft, like greeting an old friend or caring for a newly met stranger. I'm fine, thank you. Fang Zhou avoided her gaze, stood up with the cup, pretending nothing was wrong, though his little finger trembled slightly. Come on, brother, I've poured you a new cup. Sun Haoshan, ever enthusiastic, handed him a new cup of juice. And to our 3 new friends, let's have a toast to our first meeting. Sure. Xiao Sisi's gaze lingered on Fang Zhou, giving a meaningful smile before stepping forward and raising her glass. I'm Xiao Sisi. It's a pleasure to meet everyone here. I hope we get along well in the coming days. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked with Xiao Sisi. When it was Fang Zhou's turn, he also raised his newly poured orange juice and smiled as he clinked glasses with Xiao Sisi. But someone's strength caused the juice to spill, staining Fang Zhou's white hoodie. Xiao Sisi gasped, quickly setting down her glass and grabbing a napkin to help Fang Zhou. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She seemed devoid of any superstar airs, helping the newly met male guest clean his clothes without any idle pretense. The live chat was full of praise for her. Sisi is so kind. It was clearly Fang Zhou's excitement that caused the spill. A beautiful woman helping clean up juice, what a great opportunity. Ugh, you lousy man, stay away from my Sisi. Only Fang Zhou saw the fleeting smugness in Xiao Sisi's eyes. It was her usual trick. Xiao Sisi's public persona was bold, carefree, and a talented actress. Privately, she was vastly different from her on-screen image, a carefree, cheeky, and playful woman. She loved pranks, like a child who never grew up. Fang Zhou stepped back, avoiding her hand, and politely said, It's fine, it was my fault for being too excited to see a superstar. He took the napkin and wiped the juice himself, but the orange stain had already set in the white hoodie, making it impossible to clean. Xiao Sisi apologized, I'll buy you a new one after the show. I'm really sorry. Her almond eyes blinked softly, misty, making her look pitiful. The male guests couldn't help but speak up for her. It's okay, Sisi. It's just a hoodie. If Fang Zhou needs, I can sponsor him a whole car full. The speaker was Qi Eli, the racer with striking red hair, standing out among the male guests. His condescending tone immediately drew criticism from the live audience. What a cocky tone. Who does he think he is, acting like anyone needs that hoodie? Exactly, Qi Eli must think he's so cool, trying to gain Sisi's favor. Get lost, you scheming guy. Fang Zhou was amused by the comment. As he crumpled the napkin and tossed it into the trash, he said, I don't need it. If you have spare money, donate it to children in the mountains. Xiao Sisi also threw her napkin into the trash, her tone matching Fang Zhou's, giving Qi Eli a faint smile. True, the children in the mountains would appreciate it more. Though she said it with a smile, Qi Eli felt a hint of displeasure from her. He scratched his head, puzzled why she was upset when he tried to help her avoid private contact with that man. Qin Yun, watching from the side, chuckled softly. Fang Zhou, it seems you haven't changed a bit. The incident with the spilled orange juice quickly passed, and no one paid much attention to it. Soon, the production team arranged the next segment, self-introductions. Everyone sat together in a circle for a simple round of introductions. Leading the way was the highly sociable Sun Haoshan, who laughed heartily as he casually mentioned owning dozens of restaurant chains. This drew waves of envy in the live chat. Wow, he's living my dream, a true life winner. Ugh, so rich. His money could definitely boost his looks a bit. Next came the introductions of the racer and the fashion magazine CEO, both of whom also drew gasps of admiration. The guests on site also showed appropriate surprise. The female guests' identities were then introduced one by one. The last to introduce himself was Fang Zhou. All eyes were on him, especially those of his 4 ex-girlfriends, making him feel incredibly uneasy. Fang Zhou decided to keep it brief. My name is Fang Zhou, I'm a game streamer. If anyone likes gaming, feel free to join me. The live chat immediately started discussing the guests' professions. Wow, seems like the female guests are all pretty notable. Fang Zhou seems like the odd one out. Did he get on the show through connections? I've never heard of him. Hey, don't speak if you don't know him. Fang Zhou was quite popular a year ago, we gamers all know him. Aside from the discussion about whether Fang Zhou was a has-been, most attention was still on Xiao Sisi. Even the production team's cameras focused on her the most. After all, being in the entertainment industry, more screen time for her would surely boost the show's popularity. After the brief introductions, the next ice-breaking activity was announced. Xiao Sisi picked up the task card on the table and began to read. Dear guests, welcome to Love 100%. The production team has prepared an ice-breaking game and hopes everyone will actively participate. The first pair to complete the apple snatching task gets first dibs on choosing their room for tonight. Please form pairs on your own, the remaining 2 will act as hosts. With the ice-breaking game announced, everyone started discussing the game. Seeing that the attention had finally shifted, Fang Zhou felt slightly relieved. He glanced at the rack not far away. 8 apple slices were hanging there, not too high. The task required male and female guests to tie one leg together and play a 3-legged race, overcoming obstacles to reach the finish line and be the first to eat an apple. Hey, there are color-printed photos of tonight's rooms on the back of this card. Xiao Sisi raised the card, revealing images of various styles of accommodations. One was a beautifully decorated European-style villa, another an old residential building from the 70s or 80s, a large tent, and a small sleeping bag. This meant that the losing pair, along with the hosts, would choose last. With only one sleeping bag, it was likely someone would end up sleeping in a cave tonight. Oh no, I don't want to sleep in a cave. Tang Wan protested, frowning. Lu Hao, a male voice actor, comforted her. Don't worry, we'll aim to win the game later. Originally indifferent to the game, everyone now showed their competitive side when faced with the choice between a cave and a villa. Let's start choosing partners then. I'm not very interested in this game, so I'll apply to be a host. Qin Yun flipped her long hair and smiled gently at everyone. With only 4 apples, someone's bound to be left out. I don't mind if it's me. Her words earned grateful looks from the other guests. This was great, it avoided the awkwardness of being the last pick and ensured all female guests had partners. No one had any objections. As the guests began pairing up, the live chat started rolling. Wow, starting with physical contact? The show's really going all out. This ice-breaking game looks fun. If the female guests pair up with the male guests they first liked, the good feelings will surely grow. Wow, I want to play games with my goddess too. Having felt he upset Xiao Sisi earlier, Qi Eli approached her to invite her. Sisi, want to pair up with me? Qi Eli, often working out for his races, was strong and had an advantage in physical competitions. Seeing her remain silent, Qi Eli offered a guarantee. I promise you'll sleep in the villa tonight. Xiao Sisi's gaze inadvertently swept past Fang Zhou, who still sat without seeking a partner. A hint of irritation flashed in her eyes as she huffed lightly and nodded. Okay. Han Shi stood with another man, the imposing CEO Dong Donghui. Sigh, so troublesome. I'll pair up with you. At least we're familiar. If any awkward touches happen, we can explain. Dong Donghui, though cold in appearance, was good with words. He and Han Shi already knew each other from business, so pairing up followed the principle of proximity. Han Shi said nothing but seeing others pairing up, she didn't refuse either. She just nodded slightly, indicating agreement. Lu Hao had already paired up with Tang Wan. The last ones without partners were Chu Xinran, Sun Haoshan, and Fang Zhou. Aren't you 3 pairing up? Qin Yun's gentle smile swept across Chu Xinran, Sun Haoshan, and finally Fang Zhou. Fang Zhou's heart tightened. He didn't want to sleep in a cave, but he doubted Chu Xinran would want to pair with him, her ex. He remembered Chu Xinran once said, a good ex should be like their dead. Sun Haoshan, meanwhile, had already invited Chu Xinran. Xinran, you look quite slim. I think we'd do well together. Everyone's eyes turned to Fang Zhou and Chu Xinran, expecting him to make an effort. Forget it, a sleeping bag is fine. Better that than pairing with an ex. A cave isn't that scary. Fang Zhou stood to speak, but Chu Xinran beat him to it. Fang Zhou, can I pair with you? Her long hair flowed like seaweed, her doe-like eyes reflecting the sunlight. Her words silenced the entire island. Everyone looked their way. The live chat showed a comment. Wow, exciting. The school bell chose the has-been streamer over the restaurant owner. The guests present all displayed different expressions. The male guests, unaware of the situation, had a hint of a mocking smile on their lips. They felt lucky that they had acted quickly earlier, avoiding the awkwardness of being left as the last choice. Being one of 2 choices wasn't scary, being the leftover was embarrassing. The female guests, except for Tang Wan, all had less than pleasant expressions. Xiao Sisi, professionally trained, had a glint in her eye that quickly disappeared as she spoke. So, who will Xinran pair with? If Fang Zhou refused, she would have to pair with Sun Haoshan. Sun Haoshan, who had approached Xinran and been ignored, had an awkward look on his honest face. He scratched his head and laughed. If Xinran thinks I'm unreliable, that's okay. Although he said this, he was already feeling a bit resentful. He glanced at Fang Zhou, who was still in a daze, thinking, what's so good about that brat? Besides his face, he's just a has-been game streamer. In terms of money and connections, could he compare to me? Xinran is still too young, hasn't faced the harsh realities of society, and doesn't understand the importance of money. But it's okay, I like them young. Xinran's face is exactly my type. Sun Haoshan was willing to tolerate her whims. After all, the show had just begun, and everyone was on the same starting line. Mistakenly thinking they were on the same starting line, Fang Zhou, who was actually waiting at the finish line, thought, huh? He showed a clear look of surprise. Why would Xinran choose him? Shouldn't she be eager to stay away from him? After all, he had said such harsh words before. Anyone would think he was a jerk. Seeing Xinran's watery eyes and expectant face, Fang Zhou's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. No, he couldn't pair with Xinran, she must have other intentions. Fang Zhou shook his head repeatedly and said, I accidentally fell yesterday, my leg isn't quite right, so I can't carry you. I'd better be a host. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the female guests changed. Xinran showed obvious disappointment, sighing. Oh, Xiao Sisi raised an eyebrow, seeming pleased with the outcome. Han Shi exchanged a glance with Fang Zhou and quickly looked away. Qin Yun smiled gently, as always, clapping her hands and organizing everyone to start the game. All right, Xinran will pair with Sun Haoshan. Let's warm up and check the race course, we can start soon. The live chat was already mocking again. Oh my, did I hear right? Fang Zhou actually refused the school bell? Doesn't know what's good for him. Ha ha ha, a man can't say he's incapable. Fang Zhou, get a grip. I saw him limping earlier, he might really be injured, so don't be too harsh. Some female fans, captivated by Fang Zhou's face, started defending him. Fang Zhou was actually telling the truth. Yesterday, he was too focused on his phone while buying milk tea and indeed fell. Arriving at the racecourse, which the production team had set up with obstacles like hurdles and benches, Fang Zhou took the stopwatch as instructed. Don't worry, Sisi, with my speed, we'll definitely get first place. Qi Li, determined to make up for his earlier offense to Xiao Sisi, vowed to perform well. After all, dating a top-tier female star would be a huge boost to his image. Xiao Sisi, warming up her arms, glanced disdainfully at Qi Li, who was grinning foolishly while boasting. She thought to herself, this man better be useful. She didn't want to sleep in a cave. Han Shi stood aside, watching her partner Dong Donghui take off his suit jacket, saying nothing. Sun Haoshan was chatting cheerfully with Xinran. Xinran, it's okay. Even if we sleep in a cave, I'll protect you. He was candid, knowing he lacked physical advantage, and brought it up himself. Xinran glanced at him, then at Fang Zhou, who was fiddling with the stopwatch, and lowered her eyes, softly responding, let's work hard together. Hearing her sweet encouragement, Sun Haoshan felt energized. The remaining pairs warmed up energetically. Seeing everyone almost ready, Qin Yun approached the finish line with Fang Zhou to start the race. Is your leg really injured? Qin Yun, smiling, whispered only for Fang Zhou to hear as she reached for the stopwatch. They both needed to time the race, ensuring accurate results. Fang Zhou nodded, really. He didn't want to say much to Qin Yun, surrounded by cameras, fearing his secret might be exposed. Handing her the stopwatch, Fang Zhou felt her fingernail lightly scrape his palm. Not too hard or too soft, like a leaf falling into a calm lake, causing ripples. Fang Zhou glanced at Qin Yun, still gentle and warm, her intentions unclear. But Fang Zhou knew clearly. She did it on purpose, trying to provoke him. As a clinical doctor, meticulousness was in her bones, she wouldn't make such a careless mistake. Qin Yun turned with the stopwatch, her long curls forming a beautiful arc in the air. Fang Zhou could even smell her faint osman thus fragrance, silently invading his senses. Just like Qin Yun herself, seemingly calm but always planning ahead. Fang Zhou couldn't help but wonder if Qin Yun's appearance on the show was planned or a coincidence. The guest list was confirmed a week ago, and Fang Zhou had joined through connections. The production team had kept it secret, with no leaks online. How could Qin Yun have tracked him down? But thinking of her university professor status, Fang Zhou felt anything was possible. Oh well, it's just dealing with a manipulative ex. With so many eyes watching, she shouldn't do anything drastic. Fang Zhou tightened his grip on the stopwatch, ready to start the race, feeling the tension in the air. Everyone, get ready, set go. With the sound of Fang Zhou's whistle, the game officially began. The distance from the starting point to the finish line was about 50 meters. Fang Zhou and Qin Yun stood together at the finish line, waiting. The four teams over there encountered issues right from the start. Lu Hao hadn't tied his shoelaces properly, and his left foot stepped on the loose lace, causing him to stumble and dragging Tang Wan down with him into the sand. The cameraman quickly stepped forward, zooming in on their predicament, maximizing the live broadcast's effect. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This team looked so strong, what a bad start. Look at Lu Hao, what kind of shoes is he wearing? Probably won't wear them again. Lu Hao's mind, run, who can run faster than you all? As the two were tripping, Qi Li and Dong Donghui, along with their female partners, had already passed the first obstacle and were moving towards the next one. Qi Li wasn't just boasting, he was quite good at the three-legged race. With a quiet 1-2-1-2, they smoothly passed the second obstacle. He even had the presence of mind to show off to his goddess beside him. Hey, don't worry, we'll definitely take first place. Xiao Sisi, fully focused on the 1-2 rhythm, was almost thrown off balance by his antics, nearly following Tang Wan's lead. After taking some time to adjust, Xiao Sisi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, whispering, "Stop messing around, be serious." With the goddess's command, Qi Li immediately put his playful thoughts away, focusing entirely on setting the three-legged pace. Closely following them was the CEO duo. Han Shi, a tall beauty, had long legs, as did Dong Donghui. This meant their stride was naturally longer by about 10 centimeters, making it effortless for them to hold second place, with a hint of overtaking. Originally in third place were Sun Haoshan and Chu Xinran. However, there was clearly no chemistry between them, and they were quickly overtaken by Lu Hao and Tang Wan, who had gotten back up, temporarily taking first place. Worse still, Sun Haoshan, used to a pampered lifestyle, wasn't fit at all. After just a few steps, he was gasping for breath, looking ready to collapse. Their pace slowed from a jog to a fast walk, then to a slow walk, and finally, they stopped altogether. Sun Haoshan, I can't go on, I want to lie down. Chu Xinran's face had darkened, struggling with her expression before bending down to untie the strap around her leg. Chu Xinran, this man, not even a shadow of Fang Zhou's leg. Sun Haoshan hurriedly stopped her, saying, no, Xinran, let's keep going. Stealing a glance at the nearby camera, Sun Haoshan decided to go all out. He took a deep breath and set off again with Chu Xinran, struggling over the second obstacle. Meanwhile, Qi Li's team had reached the finish line and was trying to grab the hanging apple slices. But they seemed unable to open their mouths wide enough, taking several bites without success. Seeing Xiao Sisi about to use her hand, Fang Zhou quickly reminded her loudly, don't touch the apple with your hands, or you'll be disqualified. Xiao Sisi shot a look of shame and annoyance at Fang Zhou before biting down on the apple in front of her as if it were someone she was angry at. Having dealt with her apple, Xiao Sisi urged Qi Li. Fang Zhou, feeling unjustly wronged, thought, I was just trying to help you avoid disqualification, why the glare? But knowing Xiao Sisi's dramatic nature, he didn't take it to heart. He raised his stopwatch, ready to time Qi Li's bite. But no matter how hard Qi Li tried, the apple slice just wouldn't reach his mouth, always swaying just out of reach. The director's team knew how to play. The apple was hung at just the right height for Qi Li to barely touch it with his nose when on tiptoe. He had to jump to bite it. But if he missed the first jump, the swaying apple would become endless torment. Hurry up. Xiao Sisi couldn't help but urge. This man, put your boasting to use. Unfortunately, Qi Li lost his chance to turn his bragging into reality. In just a few seconds, the CEO duo had reached the finish line. Han Shi's long legs served her well. She lightly tiptoed like a ballet dancer, sending the apple, which barely touched her nose, into her lips. With a gentle bite, the small apple was taken. Dong Donghui, a smart man, learned from Qi Li's ordeal, using his brain, then his body, and finally his mouth. He leaped, took a bite, and succeeded. Fang Zhou quickly pressed the stopwatch, announcing, 25 seconds and 43. 25 seconds and 43. Qin Yun also reported the number on her stopwatch. Their voices harmonized, showing a certain level of coordination. Qin Yun smiled slightly, casually saying, our results matched well. Fang Zhou lightly coughed, didn't respond, and continued watching the struggling Xiao Sisi team. The team that was supposed to win was now at risk of falling to third place and sleeping in a tent. Life is indeed strange. Luckily, Qi Li finally bit down. With a burst of angry jumping and frantic biting, he unexpectedly got the apple in his mouth. Life is indeed strange. +1. Xiao Sisi finally breathed a sigh of relief, her previously puffy cheeks returning to a cool demeanor. Fang Zhou couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at the stopwatch, unable to suppress his laughter as he announced, 28 seconds and 12. Xiao Sisi quickly approached like a nimble cat. She hummed softly, leaning towards Fang Zhou, that long? Let me see. Her pink-dyed hair flared in the air, her shorter height making her look like a pink furball as she leaned in. Fang Zhou laughed, handing her the stopwatch. Here, see for yourself. Xiao Sisi glanced, confirming the time, feeling a bit embarrassed. She habitually punched Fang Zhou, pouting, it's all your fault. This was her old habit. Whenever she got angry, she would vent on Fang Zhou, a typical dramatic girlfriend. Back when Fang Zhou dated her, he liked her occasional pettiness. However, they had broken up long ago, and they were now filming a dating show. Xiao Sisi's behavior was a bit too intimate. The live chat was in stitches. Ha ha ha, poor Sisi, from first place to second. If I were Sisi, I'd be mad too. But shouldn't she hit Qi Li? Why hit Fang Zhou? Probably just a habit. Getting hit by the goddess is Fang Zhou's blessing. After realizing her action was a bit inappropriate, Xiao Sisi didn't mind much, turning to sit on a bench, waiting for the results. Qin Yun's eyebrows subtly moved. Fang Zhou didn't care, focusing on the remaining two teams, saying, Lu Hao's team is here. Everyone's attention shifted. Lu Hao had reached the finish line with Tang Wan, who almost got the apple but missed, having to try again. Sun Haoshan, far behind, looked exhausted. Chu Xinran had given up, trying to untie the leg strap again. Sun Haoshan still tried to be optimistic. We're almost there. Chu Xinran's pure face showed clear frustration. She finally untied the strap. Being last was inevitable, everyone could see Sun Haoshan had given up. Even the director's team, understanding it was just the first day, switched the cameras to Lu Hao and Tang Wan to save face. Chu Xinran walked alone to the finish line, where Tang Wan was celebrating with Lu Hao after biting the apple. She jumped, took the apple slice off the string, bit it, and asked Fang Zhou and Qin Yun, does this count? Qin Yun, amused, nodded gently, it counts. Chu Xinran nodded, chewing the apple slice, giving Fang Zhou a resentful look. Her usually smiling eyes were full of accusation, as if asking, why didn't you team up with me? Fang Zhou, feeling guilty, avoided her gaze, thinking, why does it feel like she's chewing my flesh instead of the apple? The game's results were quite clear. Han Shi and Dong Donghui, the CEO duo, took first place and chose the villa rooms first. Coming in second were Xiao Sisi and Qi Li, who opted for the old-style house. Each pair had separate rooms, not the same one as many had assumed. Having stumbled at the start, Tang Wan and Lu Hao were pleased with their unexpected third place, choosing the tents. Comparatively, sleeping in a tent felt safer than the open cave. As for the last place finishers, Sun Haoshan and Chu Xinran, each received a sleeping bag. Chu Xinran had already composed herself, showing no emotion on her face. When Sun Haoshan tried to comfort her with, "Think of it as a novel experience," she responded calmly. Chu Xinran forced a smile, "It's fine. I've never slept in a cave before, so this will be a new experience." The next moment, a shadow appeared on the ground before her, cast by Fang Zhou standing in front of her. "This is for you." Fang Zhou extended his hand, revealing a key lying quietly in his palm, a reward for being a host. Qin Yun and Fang Zhou also received a room in the villa. Nobody expected the two who were left to end up winning so effortlessly. "For me." Chu Xinran's long eyelashes fluttered, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Her raised voice caught the attention of the others. Fang Zhou nodded slightly, saying, "A girl shouldn't sleep outside. Besides, half the blame for losing the game is on me. Had they partnered, she wouldn't have lost so badly." Sun Haoshan's face darkened. Fang Zhou's gesture made him look useless, which he admittedly was during the game. Qin Yun quipped, "There's only one room. Are you two going to stay together?" The director's team didn't say two people couldn't share a room. Whether it was Chu Xinran's thin skin or something else, her face turned red at the teasing. Her thick eyelashes fluttered like butterflies, looking adorably shy. The live chat erupted with excited comments. "Ah, my campus belle sister. Don't fall for the man's trick. Sharing a room already? Wow, this pace is as fast as a Korean dating show. So thrilling, I love it. Am I the only one thinking Fang Zhou is actually exchanging rooms? It's obvious he wouldn't want gossip on such matters." Even Han Shi from afar couldn't help but glance over, a thoughtful look crossing her eyes as she saw the key in Fang Zhou's hand. Xiao Sisi glanced over too, then looked away, but her backpack was clearly clenched tightly. Fang Zhou remained calm despite Qin Yun's teasing. He placed the key in Chu Xinran's hand and took her sleeping bag. "You sleep inside, I'll sleep outside." His simple declaration left a lasting impression on social media. This moment became one of the top clips when fans later compiled highlights of the dating show. The live chat was flooded with comments from Fang Zhou's female fans. "Ah, so gentlemanly. Oh my, Fang Zhou's killing it. He may not be rich, but he's handsome. I'm already shipping him with the campus belle. Handsome streamer x pure campus belle, such a great pairing." Fang Zhou was unaware his actions had garnered attention. He simply believed Chu Xinran shouldn't sleep outside. After all, she was someone he once loved, and it was only right to take care of her. After finding shelter, the group headed to a small villa on the island. After settling their luggage, it was 4 p.m., time to prepare dinner. For the first episode, they needed to stay on the island for 5 days and 4 nights, with all meals self-prepared from provided ingredients. In other words, they had to cook their own meals. They decided to cook the first meal together, then split into groups for the rest. Fang Zhou was assigned to handle the vegetables. He had to pick the beans clean, and wash tomatoes, potatoes, and Shanghai greens. The main cooks were eager to redeem themselves after their poor performance in the game. Fang Zhou found a basin, filled it with water, and started washing the vegetables. The ingredients provided by the production team had been pre-washed, making his task easier. As he washed, someone approached from behind. Turning around, he saw Chu Xinran holding a small stool. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, offering him the stool. "Sitting will make it less tiring." Fang Zhou took the stool and thanked her. "Thank you." He turned back to continue washing the vegetables, not wanting to engage in more conversation with Chu Xinran. He preferred not to interact much with his ex-girlfriends on the show. The less said, the better, avoiding any potential drama. However, things didn't go as Fang Zhou hoped. Chu Xinran stepped forward, rolled up her sleeves, and began helping with the washing. Fang Zhou was alarmed, quickly stopping her. "You don't need to wash, you should rest. I can handle this." Chu Xinran smiled brightly, looking at Fang Zhou with genuine eyes. "Consider it a thank you for exchanging rooms." Her fair face was like a blooming camellia, pure and beautiful, her sincere eyes like a puppy's, making it hard to resist. Fang Zhou felt like he was back in school, dating Chu Xinran. Back then, she looked at him with the same eyes, full of trust and reliance. But things changed. Fang Zhou lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, and casually said, "Suit yourself?" Chu Xinran smiled, exuding a serene aura, making the moment feel peaceful. Passing by with ribs, Qin Yun noticed the scene, a flash of light in her eyes hidden behind her glasses. Fang Zhou suddenly felt a chill, as if being watched by a predator. Looking back, he saw nothing. Then he heard Qin Yun calling him, "Fang Zhou, can you help cut these ribs? I'm not strong enough to chop them." Fang Zhou thought to himself, "I don't believe you. A surgeon steady with a scalpel can't handle a kitchen knife?" Qin Yun's request couldn't be turned down by Fang Zhou in front of everyone. He took the kitchen knife from Qin Yun, asked her to step back, and quickly chopped the ribs into small pieces with a few swift motions. Done. Fang Zhou deftly finished chopping the ribs and placed them back in the bag, leaving the rest to Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled slightly, thanking him leisurely. "Thank you, Fang Zhou." Fang Zhou waved it off, indicating it was no big deal, and prepared to return to washing vegetables. But Qin Yun pulled out a piece of pork belly from the fridge, looking troubled. "I don't know how to handle this either. Can you help?" Qin Yun, a voluptuous mature woman with prominent features, looked like a blooming peony, exuding wealth and grace. When she asked in her gentle voice, it was hard for any man to refuse. Fang Zhou hesitated, scrutinizing her face for any signs of trickery but found none. Was she doing this on purpose to make him work more? He reassured himself that Qin Yun, with her surgeon's hands, might genuinely not want to handle a kitchen knife and stain her hands. After all, back when they were together, he was the one who cooked most of the time, while she just waited to eat. Accepting the pork belly, Fang Zhou placed it on the cutting board and began to work on it. Qin Yun stood by, watching him with a smile, suddenly saying, "Fang Zhou, you really have the aura of a husband." Fang Zhou's hand trembled, cutting a large piece of pork belly. He had heard her say this before, back when she added, "I really want to tie you up at home to cook for me forever." Back then, he thought she was joking, only to realize later she was serious and capable of such actions. It was then that Fang Zhou realized Qin Yun had a Yandera side. Hearing the conversation, Tang Wan also chimed in, "I think all the male guests have a husband-like aura when they cook." Xiao Sisi and Han Shi, who were peeling garlic and cutting vegetables, also looked over. Cooking is the best dowry for a man. Xiao Sisi recalled a saying from the internet, making everyone laugh. Lu Hao blinked, saying, "Since the ladies have given us such high praise, Haoshan and I better perform well." Sun Haoshan agreed, "Right, I need to show my best skills." The originally tense dinner preparation became more relaxed thanks to Qin Yun's remark. The live chat became lively. "Wow, what are they cooking? There are so many ingredients. I didn't expect Sisi to help out. I thought she would just wait to eat." The most surprising is CEO Han Shi. She's really clueless about cooking. Look, she doesn't even know how much rice to use. Han Shi, the focus of the audience, was indeed struggling with measuring rice in the rice cooker. She had never cooked before and didn't know the right amount. Looking up, she instinctively sought help, her eyes pausing on Fang Zhou, who was busy cutting meat, before landing on Dong Donghui. "How much rice should I use?" Dong Donghui, clueless about cooking, was also struggling with a fish. He looked helpless, shrugging, "Just estimate." Han Shi, not one to overthink, muttered to herself, "With 10 people, at least 10 cups, right?" The chat was filled with warnings, "No, you'll overfill the pot." Han Shi, unable to see the chat, nodded to herself, thinking she was right, and was about to proceed. Chu Xinran, noticing her dilemma, stood up to help. "Let me handle it, Han Shi." Han Shi sighed in relief, sending a grateful look to Chu Xinran, mentally categorizing her as a good person. Such kind-hearted girls were rare. Finally done with the pork belly, Fang Zhou returned to his spot, only to find the vegetables already washed by Chu Xinran. She smiled and pointed to the sofa in the living room. "Fang Zhouji, your task is done. You can rest now." Chu Xinran's use of Fang Zhouji caught the attention of everyone around. Sun Haoshan remarked sourly, "Xinran Maimei hasn't called me Gaig yet." TLN, Maimei mean Lil Sis, Gaig is brother. The chat exploded with comments. "Wow, she called him Gaig. Is this CP confirmed? Oh my, sweet girl calling Gaig is too sweet. I want to be called Gaig too." Xiao Sisi also glanced at Chu Xinran, a hint of curiosity on her face. "Are Xinran and Fang Zhou that close already?" Xiao Sisi's straightforward personality made her question seem genuine, adding to her charm. Fang Zhou panicked slightly, wondering why Chu Xinran still called him that. Back in university, he was a senior while she was a freshman, so calling him Gaig was natural. He didn't expect her to retain the habit after their breakup. Seeing everyone's changing expressions, Fang Zhou quickly explained, "Xinran is the youngest in our group, calling us Gaig and Jija isn't strange, haha. TLN, Jija is older sister." Everyone nodded in realization, remembering Chu Xinran was only 22 and still a senior in college. "Oh, she's the youngest. We should take care of her." After a few jokes, everyone returned to their tasks. Fang Zhou let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "That was close, almost got exposed." Just as he relaxed, Qin Yun's voice made his heart skip a beat. "Zhou." Fang Zhou quickly turned, pleading with his eyes for Qin Yun not to call him that embarrassing nickname in front of everyone. "Huh? What did you say?" Qin Yun stopped after one word, but Qi Eli couldn't help asking. Seeing Fang Zhou's look, Qin Yun smiled, covering her slip smoothly. "I said, porridge, does anyone want some?" "Fang Zhou, my life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can make it to the other side?" Thanks to everyone's efforts, dinner was ready in less than an hour and a half. The table was filled with a dazzling array of dishes. Garlic ribs, caramelized sweet potatoes, cola chicken wings, cumin beef. The table was a feast for the eyes and the nose, making everyone's mouth water just by looking at it. "Come on, let's all pour a little drink and have a toast." As soon as they sat down, it became Sun Haoshan's show. His smooth talk had everyone laughing even before they started eating. He took out his own wine and tried to pour some for everyone. Most people cooperated, but when he got to Han Shi, she shook her head and refused. "I don't drink." Han Shi's words were brief and firm, leaving Sun Haoshan at a loss. Her face was so cold that Sun Haoshan joked, "Is President Han not giving us face?" Han Shi, being a businesswoman and a CEO, often had to drink in business meetings. How could she not drink? People who don't drink have no friends. Though Sun Haoshan said it jokingly, he still put Han Shi in a difficult position, making everyone look at her. Han Shi remained unmoved, raising her hand to stop Sun Haoshan from pouring wine. "I don't drink." She offered no further explanation, only those cold 3 words, not bothering to make an excuse. Sun Haoshan, not understanding her refusal, began to feel displeased. Her face grew colder, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance, making even Chu Xinran, who sat next to her, feel a chill. Chu Xinran frowned slightly, uncomfortable with Sun Haoshan's insistence. Han Shi can drink juice. Chu Xinran spoke up to ease the tension. Dong Donghui also chimed in to cover for her. If she doesn't drink, don't force her, brother. Come on, drink with me. Seeing a way out, Sun Haoshan didn't stand there awkwardly any longer, instead cheerfully pouring wine for the next person. All right, respect the ladies, I won't force it. The incident was quickly smoothed over. Only Fang Zhou knew why Han Shi didn't drink. She was a lightweight, and a little alcohol could make her lose control, even causing her to go on a drunken rampage. Han Shi certainly wouldn't display such a side in front of strangers. With someone giving her an out, Fang Zhou didn't need to step in as the good guy. Han Shi probably held a grudge against him anyway, so he avoided drawing attention to himself. Cheers. Everyone clinked glasses, celebrating the successful first day of the show. Dinner time was also a great opportunity to build camaraderie. Some would serve food to their favored guests, while others paid special attention to their companions. Fang Zhou, however, just wanted to eat and rest. Today was their first day on the island, and the production team, understanding their exhaustion, had no group activities planned for the evening, letting them arrange their own. Just as he picked up a bite of lettuce, he felt something under the table, teasing his leg. Fang Zhou frowned slightly, thinking someone nearby accidentally bumped him while crossing their legs. He didn't pay it much mind and continued eating. Next to him sat Tang Wan, a lawyer with a serious look when not smiling, but somewhat cute when she did. Tang Wan nudged Fang Zhou's arm, her eyes glancing at the garlic ribs on his right. Fang Zhou, I want to eat that, but I can't reach it. She meant for him to help serve her some. Fang Zhou responded with an "oh," and surprisingly picked up the whole dish, placing it in front of her. Eat. This action drew the attention of everyone around, each with their own thoughts. Some gripped their chopsticks tighter, their jealousy evident. It hadn't been long, yet he was already treating the new female guest so well, even risking others' disapproval to serve her a dish. Xiao Sisi smiled, asking Tang Wan, do you like garlic ribs? I made that with Qin Yun. Tang Wan only intended to try a piece, but now had to smile and agree. I like making it at home too. She glanced at Fang Zhou, thinking, what would it hurt to just serve me a piece? Fang Zhou grinned, asking, is it good? Tang Wan tasted a piece, finding it quite good, and nodded, yes, it is. Do you want to try some? She picked up a rib to place in Fang Zhou's bowl. Fang Zhou, noticing the intimacy of the gesture, was about to refuse when something slid between his legs, leaving him speechless. A smooth, soft object teased his calf, like a vine climbing a tree, inching its way up. Fang Zhou's movements paused, swallowing his refusal, and watched the rib land in his bowl. The teasing object continued its playful movements on his leg, like fingers playing a piano, making his heart itch. Fang Zhou felt that the object was not just teasing his leg, but his heart. Tang Wan tilted her head, asking, aren't you going to try it? Fang Zhou looked at the rib in his bowl, raising his hand to pick it up, but the object under the table became more daring, slipping inside his pant leg, touching his skin. Fang Zhou quickly put the rib in his mouth, using the chewing sound to cover his pleasure. How is it? I told you it was good, right? Tang Wan and Xiao Sisi, both watching expectantly, made Fang Zhou nod despite the tickling sensation. It's really good, great job. Hey, brother, why is your face so red? Lu Hao noticed Fang Zhou's flushed face, his eyes twinkling with realization. Are you shy because Tang Wan served you? Fang Zhou shook his head, explaining, no, I just get red when I drink. Though he explained, the group still chuckled knowingly, thinking it was an excuse. Tang Wan didn't expect Fang Zhou to be so bashful, feeling embarrassed herself and quietly eating. Fang Zhou finally realized what was teasing him. It must be someone's leg. Seeing that the foot at his calf was still moving around, Fang Zhou stood up to get some more rice. Better to avoid embarrassment in front of everyone. He took this chance to glance around at everyone's clothing. Next to him were Tang Wan and Lu Hao. Lu Hao was a guy, so it couldn't be him. Tang Wan was wearing a skirt, and although it's early summer, it's not too hot or cold, so she might be wearing sheer stockings. But she was just talking to him a moment ago. Would she have the presence of mind to tease him? Fang Zhou was unsure. Across from him sat Chu Xinran. He immediately ruled her out. Chu Xinran, the pure campus belle, couldn't possibly do something like this in public, could she? That would be harder for her than not winning a music competition. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That left Qin Yun, who was diagonally opposite him. Qin Yun hadn't said a word, just quietly eating. This was unlike her usual behavior. Could it be her? Maybe she stayed silent to avoid exposing herself? Fang Zhou felt confused, returning to his seat with his bowl of rice. He wanted to use this time to observe everyone's expressions and find out who was so daring. Chu Xinran, seeing him look her way, gave him a sweet smile and asked, is your juice good? Seeing her pure, innocent look, he ruled her out again. But Qin Yun, sitting next to her, remained motionless, barely touching her food and not noticing his gaze. That was suspicious. Only Qin Yun could do something like this, right? This mischievous woman was always two-faced, even teasing his palm in the afternoon. Fine, he'd have to talk to her later. This was too much. especially with so many cameras around. If this went on air, it would be bad. Fang Zhou refocused on his meal. Not far away, Dong Donghui was trying to serve food to Han Shi, but she refused with a look. Dong Donghui's hand, mid-air, circled back to his own bowl. This drew laughter from the live audience. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. The boss tried to serve the lady boss and failed. Dong Donghui, why is this dating show harder than business negotiations? LOL, I saw Tang Wan serve Fang Zhou quite smoothly. Betting on this CP. Here we go with the CP again. Too early, sis. I'm betting on the boss duo. Sun Haoshan, a bit tipsy after 2 drinks, rolled up his sleeves, ready to sing for everyone. Being a Northeasterner, his hospitality was evident. Hey, if no one minds, I can sing the Big Flower Sedan. Everyone applauded, following the principle of enjoying the show. Regardless of his singing, anyone brave enough to perform live in front of thousands deserved respect. Getting into it, Sun Haoshan started calling people out. Sissy, you're a star. Why not sing a song? The first one he called was Jiao Sissy. She had been eating, now setting down her chopsticks, feeling like she was being asked to perform at a family gathering. Jiao Sissy mentally rolled her eyes, thinking, brother, I'm an actress, not a singer. Why ask me to sing? But she maintained her smile, politely declining, I'm not very good at singing, let's skip it. Having faced rejection from Han Shi and now Jiao Sissy, Sun Haoshan was perplexed. Why were the female guests so hard to handle today? Weren't dating show female guests supposed to be pretty and easygoing? He forced a laugh, not wanting to embarrass himself, and looked at Fang Zhou, who had finished eating. Fang Zhou, why don't you sing a song? His pleading eyes practically said, help me out, brother, don't let me lose face. Caught off guard, Fang Zhou found the ball tossed to him. Before he could refuse, Sun Haoshan had everyone chanting, sing a song, sing a song, sing a song, sing a song. Fang Zhou felt the pressure, unable to decline. Sun Haoshan walked over, whispering, brother, I owe you one. He held up 2 fingers in front of Fang Zhou's face. Fang Zhou's eyes lit up. 2,000? Not a bad deal. He held up 4 fingers, watching Sun Haoshan's reaction. Sun Haoshan gritted his teeth, making an okay gesture, and Fang Zhou understood. He stood up, clearing his throat, since brother Haoshan is so enthusiastic, I can't refuse. Excuse my poor performance. The production team had prepared guitars and ukuleles in the villa's living room for moments like this. Fang Zhou grabbed a guitar, adjusted the tuning, and got ready. Everyone turned to watch, the cameras focusing on him. The soothing melody calmed the room. She realized the lonely were about to leave, so she prayed to the dusk. Until at night she turned and heard the sorrowful weeping. A kind-hearted girl, with long hair draped over her shoulders. His clear, magnetic voice filled the room, like a salty sea breeze, touching everyone's hearts. People imagined a long-haired girl in a green dress standing on the white sand, smiling at everyone with the world's most beautiful smile. Her name was Lillian. Fang Zhou's soft, gentle singing seemed afraid to scare Lillian away. Everyone slowed their breathing, joining Fang Zhou in searching for the girl named Lillian. The live audience was mesmerized. It's so beautiful, I'm crying. My mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch a dating show. Oh my god, Fang Zhou is amazing. Isn't he a gaming streamer? Why does he sing like a professional? I declare Fang Zhou my new favorite. I'll always be on his leaderboard. The female guests had varied expressions, captivated by the song. Lillian symbolized a pure, singular love. In a corner, a woman clenched her clothes, silently asking, Fang Zhou, who is the Lillian in your heart? The man singing, accompanied by the distant sound of waves, gently ushered everyone into the cool night. Dinner ended around 8, and after everyone returned to their rooms to freshen up, it was nearly 9:30, time to rest. According to the game rules, Sun Haoshan, who lost the competition, and Fang Zhou, who volunteered to switch with Chu Xinran, had to spend the night in a cave. They would return to the villa to sleep on subsequent nights. The show's crew was considerate. They had found a somewhat spacious cave and cleaned it. The ground wasn't dirty, and they had laid down cardboard. Sitting on the cardboard, Sun Haoshan sorted through his clothes and smiled wryly at Fang Zhou. Brother, it's been a long time since I slept in such a rough place. Even when he started from scratch, Sun Haoshan had slept under bridges, but at least those could shield him from the wind and rain. Sleeping in a cave was a novel experience. He had thought that having the lovely Chu Xinran for company would stave off loneliness, but now it was just him and another guy, leaving no room for romantic thoughts. Fang Zhou spread out his sleeping bag, arranging it bit by bit, and smiled back at him. Who says it isn't? But it's pretty interesting. I can see the stars from outside. The cave was spacious enough. He and Sun Haoshan each took one side, leaving a buffer zone in between. Sun Haoshan, afraid of rats and snakes, didn't dare sleep outside, so Fang Zhou took that spot. Fang Zhou wasn't afraid of those things and didn't mind sleeping outside. The live audience laughed at Fang Zhou's easygoing attitude. Can't deny, these two have real guts. Not afraid to sleep in a cave. Come on, they're big guys. The whole island is reserved for the show. No surprise visitors. Good thing Fang Zhou switched with Chu Xinran. I can't imagine a delicate girl like her sleeping in a cave. Fang Zhou's a real man. I'm rooting for him. Fang Zhou took off his jacket, about to crawl into his sleeping bag, when the cave's camera transmitted the director's voice. Dear guests, tonight you have a task. Send an anonymous text message to the guest you like using your phone. Fang Zhou didn't mind. He raised his eyebrow, glanced at his phone provided by the show, with all the female guests' contacts preloaded. He twirled the phone in his hand, thinking, who should I text? 4 out of 5 are my exes. Sending a message to any of them would be awkward. He shook his head, about to put the phone away when it buzzed with a message. I don't look at the moon, nor do I say I miss you, so both the moon and you stay unaware. The system was set up for one-way anonymity. The sender knew who they were messaging, but the recipient wouldn't know who sent it. Only the show's backend did. The show's plan was to reveal this at the end of the first episode, setting the stage for the next. Fang Zhou frowned, pondering who sent the message. Such a subtle, gentle line seemed like something Chu Xinran would write. Before he could think further, his phone buzzed again with another message. In every choice that includes you, I choose you. Though also anonymous, Fang Zhou had a strong hunch this one was from Chu Xinran. People say women's intuition is sharp, but Fang Zhou felt his own wasn't bad either. So, who sent the first one? Scratching his head, he couldn't figure it out and decided to sleep. Today was too full of surprises, he needed rest. After sending his message, Sun Haoshan smacked his head, suddenly aware. Almost forgot, there's a camera here. He got up, draped his black jacket over the camera, muttering, not used to people watching me sleep. Better cover it. In the villa not far from the cave, 3 girls sat in the small living room, each with their phones, waiting for something. Suddenly, Xiao Cici's phone buzzed. She opened it to find a cheesy message. Baby, I went for an 4 drip today. What did I get? Missing you? You. Xiao Cici cringed, rubbing her arm, where goosebumps had formed. What's up, Cici? Qin Yun, sitting next to her, noticed her disgusted look and asked curiously. Look. Xiao Cici, unfiltered, showed her the message, puzzled. Isn't this too cringe? The camera zoomed in, and the live audience saw the message clearly. Ahaha, I'm dying. Where did this cheesy line come from? I'm cracking up. Did this guy get his lines from a bad website? Thank goodness Cici has restraint. I'd have thrown my phone. Qin Yun glanced at it and laughed too. Pfft. Seeing them laughing, Chu Xinran leaned over, joining in their laughter. Stop, I'm losing virtue points. Someone hit the digital wooden fish for me. Ha ha ha. TLN, the country's latest viral app is a wooden fish simulator when I search it on Google. After 5 minutes, Xiao Cici received no more messages. Feeling a bit down, she put her phone away and went to her small room to sleep. They shared a large room, divided into 3 small ones. On the other side, Qin Yun also received a message, but it wasn't what she was waiting for. She comforted herself, it's only the first day. He can't escape me. Hiding her disappointment, she went to sleep. Among the remaining female guests, Chu Xinran and Tang Wan each received a message, but Han Shi did not. Among the male guests, only Fang Zhou and Lu Hao received messages, the others got none. The audience buzzed with excitement. Wow, no one likes the Ice Queen CEO. Han Shi's cold demeanor would scare anyone off. You guys don't get it. It's only the first day. Things will change. But Fang Zhou got 2 messages. Surprising, he's quite popular. Already asleep, Fang Zhou stirred when he needed to pee and saw someone standing silently beside him, staring with dark eyes. Fang Zhou nearly jumped out of his skin. Don't scare me like that. Fang Zhou was an atheist, but when he groggily opened his eyes and saw someone standing in front of him, his first thought was that he had seen a ghost. His mouth opened to scream. Upon closer inspection, the ghost looked exactly like Chu Xinran, and he swallowed his scream. Chu Xinran wore a pure white dress, her hair flowing down. Without the moonlight, it was hard to see clearly. Seeing Fang Zhou awake, she smiled and seemed about to speak, but Fang Zhou quickly motioned for silence. SHH. Chu Xinran didn't seem to understand and mumbled something softly. Fortunately, her voice was so low that even Fang Zhou couldn't hear her clearly. He quickly looked at the camera's position. Luckily, it was covered and couldn't see inside the cave. This 100% love variety show, aiming for authenticity, was live-streamed 24/7, with cameras even in the guest sleeping areas. Both the cave and tent sleepers had their own cameras. Fang Zhou patted his chest, his heartbeat racing from the scare. He was immensely grateful that Sun Haoshan had covered the camera. Wait, Sun Haoshan? Darn it, there was someone else in the cave? Fang Zhou quickly glanced at Sun Haoshan, who was bundled in his sleeping bag, hidden from view. Relieved, he relaxed. Chu Xinran suddenly giggled softly. He. Oh my god, stop laughing? Your voice will expose your sleepwalking to everyone. Fang Zhou quickly crawled out of his sleeping bag, covered Chu Xinran's mouth, and led her outside the cave. If someone from the villa saw this, they might report a kidnapping. In the bright moonlight, Fang Zhou led Chu Xinran to the nearby coast and finally released her. Chu Xinran remained quiet, her big eyes staring at Fang Zhou. Knowing Chu Xinran's sleepwalking problem, Fang Zhou might have thought she was possessed otherwise. Hasn't your sleepwalking been under control? Why now? Fang Zhou looked at Chu Xinran, troubled. 2 or 3 years ago, when they were in college, Fang Zhou knew about her sleepwalking issue. Living together, Fang Zhou often had to fetch her late at night. Fortunately, she never wandered far and would return soon. Those 3 months were nerve-wracking for Fang Zhou. Later, her roommate mentioned that Chu Xinran's sleepwalking had ceased for a long time. Unexpectedly, it started again on the first day on the island. Fang Zhou felt fortunate it was him who found her. Anyone else might have led to trouble. Sleepwalking. Chu Xinran couldn't understand Fang Zhou. She looked at him, tilted her head, and mumbled softly, "Bag, bag." Fang Zhou frowned, catching only one word. "What bag? Are you looking for a bag?" As he spoke, Chu Xinran leaned forward, and he quickly caught her. Chu Xinran wrapped her arms around Fang Zhou, hugging him tightly. Fang Zhou realized she meant hug, not bag. The girl's sweet scent filled Fang Zhou's senses, her softness almost unreal, her long black hair flowing in the wind. "Miss you, brother." Her warm breath tickled Fang Zhou's neck, her nose just reaching his collarbone. Chu Xinran's voice was soft, almost a murmur, but this time, Fang Zhou heard every word. The salty sea breeze brought back memories of their sweet times together. When Chu Xinran was a freshman, Fang Zhou was a senior. They met at a college event. Fang Zhou's class needed performers for their graduation show, and Chu Xinran, being talented, was chosen. Fang Zhou managed a large program, and Chu Xinran was his partner. Working together, they gradually fell for each other. Their student love was pure, filled with happiness even in silence. Chu Xinran loved hugging Fang Zhou, sitting on the lover's hill, watching black swans on the lake. They had sweet nicknames. She called him brother, and he called her baby. When Chu Xinran called him brother, Fang Zhou's mind went blank, lost in memories. He snapped back when he felt something wet on his neck. A soft, moist something moved up and down. Realizing what it was, Fang Zhou panicked and pulled Chu Xinran away. "Don't do that." Fang Zhou didn't expect her to act this way while sleepwalking and quickly stepped back. Chu Xinran still stared at him, mumbling, "Miss you." She looked like a lost deer, ready to accept anything from the forest's master. Fang Zhou, exasperated, released her hand, hoping she would return to her room. She should have gone back by now. However, Chu Xinran moved towards the sea. Fang Zhou caught her just in time to prevent her from being swallowed by the waves. "When will you go back?" Chu Xinran didn't answer, just hugged Fang Zhou again. Fang Zhou, helpless, stood still, waiting for her to return on her own. He reassured himself, "It's okay, she's just sleepwalking. As long as she's safe." Unknown to Fang Zhou, Chu Xinran's lips curved into a small, satisfied, and somewhat smug smile. The next day at noon, when Fang Zhou sat in the living room with dark circles under his eyes, eating breakfast, Qi Li's teasing drew everyone's attention to him. "Fang Zhou, was the cave uncomfortable to sleep in? Look at you, you're practically a national treasure now." Lu Hao also chimed in with a laugh, "Good thing I got third place yesterday, otherwise I'd be a national treasure too." TLN, 1N. National treasure / heirloom 2N. Meta people who have made special contributions to the country. He and Tang Wan had each slept in a tent, quite comfortably. Fang Zhou paused with his cup in hand and used his phone screen reflection to check his face. Is it really that bad? In the screen's reflection, he unexpectedly saw Han Shi looking at him with her sharp, fox-like eyes, expressionless. She remained as distant as ever. Since arriving on the island, she hadn't spoken a word to Fang Zhou, not even a greeting. Fang Zhou understood her personality well and was secretly relieved. Han Shi was decisive. Once she broke up, she wouldn't linger. True to form, since their breakup, Han Shi never sought him out, behaving as a perfect ex, almost as if she had vanished. He even thought that among his 4 exes, Han Shi would be the easiest to deal with. It was this underestimation that later made Fang Zhou pay the price, making him feel foolish every time he recalled it. Tang Wan also glanced at Fang Zhou's face and seeing the dark circles, she smiled gently. "Yes, good thing we got third place yesterday." She paused and, as if comforting Fang Zhou, continued, "But tonight you should be able to get a good night's sleep." Fang Zhou put down his phone, resumed drinking his porridge, and nodded lightly, letting his mind drift. His gaze wandered across the dining table to Chu Xinran, who was quietly munching on corn. She seemed quite energetic and was chatting and laughing with Qiao Sisi beside her. Who knew how long sleepwalking Chu Xinran stayed by the sea last night? Thankfully, after standing until his legs went numb and almost bursting from needing the bathroom, she finally returned. When Fang Zhou went back, he couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning until dawn. He now felt like a scholar drained of energy, with Chu Xinran being the mischievous fox. "Good morning, everyone." Qin Yun, looking refreshed after washing up, descended from upstairs. Her striking beauty was aggressive, like a blooming rich flower. She wore a sports outfit today, highlighting her impressive figure, especially those long legs, hard to ignore. Some male guests' gazes lingered on her, while others discreetly looked away. Fang Zhou glanced briefly before looking away. This was Qin Yun, the mature lady, possessing assets that drove men crazy. Unfortunately, he knew this was just a facade. Like some predators in nature, she exuded allure to attract prey. Letting one's guard down because of Qin Yun's stunning appearance meant being devoured completely, without a trace left. Qin Yun sat next to Fang Zhou, seemingly casually reaching over him to grab bread from the plate. Her long hair brushed against Fang Zhou's hand, both teasing and tickling. Fang Zhou leaned back slightly to avoid appearing to take advantage in the live broadcast. With the bread in hand, Qin Yun slowly tore it into strips, eating elegantly and delicately. Fang Zhou, sitting beside her, felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Though she was just eating bread, it felt like she was eating him. He quickly finished his porridge and stood up to get some fresh air. But Qin Yun called him back. "Fang Zhou, are you full already?" Her mature voice was like the sound of all flowers falling after the end of spring, lazy and casual. Fang Zhou paused but didn't turn around, answering her. Yes, I'm full. You all eat slowly. The last part was addressed to everyone. Qin Yun smiled and continued, then could you wait for me? Let's check the beach volleyball court together later. Everyone had received a notice that morning. There would be a beach volleyball game, and they were to prepare and form teams. Qin Yun, always planning ahead, expressed concern that the crew might not have thoroughly checked the site for glass shards or other hazards. Her suggestion was immediately supported. Yes, checking the site in advance for safety is good. Yeah, should I come too? I can help. Qi Eli raised his hand, seeming eager to assist. Qin Yun glanced at him, smiling. You should change your clothes first. It won't be easy to move otherwise. Qi Eli was in tight jeans, which seemed ready to burst. Haha, true. You two go ahead. Qi Eli looked down and realized his outfit wasn't suitable. Fang Zhou, in contrast, wore sportswear, conveniently black, matching Qin Yun's white outfit, resembling couple's attire. With everyone watching, Fang Zhou couldn't refuse. After Qin Yun quickly finished her bread, they headed out together. A cameraman followed from a distance, capturing their actions but not their conversation. So Qin Yun spoke freely as they walked. It's been almost a year since we last met, hasn't it, Fang Zhou? Qin Yun's voice was low, like a cello. Yes, probably. Fang Zhou nodded casually, feigning indifference. Qin Yun laughed, looking sideways at him. I searched for you in Henan for a long time. Her simple words inexplicably pressured Fang Zhou. He thought, I left Henan because you were looking for me, sister. But he said, I changed my SIM card and job. It's normal you couldn't find me. Why didn't you contact me? Are you that afraid of me? They reached the volleyball court, and Qin Yun knelt to check the sand while speaking. Though she smiled, Fang Zhou sensed no joy in her words. Fang Zhou felt immense pressure. The day had finally come. Rather than avoiding Qin Yun, it was better to clear things up early to prevent future issues in the show. I never initiate contact with exes, no exceptions. You're no different, Qin Yun. The annoying sea breeze brushed against Fang Zhou's face, not too light, not too heavy, but enough to stir his heart. From the moment he saw Qin Yun yesterday, Fang Zhou knew that sooner or later, he would have to face her. Even if he didn't seek out Qin Yun, she would come to find him, just like she did earlier. If there was no opportunity, she would create one. When Fang Zhou said, I never initiate contact with exes, no exceptions, Qin Yun laughed. She picked a small plastic bag fragment from the sand and said leisurely, you unilaterally initiated the breakup, I never agreed. She raised her phoenix eyes to look at Fang Zhou, seemingly full of affection. As long as I haven't agreed to the breakup, it doesn't count. Fang Zhou had anticipated her saying this, his face remaining calm. I initiated our relationship, so it's reasonable for me to initiate the breakup. I admit, breaking up over the phone was inappropriate, but what happened at that time was too overwhelming. I couldn't calmly face you. Sorry, Qin Yun. Fang Zhou's attitude was sincere, his words earnest, genuinely apologizing to Qin Yun. But Qin Yun shook her hair, not accepting the apology. She turned in another direction, continuing to search through the sand for trash. The one who should apologize is me. I lost my mind and scared you, but it's because I loved you too much. She casually mentioned love, not even looking at Fang Zhou, but he didn't doubt the credibility of her words. He just felt that Qin Yun's understanding of love was skewed. You're wrong, that wasn't love, it was possessiveness. Your feelings for me are like a woman's for clothes and cosmetics, or a child's for toys. You don't truly love me, Qin Yun. Something in Fang Zhou's words seemed to provoke Qin Yun. Her movements stopped, and her eyes, covered by her falling hair, hid an unknown storm. Fang Zhou saw Qin Yun squatting, thinking his words had made her reflect, so he left her alone and moved to another area to check. No. Qin Yun's soft rebuttal reached Fang Zhou's ears. I'm not possessive, she continued. Fang Zhou frowned, thinking, you can't reason with a Yandere, they have their own logic that makes no sense. Glancing around, he saw the cameraman approaching, along with the others who had finished their breakfast. He decided to stay silent, saying only, no matter what, our breakup is a fact. I'm not worth your obsession. People need to look forward. With that, he closed his mouth, finding a piece of a soda can pull tab. We're here. Qi Eli, now changed into more suitable clothing, waved his arms as he led the group over. Fang Zhou turned to see a sight for sore eyes. The female guests wore bikinis, showing off long legs, while the male guests were in cool attire, some even shirtless. Compared to them, Fang Zhou and Qin Yun's short-sleeved sportswear looked conservative. Sunshine, beach, handsome men, and beautiful women complemented each other. The barrage of comments began to scream. Ah, this show knows me too well. Oh my god, Ceci's figure is amazing. Even as a woman, I'm tempted. Not to mention, Qi Eli really has an 8-pack and a V-line. My god, I can't imagine how happy I'd be if I were a female guest. Qin Yun timely closed her mouth, lifting her head with a perfect smile, as if the earlier downcast person wasn't her. Though she said nothing more, in her heart, she silently told Fang Zhou, you are not my past, you will only be my present and future. Let me ask, does anyone here not know how to play volleyball? If you don't, you need to practice first. Qin Yun's gentle smile caught the attention of a couple of male guests. Immediately, Qiao Cici, Tang Wan, and Lu Hao raised their hands. I don't know how. Me neither. Me too. Qi Li's eyes lit up, offering to train them, and everyone happily agreed they needed some warm-up. Before the beach volleyball officially began, Qi Li taught the group how to bump and spike for about 10 minutes. According to the directors, beach volleyball required two-person teams, with one team winning and the other losing. The losing team had to gather bananas, mangoes, and other fruits from the island for the winning team. In short, the losers had to work while the winners enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Teams were assigned by drawing lots, and Fang Zhou was paired with Han Shi. Their opponents were Qiao Sisi and Qi Li. The first match featured Qin Yun and Dong Donghui against Sun Haoshan and Tang Wan. Qin Yun, always fond of sports, was a former school volleyball team member, though she rarely played beach volleyball. Her jumps, bumps, and spikes were fluid and seamless. Dong Donghui could only stay in the background, ensuring no mistakes. Under such fierce attacks, the opponents couldn't defend, losing 3 games in less than 20 minutes. Next was Fang Zhou's match. Qiao Sisi removed her sunglasses and tied her hair into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead as she faced Fang Zhou. I'm not very good, so don't be too harsh. Don't worry, we won't let you lose too badly. Han Shi replied, making everyone laugh. Qi Li squinted, issuing a challenge, don't be so sure. We might win. Fang Zhou smiled, let's see. Han Shi's confidence came from not only herself but also Fang Zhou. He was a former school volleyball team member, tall and a prize winner. Han Shi used to play volleyball with Fang Zhou during breaks, maintaining their synergy. When the game started, everyone's attention was drawn to Fang Zhou and Han Shi. Whoa, Fang Zhou's even more intense than Qin Yun, who can take his spikes without risking their life. Not to mention, Han Shi's first hits are really skilled. Their coordination is insane. It's like they've practiced together before. Shipping Han Zhou CP? Cool mature lady X tall volleyball player. Han Shi, let's show them what we've got. Fang Zhou called out, readying himself for the serve. Fang Zhou and Han Shi won 2 consecutive matches. During the break, Han Shi's cheeks were flushed, and her usual aloofness seemed to have softened. The joy of impending victory had lifted her spirits, and she turned to Fang Zhou, saying, "You're amazing." Fang Zhou was startled for a moment, then accepted the compliment from his ex with ease. When he was with Han Shi, she had never praised him. Whether it was the candlelight dinner he spent hours preparing or the meticulously designed couple rings, Han Shi had never given him a sincere compliment. Fang Zhou used to love her and understood she was an introverted person who wasn't good at expressing her feelings, so he never minded. But today, on the beach volleyball court, Han Shi actually praised him. However, the belated compliment was ultimately too late. Fang Zhou's inner joy wasn't obvious. He knew that if Han Shi had praised him more during their relationship, they might not have broken up so quickly. Shortly after the third match started, an accident occurred. As Han Shi spiked the ball over the net, it hit Qiao Sisi, causing her to fall to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Everyone hurried over to check on her. "Sisi, are you okay? Are you hurt? Is your arm scraped?" Han Shi stood frozen for a moment, then looked at Fang Zhou in a panic. Her usually cold eyes finally showed signs of distress. It was as if she was telling Fang Zhou, "What should I do? I didn't mean to." This was Han Shi's habit. Whenever she encountered a problem she found difficult to solve, she would seek Fang Zhou's help. At this moment, Han Shi was no longer the decisive CEO in the company but a woman lost in a storm, clinging to Fang Zhou like her only lifeline. This stark contrast gave Fang Zhou a strange sense of satisfaction and pride. He knew it was wrong, but he still felt pleased that Han Shi sought his help first. This must be the damned male chauvinism at work. TLN, excessive or prejudiced support for one's own cause or group, in particular male prejudice against women. Fang Zhou gave her a reassuring look, then walked over and whispered, "It's okay, let's go check on her." Everyone was chattering around Qiao Sisi, while Han Shi stood outside like a child who had done something wrong, apologizing to Qiao Sisi. "Sisi, I'm sorry." Qi Li suddenly looked up and shouted at Han Shi, "Why did you hit so hard? Sisi is so delicate. Do you want to hurt her?" Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow, almost forgetting Qiao Sisi's other persona in the entertainment industry, the delicate little white flower. However, that persona was just a facade. In reality, Qiao Sisi was a drama queen with a fragile ego. Based on his understanding of Qiao Sisi, it was likely that after losing 2 rounds, she felt unstable and didn't want to lose too badly, so she put on an act to concede. Fang Zhou pulled Han Shi behind him and said in a deep voice, "Getting injured in sports is normal. There's no need to be so harsh on Han Shi." Qi Li's anger flared up, and he stood up, roaring at Fang Zhou, "What do you mean it's normal to get injured? Do you want Sisi to get hurt? I didn't mean that. Don't twist my words." The two stood facing each other, ready to fight at any moment. The barrage of comments was already celebrating. "Fight? Fight? I love watching the drama. Oh, poor Sisi, just learned volleyball and got hurt. So heartbreaking. Is that Ice Queen CEO jealous of our Sisi? She hit so hard. Hey, come on, what could Han Shi be jealous of? Don't be biased. Han Shi has fans too." The comments were livelier than the scene itself. Qiao Sisi wiped her tears and said softly, "I'm fine. Since we're going to lose anyway, let's not continue." Her gaze lingered on Fang Zhou, seeing his brown eyes that seemed to see through everything. Her heart skipped a beat, and she didn't dare delay any longer. With Chu Xinran's help, she stood up and smiled at Han Shi. "It's not your fault, Han Shi. I'm just too weak." Han Shi, having been yelled at for no reason, felt terrible and sat down to rest. Everyone pulled Fang Zhou and Qi Eli apart, and Sun Haoshan happily played the mediator. Both sides shook hands and made peace. After this incident, the barrage went wild. Qi Eli is such a loyal puppy for Sissy, wonder if he'll get the girl in the end. Haha, Qi Eli looks like a hot-headed sheep. If he ends up like that, it'll be hilarious. Fang Zhou is quite man, standing up for his teammate like that. Didn't expect this mixed show of amateurs and stars to be so entertaining. The remaining matches were played cautiously, likely due to Qiao Sisi's example. Winners were quickly decided. The winners lay on the sun loungers provided by the show, while the losers had to go pick fruit. The stark contrast in treatment made Dong Donghui sigh. You really have to be a winner in life. Lu Hao, laughing, teased him, Dong Ji, you're already the general manager of the Asia region. Isn't that winning? Dong Donghui, lying on the lounger, kicked his feet and glanced at Han Shi, implying, I still haven't found my true love, so it doesn't count. Han Shi had been silent since sitting down, her face gloomy, like a sealed gourd. Others thought she was playing it cool, but Fang Zhou knew she was sulking. Han Shi's natural cold face made her look angry when she wasn't talking. When truly angry, her mouth corners turned down. Fang Zhou knew the recent incident had affected her. She tended to get stomachaches when angry. If she had a stomachache and couldn't eat, people might think she was retaliating against Qiao Sisi. Qiao Sisi had many young, impulsive fans, and the fan culture was really disgusting. Han Shi might get cyberbullied by her fans. Thinking this, Fang Zhou grabbed a bottle of water and sat beside Han Shi, talking to her. Don't take it to heart. It wasn't your fault. Han Shi's body stiffened, and she turned to look at Fang Zhou, her eyes saying, who said I'm taking it to heart? Fang Zhou couldn't help but laugh, teasing, yes, President Han, all you have left is a stiff mouth. For some reason, this struck a chord with Han Shi. She raised her hand and hit Fang Zhou, angrily saying, you're the one with a stiff mouth. After some playful banter, she finally calmed down. Fang Zhou sighed, comforting an ex is a skill. In the forest, Qiao Sisi walked alongside Tang Wan, Sun Haoshan, and Qi Eli. They were on their way to pick bananas. This was a small island in Hainan, where tropical fruits like bananas and mangoes were abundant. The production team had made arrangements with the locals, so the guests could pick as much as they wanted without worry. The two men led the way, with the two women following behind. Qiao Sisi hadn't said much since her fall earlier, still looking somewhat unhappy. Her mind kept replaying the scene from before and Fang Zhou's gaze. Did he think she did it on purpose? Intentionally got hit by the ball and acted pitiful to gain sympathy? He must have thought that. Fang Zhou's look said it all. Qiao Sisi picked a blade of grass and began to tear it into pieces, feeling quite irritated. Damn Fang Zhou, scolding me for a woman he just met. It made her furious. He better comfort me, or I'll never speak to him again? Tang Wan, noticing her silence, knew she was angry and took the initiative to ask, Sisi, does it still hurt? Maybe you shouldn't carry anything later. Qiao Sisi snapped back to reality, gratefully saying, I'm fine. I can manage. Don't think I'm that weak. Thanks to Tang Wan's reminder, Qiao Sisi finally realized that there were cameras following them. She forced herself to smile and resumed her cheerful demeanor. Qi Eli, seeing her perk up, joined in the conversation. Sisi, what's your favorite fruit? Cherries or strawberries? Qiao Sisi turned to look at him. Qi Eli was quite good-looking and had been very attentive. For an ordinary girl, he'd be a great choice. Unfortunately, Qiao Sisi's heart was set on someone else. She smiled and shook her head gently, neither. Then what fruit do you like? Qiao Sisi pointed to the bananas not far away. Those bananas look pretty good. The banana trees in the distance were tall and straight, with clusters of bananas hanging pleasingly. Back on the beach, some were bored and had started bragging and chatting. Leading the conversation were Lu Hao and Dong Donghui. One was a voice actor, and the other a fashion magazine manager, both knowing plenty of gossip. Though they spoke cryptically in front of the cameras, everyone listened intently. In the voice acting world, the most famous scandal is probably that certain voice actor who ran off with the money. Lu Hao's animated storytelling caught everyone's interest. What happened? Were you affected too? Tell us more. This sounds interesting. Everyone was excited, eager to hear more, including the live stream audience. Marketing accounts sometimes had gossip, but often it was baseless, so no one believed it. Nothing beats hearing it straight from the source. Fang Zhou, though not bragging, was sitting and listening while sipping a drink Han Shi had given him. As he drank, he felt a cool gaze on him. Looking towards the source, he saw Qin Yun, her eyes on his drink, seemingly asking, is it good? Fang Zhou avoided her gaze, turned in another direction, and joined the conversation to avoid her. Qin Yun, amused by his actions, shifted her gaze to Han Shi. Although Han Shi's face remained cold, her eyes had clearly changed. The regret and frustration from earlier were gone, replaced by joy and relaxation. It was obvious that Fang Zhou had played a part in this. Fang Zhou indeed had the ability to lift someone's spirits with just a few words. It seemed Han Shi had a special place for him too. Han Shi, being sensitive, quickly noticed Qin Yun's gaze. She looked up and saw the complex emotions in Qin Yun's eyes, curiosity, contemplation, and perhaps a hint of jealousy. How could that be? She and Qin Yun had no connection. This thought quickly left Han Shi's mind. Unable to figure it out, she decided to ask directly. Why are you looking at me? Qin Yun quickly concealed her emotions and smiled. I was wondering, what's your lipstick shade today? It looks really nice. Han Shi nodded in understanding. Armani 405. Want to see? She took out the tomato red lipstick from her bag, holding it up. Girls always have endless topics to talk about, and sharing lipstick shades is common. Qin Yun was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered. She also took out a lipstick, identical to Han Shi's. I have this too. It's my ex-boyfriend's favorite shade. Qin Yun seemed unfazed discussing her ex on a dating show. The live stream audience erupted. Ah, they have the same lipstick. OMG, I have the same shade too. It's really flattering. Am I the only one bothered that Qin Yun still has a lipstick her ex liked? Seems like she hasn't moved on. Han Shi was also surprised, exclaiming, what a coincidence. Me too. Her usually aloof face showed rare astonishment. What a coincidence. Because this was the lipstick Fang Zhou had given her. After finishing the first tube, she bought another herself. With Fang Zhou right there, Han Shi couldn't help but glance at him. He was chatting animatedly with the other men, oblivious to their conversation. Han Shi didn't think much of it since popular lipsticks are limited to a few brands and shades. It was normal to have overlaps. Qin Yun, seeing this, gripped her lipstick tightly, glanced at Fang Zhou, and quickly looked away, whispering, what a coincidence. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes hiding the emotions within. Could it really be such a coincidence? Qin Yun asked herself. And just now, Han Shi's gaze towards that man was filled with unmistakable emotion, clearly visible in the sunlight. For some reason, the sun seemed glaring and harsh, burning her skin, almost like her heart was in the afternoon. Everyone enjoyed food and drinks, played volleyball, and fished on the beach. Time flew by, and night quickly fell over the island. Tonight, Fang Zhou could finally sleep in the small villa. Everyone else also moved into the small villa. However, with a limited number of rooms, not enough for all 10 guests, some had to share. The other male guests, understanding that Fang Zhou and Sun Haoshan had slept in a cave the night before, kindly offered them the 2 single rooms. Fang Zhou naturally settled into his small room, opened his laptop, and started a live stream. He hadn't streamed for the 2 days since arriving on the island. For a washed-up streamer like him, a 2-day break didn't matter. Plus, his contract with that stingy manager had just expired, giving him a chance to rest. But a week ago, a wealthy fan named Michuan Kokoko had gifted him 10 rockets. She had also scheduled a gaming session with him. Tonight, the show had no additional activities, leaving the guests to their own devices. This meant the male guests could invite their favorite female guests for activities like a beach walk or heart-to-heart talk. Some even chose to play guitar, sing, or dance in the hall. Before entering his room, Fang Zhou saw someone inviting Qin Yun and Chu Xinran. He didn't pay attention to who it was. Barely 3 minutes into his stream, Michuan Kokoko's ID appeared in the chat. Fang Zhou Gag, you're finally streaming. The wealthy fan seemed very happy, bustling around Fang Zhou's stream. If she were visible, she'd probably be bouncing with joy. Fang Zhou smiled softly and called her on the mic. Ready for some games? Log in. Yes, I'm logging in now. The wealthy fan was quick, logging in within 3 minutes. Apparently, she had been practicing during Fang Zhou's absence, showing significant improvement. Unlike her previous quick defeats, she now knew to find cover and wait for Fang Zhou to clear the enemies. Fang Zhou flawlessly played the role of a booster, letting Michuan Kokoko loot first and taking the lead in battles to clear obstacles and opponents. He even took her to chase airdrops, giving her a taste of speed and excitement. After 3 rounds, Fang Zhou called for a break, poured himself a glass of water, and glanced at his stream. To his surprise, there were thousands of viewers online. Moreover, many had sent gifts, cheering him on. Fang Zhou rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was seeing things. No way. When was the last time his stream had so many viewers? At least half a year? Even his guild contract was about to be downgraded, with no sign of resurgence. Yet today, nearly 30,000 viewers? Fang Zhou quickly returned to his seat, put on his headset, and cleared his throat to welcome everyone. Welcome to Fang Zhou's stream. What a lucky day to have so many viewers. The stream chat buzzed with responses. Bro, we came from the dating show stream. Your gaming skills are impressive. Yet, I wanted to see how much of the former Gun King skills remain. Turns out, you're still strong. Refollowed. I'll be watching your games from now on. Seeing the barrage of comments, Fang Zhou realized these viewers came from the dating show. Being a guest on the show had brought attention. This was an unexpected bonus for Fang Zhou. If he could seize this opportunity, he might soar to new heights and reclaim his former glory. Excited, he thanked everyone for their support, while contemplating something. Should he sign with another guild while he had this surge in popularity? Signing with a guild would mean stable traffic and guaranteed income. But if the next guild turned out to be as unreliable as the last, it would be another headache. This thought quickly left his mind. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch on. It was too early to decide. He decided to finish the stream and think about it later. Fang Zhou nodded to himself, ready to resume gaming with the wealthy fan, when a knock sounded at the door. Knock, 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 knock. The crisp sound was hard to ignore. Fang Zhou paused the game to answer the door, thinking it might be another male guest needing something. To his surprise, Han Shi stood at the door. Her cold and distant aura was even more pronounced in the summer night. Do you need something? Fang Zhou asked, a bit surprised. Han Shi looked equally surprised upon seeing Fang Zhou. It's you? Isn't this Jiao Sisi's room? She had knocked on the wrong door. Fang Zhou shrugged, showing her the room's setup. Clearly, this is my room. Han Shi oed and raised the red flower oil and fruit plate in her hands. I was going to give these to her. Fang Zhou glanced at the items, indeed red flower oil. But since Jiao Sisi had no external injuries, it wouldn't be much help. He decided to be honest. She doesn't seem to have external injuries, so she probably doesn't need the oil. If she were hurt, her manager would have rushed over immediately. Don't worry. Han Shi nodded, thoughtfully. True. If she's on a date, I'd be interrupting. Do you want some? Her slender eyes were fixed on Fang Zhou, seemingly both intentional and casual. Fang Zhou raised an eyebrow, surprised that the usually unthoughtful CEO would one day offer him fruit. This was unexpected. Maybe out of a sense of past compensation, Fang Zhou nodded. Sure, thanks for the thought. He reached out to take the fruit, but Han Shi dodged his hand and walked in through the open door. Okay, then you can put it on the table. I have something to do. Fang Zhou didn't mind her, sitting back down to continue gaming with the wealthy fan. Han Shi had hoped Fang Zhou would react to her entering his room. However, he remained focused on his computer, not sparing her a glance, which made her a bit angry. After a few deep breaths, she couldn't resist checking his computer to see if he was still playing the same game. As she approached, she heard a soft female voice through his headset. Fang Zhou gag, hurry up for the next game. Han Shi's face immediately darkened. So, it was with another girl. Fang Zhou turned back to his game, calling out to his fan, ready for another round. The neatly arranged fruit on the plate went untouched. The cold and aloof woman stood behind Fang Zhou, silently watching him stream while gaming with another girl. The temperature around her seemed to drop. On the game screen, the two were in a duo queue, a man and a woman throwing snowballs at each other, having a great time. Because she was close, Han Shi could hear the woman teaming with Fang Zhou, her soft and sweet voice calling him Gag. Fang Zhou Gag, have I improved a lot? He. Fang Zhou responded patiently, yes, you're actually quite talented at this game. You've improved faster than any other girl I've coached. Of course, the latter part was obviously a lie. As a game streamer, he had coached countless fans and couldn't remember who was good or bad. He said it just to make her happy. After all, she had spent a lot of money in his stream for emotional value. So, he had to do his part. It was a basic courtesy for a streamer. The wealthy fan laughed happily at the compliment. Oh, stop flattering me, or I'll float away, ha ha ha. The viewers in the stream also laughed. Ha ha ha, this girl is so naive and easy to fool. Her voice is so sweet. She must be a cute and soft girl. I love it. Ha ha ha, I've heard the streamer say this at least 5 times. Can't believe someone actually buys it. Fang Zhou also laughed. As long as the fans were happy, he was happy. But to Han Shi, it looked like a sweet interaction. She even felt there were pink bubbles around Fang Zhou. Why can you interact so naturally with other women in front of me, but won't even look at me? Am I that repulsive to you, Fang Zhou? Han Shi's eyes darkened, her aura becoming more gloomy. Her nails dug into her palms to keep her composure. Her gaze shifted from the computer screen to Fang Zhou. With no proper gaming chair in the room, he was sitting on a cold, hard plastic stool. Yet, he sat there cheerfully for hours. Images flashed through Han Shi's mind. When she was with Fang Zhou, he was also streaming. Back then, Fang Zhou was very popular, dominating his games section with many viewers every session. Han Shi didn't understand games, but she could see the excitement in Fang Zhou's eyes. Initially, she didn't mind Fang Zhou streaming and let him be. But as time passed, her feelings for Fang Zhou deepened, and she began thinking about their future. As the CEO of her company, her marriage partner had to match her in resources and status. At that time, Han Shi didn't think Fang Zhou, as a game streamer, would gain her family's approval. So, they had a fierce argument, which became the trigger for their breakup. Memories like fleeting clouds passed through Han Shi's mind as she listened to Fang Zhou interact with another woman. Suddenly, she felt a tightness in her chest, making it hard to breathe. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Why would Fang Zhou rather give up a bright future with me to remain a game streamer? Looking at the exposed neck of the man in front of her, it suddenly seemed glaring, igniting a strange urge to destroy everything. Dark emotions grew in Han Shi's mind, like vines with tendrils ready to strangle the man before her. We won. Fang Zhou had just won another game with the wealthy fan when he felt a chill. Turning around, he saw Han Shi still in his room and looked at her with puzzled eyes. He asked with his eyes, "Why are you still here?" Han Shi instantly understood his unspoken question, feeling a rush of blood and a blank mind. "You're so eager to get rid of me." Her cold voice echoed in the room, and because of their proximity, it also reached his microphone. The stream exploded. Damn, there's a woman's voice. This late, and there's a woman with him. Sounds like a female guest. Are they dating off camera? Someone's secretly dating but doesn't want it known. Smells like gossip. The wealthy fan's confused voice came through the headset. Who's talking? Fang Zhou was also shocked, not expecting Han Shi to speak suddenly. He quickly muted his streaming mic and game voice chat, then stood up. "I wasn't trying to kick you out. I just thought you're usually busy and wouldn't have time to watch me game." Everyone in the show had their own careers. In their free time, they handled work and personal matters. Like Fang Zhou streaming in his room, he assumed Han Shi had more to deal with. After all, when they were together, she was always busy, even taking calls during dates. That's why Fang Zhou found it strange she stayed to watch him stream. Besides, hadn't she always looked down on gaming? Han Shi took a deep breath, realizing she was not herself. This wasn't like her. And she hadn't come today to argue with Fang Zhou. She forced a smile and said softly, I thought you were kicking me out. For the first time, Han Shi's usually cold face showed a hint of grievance, as if Fang Zhou had wronged her. Fang Zhou's heart skipped a beat, feeling guilty for misunderstanding Han Shi. He gently consoled her, it's my tone that was wrong. Don't be mad. You can stay and watch, but I might not be able to pay attention to you while streaming. Mentioning the stream made Han Shi feel her facade slipping. She looked at the computer and stiffly asked, is that woman your sugar mommy? Fang Zhou glanced at the stream. The screen was filled with gifts from Michuan Kokoko, especially heart castles and heart balloons. He coughed, about to deny it, but Han Shi spoke first. So, you're quite skilled at living off women. With that, Han Shi left the room with her signature cold face, leaving Fang Zhou dumbfounded. No way, sis, at least let me explain. Han Shi came and left inexplicably, leaving Fang Zhou puzzled. He stood there, dumbfounded for a while before closing the door and continuing his stream. Whatever, women are as unpredictable as the sea, you never know what will make them turn. Turning on the mic, Fang Zhou apologized to the viewers. Sorry about that, just had a little situation. He then thanked Michuan Kokoko, thanks for the gifts, but please spend wisely. Although the wealthy fan had previously said she was not a minor, the chat was already buzzing, with everyone asking who the woman who spoke earlier was, hungry for gossip. Fang Zhou felt helpless and decided to reveal the truth. Someone just brought some fruit over, nothing to overthink. His explanation only fueled the viewers' wild imaginations. Oh, was the fruit just for you, or for all the guys? Fang Zhou is quite popular, having female guests come over. Ha ha ha, you're ahead of the others. Seeing this comment, Fang Zhou lightly coughed, thinking to himself, well, there are 4 of my ex-girlfriends here after all. But thinking about Han Shi's earlier expression gave him a headache. This show really had some coincidences. The wealthy fan, still in the stream, finally stopped and started typing in the chat. It's okay, no need to explain. Fang Zhou Gag, do whatever you want. Your fans will always support you. Fang Zhou was taken aback. He used to have fans who supported him like this, but they had all drifted away. He smiled, ready to move past this topic and continue gaming with her. Just then, the stream's gift effects went crazy, filling the screen continuously. Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli sent 99 carnivals. Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli sent 99 hearts of the universe. Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli sent 99 rockets. Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli sent 99 heart castles. Fang Zhou's smile froze on his face, stunned by the dazzling effects on the screen. Damn, am I seeing things? Whose rich daughter is spending this much? Won't she get killed for this? The chat was also going wild, rows of shocked comments flashing by. Damn, this is the most dazzling stream effect I've ever seen. This level rivals top streamers, and they have multiple big spenders. This Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli is like 10 big spenders in one. Oh my god, what wealthy fan is this? Do you need a cyber bodyguard? Sis, look at me, I'm an 18-year-old athlete, just turned 18. Due to this wave of gifts, Fang Zhou's stream was pushed across the entire platform, triggering the automatic red packet mechanism, drawing in tens of thousands more viewers. Fang Zhou's stream quickly ranked in the platform's top 3, being promoted to the homepage. Many people entering the platform noticed this booming stream and clicked in, creating a cycle that drew in more viewers. Including previous viewers, the count reached 200,000. Fang Zhou was stunned for a while before coming to his senses, quickly thanking, thank you, Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli, for the gifts. Welcome to all new viewers. Give a follow to the top supporter, thank you. Originally, Michuan Kokoko was the most generous fan Fang Zhou thought he'd encounter this year. Unexpectedly, another even more lavish fan appeared. Having 200,000 concurrent viewers was something Fang Zhou hadn't seen in a long time. He was so excited his hands trembled. Yuankai Ji, do you want to play a game? I can play with you. Fang Zhou had already switched to calling Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli Ji, sister. Whether she was a sister or not, calling her affectionately wasn't wrong. This was the top supporter? Compared to the lively atmosphere in Fang Zhou's room, a woman in the nearby room sat on the bed, coldly smiling at her phone. Her phone displayed Fang Zhou's stream. It was none other than Han Shi, who had just left Fang Zhou's stream. Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli was also her. Noticing Fang Zhou's stream name earlier, she downloaded the platform and registered an account to send gifts. She coldly looked at Michuan Kokoko's anime avatar in the corner, thinking, so what if it's about sending gifts? Anyone can. Hearing Fang Zhou call her Yuan-ji, Sister Yuan, more gently than he had spoken to her in the room, Han Shi whispered, you haven't called me Ji in a long time. She was 28, 2 years older than Fang Zhou. When they were dating, Fang Zhou would call her Ji playfully. They were really happy back then, one cold and one warm, like a perfect match. Han Shi moved her fingers and replied on the screen. Yuankai Girl Zhu Gangli, I don't play games, just chat with me. Her reply quickly got lost in the flood of comments, but Fang Zhou, with sharp eyes, saw it. He was puzzled, if she doesn't play games, why spend so much money? Estimating roughly, Fang Zhou figured he'd make at least 100,000 yuan tonight. TLN, $14,000. Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli had probably spent over 200,000. TLN, $28,000. Spending that much just to chat? Fang Zhou couldn't help but worry, hoping it wasn't for a private one-on-one chat. Although he was short on money, Fang Zhou still had principles. Some money wasn't worth earning. Sure, we can chat about anything, G. I'll chat with you till dark. I can too. Sis, you're so beautiful, you must have many people to chat with. I'll queue up in Paris. The chat quickly responded to Han Shi. Fang Zhou was amused and helpless, noticing Michuan Kokoko had left the stream. He felt a pang of panic. Did the wealthy fan get angry? But he didn't have any contact details for her and didn't know where to find her, so he decided to explain next time. After all, Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli had given so much. When the top supporter wanted to chat, Fang Zhou had to comply. He cheerfully said, "UNG, what do you want to talk about? Although I'm not knowledgeable about astronomy or geography, I've dabbled in common areas." Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli, relationships. When it came to relationships, Fang Zhou immediately got excited. He thought, is she treating me like a relationship expert? Thinking about it, although he wasn't a professional, he had been in many relationships and could give some constructive advice. Confidently smiling, Fang Zhou said loudly, "No problem, you can ask anything, and I'll help you out." Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli, I want to win back my ex-boyfriend, any advice? The viewers in the stream sensed some gossip and eagerly watched. Did the wealthy fan get hurt in love? I don't mind taking in a heartbroken girl. Oh, damn, who would dare make G sad? I'll find him and beat him up. What's so great about an ex-boyfriend? G, you can find anyone you want. Why go back to an ex? Did he save the galaxy in his past life? Fang Zhou took a deep breath, surprised that such a wealthy woman would want to win back her ex-boyfriend. Life is indeed full of unexpected events. His mind quickly worked, and he came up with a few methods. Don't worry, G. A woman pursuing a man is like a piece of cake. I'll definitely help you get him back. Fang Zhou lifted his cup to drink water but realized it was empty. So, he reached out and grabbed a piece of mango Han Shi had cut earlier, tossing it into his mouth. Chewing a couple of times, he continued, winning a man over boils down to 2 tricks, catering to his interests and being sincere. Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli responded with 2 words, is that so? Compared to her calmness, the other viewers in the stream couldn't stop laughing. Why does the streamer sound so experienced in winning men over? It seems like he's got a lot of practice. Ha ha ha, but he's right. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon, especially for a devoted wealthy fan. Seeing the first comment, Fang Zhou quickly clarified, hey, I'm not experienced in winning men over. The techniques for winning over women can also be applied here. Then he began to talk at length. Catering to his interests means you need to match his preferences in appearance and hobbies. Start with what he likes. Oh, and here's another tip for you, G. Show some vulnerability and use the power of memories to remind him of the good times you had together. While Fang Zhou's voice continued from the phone, Han Shi's thoughts drifted far away. The good times they had? There were some, but not many. Back then, Han Shi was busy with work, often working overtime and rarely paying attention to Fang Zhou. If she had to count, even going to the gym with him was a good memory. Thinking about this made Han Shi feel a bit chilly inside. She realized she had been unappreciative of her happiness. This strengthened her resolve to win back Fang Zhou. Han Shi greeted everyone, left the stream, and called her assistant. Hello, find me a game coach. I want to learn to play XX game within a week and reach a level where I won't hold anyone back. On Fang Zhou's end, he didn't know why the top supporter suddenly left, but he didn't think much of it and continued streaming a few more games to solidify his fan base. Before he knew it, it was 11:30 p.m. He had to get up early tomorrow to cook breakfast with Xiao Sisi. After ending the stream, he picked up his cup to drink water, only to remember it was empty. He needed to go to the first floor to get water. He moved quickly to the first floor. The hall was silent, with no one around as everyone had probably gone to bed. Even the lights were off to save electricity. Fang Zhou turned on a wall lamp and went to the kitchen to get water from the dispenser. Maybe it was because today's beach volleyball was too tiring, or because he hadn't taken a nap, his mind was a bit foggy, and he didn't notice someone standing in the corner. He only realized it when he turned around after filling his cup. Qin Yun was standing there, watching him with a half-smile. Fang Zhou was startled and couldn't help but ask, why do you walk so silently? Qin Yun waved her hand, a bit helpless, if you have a clear conscience, you won't fear ghosts knocking at your door. Is it my fault? Fang Zhou's eyebrows twitched. Not wanting to get entangled with her, he shook his head and prepared to leave. However, Qin Yun was standing at the corner between the cabinet and the table, making it impossible to get out without going past her. Fang Zhou walked over, but she didn't move, her eyes fixed on him. Excuse me, please. Fang Zhou had to speak, only for Qin Yun to lean to the side, reaching for something on the cabinet, seemingly trying to get the coffee. You can pass. I'm not stopping you. There was indeed space beside her to pass. Fang Zhou didn't doubt her and tried to pass. As he brushed past Qin Yun, she suddenly turned, blocking the only way out, their bodies tightly pressed together like interlocking pieces. Qin Yun's hand rested on Fang Zhou's arm, her eyes staring directly at him. Why aren't you asleep yet? Thinking about someone? Qin Yun asked softly, her eyes shimmering, hinting at something. The warmth from their contact gradually increased, the heat from Qin Yun's soft fingers slowly climbing up Fang Zhou's face, making him feel exceedingly hot. To make things worse, Qin Yun was wearing a camisole night dress, its thin straps barely holding her ample chest. The softness pressed directly against Fang Zhou, leaving him nowhere to retreat. Something in the air was spreading, slowly eroding reason. Even worse, Qin Yun was inching closer to Fang Zhou, her rosy lips like sweet fruit waiting to be picked, incredibly tempting. Fang Zhou's breath quickened, his mind filled with past intimate moments with Qin Yun. Which hot-blooded man could resist such a tease? Are you thinking about me? The warm breath in Fang Zhou's ear was like a seductive enchantress. In the narrow kitchen aisle, two people squeezed in. During this summer night, anything that touched would heat up, let alone two bodies. Fang Zhou felt a wave of heat coming from where their bodies touched, almost knocking him out. Let me through. He tried to move his feet, but Qin Yun stood there, motionless, like a fragile glass doll that would shatter at any movement, making him afraid to move recklessly. He could only tilt his head back and reach out to push her head away. Heh. Qin Yun chuckled softly, breaking free from his hand. The fingers on his arm began to tap lightly, like playing a piano. What if I don't let you? Her eyes were phoenix-shaped, with slightly upturned corners, now resembling a fox's, capable of captivating anyone in the dim light. Ripples of water seemed to speak, pulling people into her eyes. Qin Yun looked like a luxurious and dazzling porcelain piece, attracting people to flock to her. Are you that afraid of me? I am not. Fang Zhou's voice turned hoarse, his mind becoming even more muddled, like wrapped in fog, making it hard to think. He could only stare at Qin Yun, this earthly flower blooming as if solely to attract him. Really not? Let me hear what your heart says. Qin Yun continued to get closer, her rosy lips almost touching his chest. A fragrance from her hair spread, making him subconsciously lower his guard. Looking at the alluring woman in front of him, Fang Zhou admitted, his heart did flutter. The pleasant memories of their past together also attacked him, trying to make him lose his mind. However, a scene flashed in his mind, a frail, pale girl tied to a chair, eyes closed and unconscious, like a bound butterfly. A curly-haired woman in a white coat stood in front of her, holding a sharp scalpel, comparing it to the girl's face while muttering, "Which part seduced Fang Zhou? Where should I start?" Her tone was gentle, but her hand movements were not hesitant at all. A flood of fear surged in Fang Zhou's heart, drowning any romantic thoughts. Just as Qin Yun was about to touch him, he timely stepped back, distancing himself from her. "Please respect yourself." Fang Zhou's eyes instantly cleared, the ambiguous atmosphere shattered by his words, as if their closeness just now was an illusion. The person who was within reach suddenly became distant. Qin Yun's face froze but quickly recovered, giving him a slightly reproachful look. Then she leisurely said, "You didn't say that when you called me Ayun back then." Indeed, when they were together, Fang Zhou used to call her that. When two people are in love, they can say all sorts of sweet nothings, but times have changed. You know that was back then. Fang Zhou held his cup, the cool touch calming him significantly, his eyes clear, unlike a moment ago. Qin Yun felt a bit disappointed but suppressed her dark thoughts, taking 2 steps back, leaving the corner so he could pass. Fang Zhou quickly walked past, preparing to go upstairs through the hall, but suddenly heard Qin Yun call him. "Are you still mad at me? I didn't mean to." Her voice carried unmistakable guilt. Fang Zhou looked back at her. Qin Yun stood in the darkness, with only her hair illuminated by the kitchen wall lamp. The scene that calmed him earlier reappeared in his mind. The fragile girl with closed eyes, and Qin Yun standing in front of her with a knife, expressionless, like a butcher looking at a pig in a slaughterhouse. If he hadn't arrived in time back then, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That girl was his sister, who was still in high school and didn't often go out, so Qin Yun didn't know about her. Whenever he visited his sister, he would pat her head or hold her hand, which led to Qin Yun's misunderstanding. Qin Yun thought he liked his sister and wanted to cheat on her, almost hurting his sister. To this day, Fang Zhou still remembered the pain he felt then. As the saying goes, liking a yandere is a story, but being liked by a yandere is an accident. Fang Zhou should be grateful his sister wasn't hurt, otherwise, Qin Yun wouldn't be standing calmly in front of him. Some things can't be forgiven just by saying sorry, like footprints in the snow that won't disappear. Fang Zhou's gaze turned cold again. Among the 4 ex-girlfriends in this show, he feared Qin Yun the most. Despite her usual calm and dignified demeanor, once she went crazy, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. A yandere's possessiveness is terrifying. Once they do something extreme, no one can stop them. So, no matter how pitiful Qin Yun acted to gain sympathy, Fang Zhou wouldn't trust her. Qin Yun turned around, her eyes fragile, looking at Fang Zhou with a pleading gaze. "What will it take for you to forgive me? I've already been restraining myself. Even the girlfriends you dated, I let them go. Isn't that enough restraint?" Qin Yun recalled the lipstick Han she took out from her bag during the day and her deeply affectionate gaze at Fang Zhou. Her entire being felt cold, as if frozen in an ice cellar. Han Shi was also Fang Zhou's ex-girlfriend, but she didn't know if it was before or after her. God knows how much restraint Qin Yun had to muster not to confront Han Shi in public. "No, I can't do that. Fang Zhou would be angry." Qin Yun calmed down with this thought. She knew Fang Zhou feared her, so she had to hide her thoughts even better. "I'm willing to conceal all my dark thoughts for you, as long as you come back to me." But Fang Zhou seemed not to hear her, walking straight through the hall and upstairs, leaving Qin Yun alone in the darkness. If someone could see her expression, they might be scared. Because Qin Yun's eyes had changed, filled with deep, dark malice, like a beast kept for decades finally being released from its cage. Fang Zhou, you won't escape me next time, Qin Yun whispered, her eyes gleaming in the dark. As the sky began to lighten, Fang Zhou was already downstairs in the kitchen. The production team had prepared the ingredients, they just needed to be processed. Today was their third day on the island. Previously, breakfast had been mostly quick meals, either sandwiches or bread. Today, Fang Zhou decided to make something different for everyone, fish noodles. The most troublesome part of making fish noodles was simmering the fish soup, and the heat had to be just right. But this was no challenge for Fang Zhou, who often cooked for himself. He first scaled, gutted, and cleaned a fresh crucian carp, then began preparing the other ingredients. Fang Zhou, let me help you. A sweet voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Xiao Sisi, his partner. Today, she wore green overalls, paired with her pink hair, making her a bright and charming sight. Originally, there weren't many viewers watching the live stream around 7 in the morning, as most people were busy getting ready for work or their early commutes. But as soon as Xiao Sisi appeared, the comments section exploded. Ah, Sisi looks so cute today, love it. Is Sisi making breakfast today? Does she even know how? I'm so jealous of these guests, getting to eat breakfast made by a celebrity. Wah, if I had another chance, I would definitely sign up for the dating show to cook with Sisi. Fang Zhou glanced at her briefly before shaking his head and declining. No need, just sit down. Breakfast will be ready soon. Fang Zhou's tone was calm, as if commenting on the weather, giving Xiao Sisi no hint of affection. She bit her lower lip, thinking to herself, why can you talk to me so calmly, as if you don't know me at all? Just when Fang Zhou thought she would sit down, a pair of slender, fair fingers reached out, looking like they came straight out of a comic book. I can do it. Xiao Sisi snatched the garlic he was peeling, quickly finished the job, and then started washing the chilies. Fang Zhou sighed and let her be, turning to fry the fish. He heated the pan, added oil, and fried the fish with swift, steady movements. Xiao Sisi couldn't help but be mesmerized by his actions, slowing down her own tasks. Fang Zhou noticed that the ginger was washed but not yet sliced. He stepped over to slice the green onions, ginger, and garlic, but Xiao Sisi, understanding his intention, quickly picked up the knife. Let me do it. You watch the fish, don't overcook it. Fang Zhou looked at her skeptically, silently questioning, can you do it? He remembered that Xiao Sisi had never been in the kitchen before, and there were no videos online of her cooking. Xiao Sisi responded with quick and skillful knife work, smiling as she said, I'm a celebrity, not incapable of taking care of myself. And what was with that look of doubt, as if she might cut herself? As if she would be foolish enough to catch the knife with her hand? Besides, a hand injury would seriously affect her work. With just a few moves, the comments section was already praising her to the skies. Sisi is really a girl with skillful hands. She's so good at cutting vegetables, it's really charming. Wah, I really want to eat Sisi's cooking. It's making me hungry. I have to say, these two look quite compatible. Standing in the kitchen, they look like an old married couple. Fang Zhou glanced over to make sure Xiao Sisi hadn't cut herself, then flipped the fish. He wasn't being overly cautious, but Xiao Sisi was very delicate. When they used to hang out, even a minor bump would make her cry for a long time, and Fang Zhou had to find various ways to comfort her. If she cut herself, he could already imagine the entire villa being woken up by her cries. Step back a bit. Fang Zhou reached for the ginger slices, but Xiao Sisi grabbed them first, placing them in his hand with a smile. I'm here to assist you. Just tell me what you need. She rarely lowered herself like this. Rather than performing for the cameras, it felt more like she was trying to please Fang Zhou. Given her current status, she didn't need to cater to the audience for views. She was a big draw herself. Fang Zhou suddenly remembered a joke he had made with Xiao Sisi when they were together. Appreciate my cooking now, or you might not even get to assist me in the future. Was it possible Xiao Sisi still remembered that joke? Fang Zhou found it unlikely. She was always busy, memorizing countless lines daily. How could she remember a joke he made? The fish was almost ready. Fang Zhou added the seasonings and then poured in hot water to simmer. The soup needed to be simmered until it turned milky white for the best flavor. He took some rice noodles from the fridge, planning to add some greens for a simple meal. Seeing him preparing another pot for frying eggs, Xiao Sisi washed the greens and set them aside. Wow, what are you cooking? It smells great. This smells like fish soup. Are we having fish soup? By 7:30 a.m., everyone was getting up for breakfast, and they couldn't help but peek into the kitchen at the enticing aroma. Xiao Sisi smiled and announced, yes, Chef Fang Zhou is making fish noodles today. It will be ready soon. As Fang Zhou was about to finish cooking the noodles, Xiao Sisi stepped forward to get bowls and chopsticks. But suddenly, she slipped, and her whole body began to fall to the floor. Fang Zhou, standing right next to her, instinctively caught her, pulling her into his arms. Are you okay? Fang Zhou asked softly, looking down at her. Others in the hall saw this and started teasing. Wow, hero saves the beauty, haha. Xiao Sisi's face turned red, her blush spreading beautifully. She shook her head and stepped out of Fang Zhou's embrace. I just slipped. Fang Zhou wasn't sure if she did it on purpose, so he bypassed her to get the bowls and chopsticks himself. It's fine, there are always water stains in the kitchen. You go sit down, it will be ready soon. Fang Zhou didn't dare let her carry the bowls. If she slipped again, his morning efforts would be ruined. Okay. Blushing, Xiao Sisi sat in the hall, her face full of shy colors, seemingly afraid to meet everyone's eyes. Only she knew in her heart whether that slip was intentional. The fish noodles were ready, served on the table, filling the room with a delicious aroma. Everyone was amazed and praised Fang Zhou's cooking skills. Bro, interested in joining my franchise? With your skills, my chain of restaurants would definitely thrive, Sun Haoshan, a chain restaurant owner, proposed eagerly. Others teased, Son, aren't you afraid Fang Zhou will take over your position as the boss? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, not at all. The position of a boss is for the capable. If he has the skills, he can take it. Sun laughed heartily. The men chatted and laughed, and Fang Zhou joined in with a smile, urging, don't flatter me too much, everyone. Try the fish soup first. If it doesn't suit your taste, I can make you a clear soup instead. Han Shi, with her usual aloof demeanor, was the first to scoop some fish soup and taste it. The fresh and sweet flavor instantly overwhelmed her taste buds, the fish's freshness blending with the soup, warming her hungry stomach and making her whole body feel relaxed. Not bad, it's quite good, Han Shi, usually sparing with her words, gave her praise, prompting everyone else to start eating as well. Indeed, good cooking doesn't lie. One whiff and you know if it tastes good. Xiao Sisi also took a sip, smiling and praising Fang Zhou's culinary skills. It's really delicious, as expected from Chef Fang. If only I could drink this every day, she thought to herself. In the past, when she was with Fang Zhou, she rarely got to eat his cooking. Back then, she was still a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, struggling for her career, spending most of her time on set. Their dates were always on a tight schedule, and she was always the one enjoying the meticulously planned dates by Fang Zhou. That's why she had a deep impression of his cooking skills. Back then, she would lazily cling to Fang Zhou's waist in the kitchen, like a koala, and he would tease her, do your fans know you're this clingy? What did Xiao Sisi say back then? She said, I don't have many fans yet. I'll think about that when I have more. Ironically, her fans did grow, but the man she could rely on wholeheartedly was gone, and even the meals he cooked had to be shared with others. Xiao Sisi glanced at Fang Zhou, who was still busy in the kitchen, and didn't come to eat. She lowered her eyes, hiding her possessiveness under the guise of eating. How can you bear to return to the darkness and endure loneliness after seeing someone as warm as the sun? Most people enjoyed the delicious food, except for one person who hadn't moved. Wearing a light yellow dress, with her beautiful black hair tied back and matched with a same-colored headband, Chu Xinran's pure aura was even more striking. Chu Xinran stared at the fish in her bowl, seemingly calm but with something dark creeping inside her. Fish soup? Why fish? Does Fang Zhou not remember that she's allergic to fish? Or does he want to punish her this way, to test her sincerity? Chu Xinran had been allergic to fish since childhood, avoiding fish and fish products whenever she ate out or at home. The only time she ate fish was after she started dating Fang Zhou. To make her happy, Fang Zhou had cooked a feast in his rented apartment, with a beautifully prepared roasted fish at the center. It was a dish he had put a lot of effort into, with intricate scoring and long marination before careful roasting. Not wanting to disappoint Fang Zhou, Chu Xinran thought a small bite wouldn't hurt. But that bite sent her straight to the hospital. The doctor scolded the young Fang Zhou, you didn't know your girlfriend is allergic to fish? Allergies aren't about the quantity, even a small amount can have severe consequences. Fang Zhou felt immense guilt, apologizing with red eyes and staying by her side in the hospital for 3 days until she was discharged. At that time, Chu Xinran thought, I am the happiest person in the world. However, the more happiness she felt then, the more pain she felt now. Fang Zhou had truly forgotten her fish allergy and forgotten how she had broken out in hives and struggled to breathe in the hospital. Everyone moves forward in life, forgetting past scenes is normal, but Chu Xinran couldn't accept Fang Zhou forgetting something that was a matter of life and death for her. Her inner darkness grew, like a beast slowly revealing its fangs, ready to devour herself and those around her. Everyone was laughing and chatting, but she was falling into endless darkness. The pure white jasmine flower was abandoned in the night, with nothing left to illuminate its world. Xinran, why aren't you eating? Tang Wan gently nudged Chu Xinran's arm, puzzled. She had called Chu Xinran several times, but she seemed to be daydreaming. Tang Wan was worried the fish soup would get cold and not taste as good. At that moment, Chu Xinran's rationality returned. The confusion in her eyes faded, leaving a clear gaze. Of course, I'll eat. How could I miss such a delicious meal? Chu Xinran smiled, picking up her chopsticks to grab the fish. She thought, Fang Zhou, if this is your test for me, then I will gladly accept it. Just as the white fish was about to enter Chu Xinran's mouth, a hand reached out and grabbed her slender wrist. Wait. It was Fang Zhou who stopped her. Everyone turned their gaze towards them, curious about what was happening. Chu Xinran stared at Fang Zhou, seemingly wanting to ask something but unable to. What's wrong, Fang Zhou? Tang Wan asked, puzzled about why he wouldn't let Chu Xinran eat breakfast. Did you forget you're allergic to fish? Fang Zhou took Chu Xinran's chopsticks, placing the fish back in the bowl, and pointed to the kitchen. I made lean meat noodles for you. Go eat that instead. This bowl is mine. I forgot to tell you. His tone and demeanor were natural, showing no other signs. Chu Xinran stood up dazedly, walking a few steps and indeed seeing a steaming bowl of lean meat noodles. The others were curious about how Fang Zhou knew, and he smiled. Xinran told me during dinner the day before yesterday. In reality, it was just an excuse Fang Zhou made up to avoid questions about their past. In an unnoticed corner, the girl in the light yellow dress blinked, a tear falling. So, you didn't forget. After breakfast, everyone took a short break before receiving their next task from the director's team. Good morning, everyone. Today is your third day on the island. By now, you should be familiar with each other and able to work together seamlessly for the upcoming tasks. For today's lunch and dinner, the production team will no longer provide ingredients. You all need to work together and be self-sufficient on the island. Several guests were shocked by this announcement. What? Seriously? There's no food in this wilderness. Does the production team think too highly of us? Before the guests could fully react, the director's voice continued through the broadcast. A friendly reminder, all the spices and tools in the villa are available for use. We wish you all a wonderful day. With that, the director fell silent, leaving the guests staring at each other. The live chat was quickly filled with comments. Ha ha ha, the production team is so cruel. I'm dying of laughter. Has this dating show turned into a survival show? I love it. Can these people even handle it? What if they accidentally start a fire? Someone cleared their throat and cautiously spoke. It's already 10 o'clock. If we want lunch, we should start now. The speaker was Tang Wan, a lawyer with a keen sense of time, always mindful of the clock. Everyone suddenly realized how quickly time had passed. I saw a barbecue grill and fishing gear in the kitchen, Fang Zhou recalled, quickly informing everyone. At least with fishing gear, they could catch fish. Yesterday, we saw wild vegetables on the mountain while picking fruits. Tang Wan, who grew up in a village, recognized some common wild vegetables that could be used as greens. There's also hunting traps and nets here. Chi Eli discovered new tools in the corner of the living room, excitedly informing the others. Xiao Sisi smiled helplessly. The production team really prepared all kinds of tools, ensuring we won't starve. Qin Yun smiled warmly, analyzing softly. People tend to trust those around them more during crises. This false affection is known as the bridge effect. It seemed the production team had put effort into fostering relationships among the guests. Having discovered the tools, everyone stopped waiting for the production team to have a change of heart. Alright, let's form 3 groups. One group will search the mountain for wild vegetables, another will hunt for rabbits or other game, and the remaining group will fish by the sea. Dong Donghui, a natural leader, quickly assigned tasks. Tang Wan, Chi Eli, and Qin Yun went to dig for wild vegetables. Lu Hao, Han Shi, Dong Donghui, and Sun Haoshan went hunting. Fang Zhou, Chu Xinran, and Xiao Sisi went fishing by the sea. Due to the limited time, everyone decided to delay lunch until 2 p.m., giving them enough time to gather and prepare the ingredients. The sea breeze was strong today, and Chu Xinran had to hold down her skirt with her legs to avoid exposure. She held a fishing rod in her hand, waiting idly for a fish to bite. Half an hour ago, Fang Zhou had distributed 3 fishing rods, one for each of them, baited them, and then they started fishing, each on a folding stool. Why haven't we caught anything after all this time? Anglers never come back empty-handed. It should be soon. Wow, the 2 female guests are so beautiful. Just sitting there is a lovely sight. Maybe their fishing was too boring, so even the viewers started entertaining themselves. Fang Zhou seemed to be sitting upright, but he was actually resting with his eyes closed, not worried about catching fish. Just then, his fishing rod began to move. Fang Zhou opened his eyes, gave a strong pull, and the bobber emerged from the water with a fat fish hanging on it. Ah, we caught a fish. Xiao Sisi, who had been watching, couldn't help but shout excitedly, drawing Chu Xinran's attention. Really? I thought there were no fish in this sea. Chu Xinran smiled happily, experiencing the joy of finally reaping the rewards after waiting. Fang Zhou deftly removed the fish and placed it in the bucket, then rebaited the hook and cast the line again. Why haven't ours moved yet? Chu Xinran couldn't help but run over and ask in a sweet voice. Xiao Sisi also looked anxious, casting a hopeful glance, wanting to know when she would catch a fish. Don't worry. Once the first fish is caught, the rest will follow quickly. He reassured the 2 women who had yet to catch anything, finding fishing quite interesting. When you catch nothing, you don't feel too disappointed since the waiting process itself is coming. Chu Xinran nodded, finding the fish in the bucket cute. She couldn't help but squat down and reach out to touch the fish. As soon as she touched the fish's belly, Fang Zhou stopped her. Don't. You might get hurt by the fins. Fang Zhou grabbed her slender wrist to help her up, but suddenly felt something off about the texture of her skin. Looking down, he saw numerous cuts, as if made by a small knife. He was utterly shocked and blurted out, "What is this?" Before he could finish, Chu Xinran pulled down the sleeve of her long dress, covering the scars. Her eyes showed a hint of panic that quickly turned into calmness as she said, "It's nothing, just a small accident." She gently pulled her arm away from Fang Zhou's grasp and returned to her seat without looking back. What happened? Xiao Sisi, curious about their interaction, couldn't help but ask loudly. Fang Zhou shook his head, suppressing his shock, and returned to his seat. Nothing. Keep an eye on your rod. You should get a catch soon. Outwardly calm, Fang Zhou's mind was in turmoil. Chu Xinran said it was an accident, but that was impossible. The scars were both old and new, some just scabbed over. They looked more like self-inflicted wounds with a small knife than accidental or intentional harm by someone else. It's hard to imagine a well-behaved and excellent school belle doing something so irrational. What exactly had Chu Xinran gone through to resort to self-harm? Maybe because his mind was preoccupied, Fang Zhou was distracted during the next half hour of fishing, resulting in 2 fish slipping off the hook. On the other hand, Chu Xinran and Xiao Sisi were quite successful, catching several fish in succession, making them both very happy. They couldn't resist teasing Fang Zhou. Are you even trying? Even the viewers in the livestream started to mock Fang Zhou. Ha ha ha, no way, is Fang Zhou worse at fishing than 2 girls? Man, don't let them say you can't do it. Buddy, get yourself together. Honestly, it feels like the girls are still in some beginner's grace period, catching fish one after another, not bad at all. Fang Zhou shook his head, pushing his earlier thoughts aside, and refocused on fishing. Chu Xinran was already an adult and had to take responsibility for her actions. If he, as an ex-boyfriend, inquired, he'd likely be seen as meddling. I'm just giving you 2 a head start. Fang Zhou finally snapped out of his daze and concentrated on fishing. Before long, he caught 3 fish in quick succession, feeling vindicated. Maybe it was boredom, or the initial excitement had worn off, but Xiao Sisi abandoned her fishing rod, letting it fend for itself, and ran over to Chu Xinran. Xinran, the view over there is great. Let's take some photos. Anyway, we've caught enough fish, especially with Fang Zhou's contribution. It should be enough. Chu Xinran hesitated, glancing at Fang Zhou. Is it okay to leave him alone to fish? It's fine. He won't get mad. Just leave it to him. Xiao Sisi said confidently, her tone suggesting she knew Fang Zhou's temperament well, causing a strange feeling in Chu Xinran. Fang Zhou, calmly waiting for the next fish to bite, looked over at the 2 beautiful women and nonchalantly waved his hand. Go ahead, just stay within my sight. Although the island was unlikely to have any sudden visitors, accidents could happen. Xinran, come on, I need some photos for my social media. Ha ha ha. Xiao Sisi, being a celebrity, regularly needed to post photos on platforms like Douyin, TikTok, and Weibo. Her manager had reminded her to post something, so she thought she'd take some today. Chu Xinran, swayed by Xiao Sisi's begging, nodded gently. All right then. The 2 put down their fishing rods and ran to the nearby rocks by the sea to take photos. The distant blue sky and sea merged into one, with waves occasionally crashing against the rocks. The gentle sea breeze was like a lover's caress, making it easy to get lost in the moment. Chu Xinran opened the camera app on her phone and took a few photos for Xiao Sisi, but the results seemed unsatisfactory. Xinran, can you use my phone instead? Xiao Sisi preferred the photos taken with her own phone, so she suggested it. Sure, my phone is pretty outdated anyway. Ha ha ha. There were important things on it, so she kept it. Chu Xinran didn't mind whose phone was used, knowing her phone's camera was outdated. Hey, isn't your phone from 3 years ago? Xiao Sisi recognized it at a glance, as she was a loyal fan of that brand, always upgrading to the latest flagship model. Yes, I've been using it for 3 years and haven't changed it. Chu Xinran admitted freely, not feeling embarrassed about using a 3-year-old phone. The live chat viewers began sympathizing with her, thinking she couldn't afford a new phone. Poor school belle, can't afford a new phone? I'll buy one for you. Don't flatter yourself. She said it's because of sentimental value. Who do you think you are? Exactly. Phones are so well made now, using one for 3 years isn't odd. Xiao Sisi didn't think much of it, smiling and handing over her phone. Thanks a lot. With that, she ran to the rocks, asking Chu Xinran to take some candid shots or short videos. Since the phone was already unlocked, Chu Xinran immediately saw the wallpaper. It was a photo of a hand holding a rose, full of vitality and tension. The hand in the photo was long and fair, looking sculpted under the sunlight, with distinct joints and a touch of elegance and strength. Chu Xinran's heart skipped a beat, inexplicably feeling that the hand resembled Fang Zhou's. She glanced at Fang Zhou, who was reeling in another fish. His hands, holding the fishing rod, were also slender and well-defined, similar to those in the photo. Quickly, Chu Xinran dismissed the thought. It couldn't be Fang Zhou's. How could there be such a coincidence? Many hands look similar, especially beautiful ones. Moreover, she remembered Fang Zhou had a small red mole on his hand, which wasn't in the photo. Xinran, ready. Xiao Sisi's call brought Chu Xinran back to reality. She smiled and replied, ready, go ahead and move. I'll take some candid shots. Under the lens, Xiao Sisi looked stunning, her makeup flawless, like a little sea sprite. Every photo turned out beautifully, perhaps thanks to her star power. Impossible. How would Fang Zhou even know her? Chu Xinran brushed off her doubts and focused on taking photos for Xiao Sisi. As a star, Xiao Sisi had a great camera presence, with every action and expression full of emotion and sophistication. Because they were taking photos, the cameraman didn't follow too closely, and the livestream viewers could only see the distant scenery. While they admired the beautiful scenery and people, an accident occurred. The rock Xiao Sisi stepped on suddenly loosened, causing her to lose balance and fall into the sea. Sisi, Chu Xinran, nearby, instinctively reached out to grab her, but the rock beneath her also gave way, and she fell into the sea too. Help, me, she couldn't swim. The water quickly covered their heads. They struggled to the surface only to sink again, the previously calm sea now churning with waves. Danger had arrived, waves crashed against the shore one after another, and the blue sea, which should have been beautiful and mesmerizing, now looked like a monstrous, gaping maw because of the two women who had fallen in. The green and pale yellow figures bobbed up and down like balloons, seemingly on the verge of being swallowed whole. Chu Xinran and Xiao Sisi's fall into the water caught Fang Zhou and the production team completely off guard. The moment he heard the splash, Fang Zhou immediately dropped his fishing rod and sprinted to where they had fallen, diving in without hesitation. Two cameramen also hurriedly put down their cameras and ran over. One who could swim jumped into the water to help, while the other stayed on shore for support. This unexpected turn of events filled the livestream chat with frantic messages, as viewers who had been admiring the women's beauty suddenly became concerned for their safety. Holy crap! They fell in. Save them. Sissy, help, this is too dangerous. Didn't the production team scout the area and mark dangerous spots? OMG, this is so sudden. Two people fell into the water. I hope they can swim. Cold. The first sensation Fang Zhou felt upon entering the water was the chill. Even though it was early summer, the water was still freezing. If one wasn't used to winter swimming, they'd likely be paralyzed by the cold. The surrounding seawater, like a ravenous beast, pounded against him in relentless waves. Rescuing someone in the sea was far more challenging than in other bodies of water, fraught with uncertainty. After barely swimming a few meters, he finally grabbed Chu Xinran's clothing, but a large wave immediately separated them. Seawater splashed against his face, making it nearly impossible for Fang Zhou to see anything clearly. He wiped his face and finally located Xiao Sisi, swimming towards her and preparing to pull her to shore. However, Xiao Sisi suddenly slipped from his grasp like a slippery fish, sinking deeper into the water. Fang Zhou didn't have time to think and dove in to find her. Xiao Sisi's green outfit was conspicuous underwater, and he quickly grabbed her. By this time, Xiao Sisi's face was turning red from lack of oxygen, her features contorted in agony. Fang Zhou's heart sank, and he moved closer, ready to pull her to the surface. However, Xiao Sisi reacted faster than him, clinging to his neck and dragging him down further. No, let go, we'll die here, Xiao Sisi. Fang Zhou screamed internally, trying to break free from her grip. But drowning people have a common trait: they instinctively grab anything within reach in a desperate bid for survival. Their survival instincts override their rationality, making them cling to anything they believe can save them. This was why Fang Zhou initially approached her from behind, as drowning people rarely notice what's behind them. The more Fang Zhou struggled to break free, the tighter Xiao Sisi held on, and the faster they sank. What Fang Zhou didn't know was that while he was desperately trying to save Xiao Sisi, she was having an internal battle. A voice in her head said, "Take him down to hell with you. He's the one who dumped you, causing you years of pain. Kill him, and you'll be free from your suffering. You thought reaching the pinnacle of the entertainment industry would bring you back together, but he never waited for you. He changes women faster than you change endorsements. Why still care for him? He deserves to die." When Xiao Sisi met Fang Zhou, she was just a minor celebrity, an almost invisible figure in the entertainment world. Back then, she still had the innocence of a young girl, with a straightforward and likable personality. She was also a gaming addict. They met in a competitive game, both impressed by each other's skills. Xiao Sisi's gaming skills were better than any girl Fang Zhou had ever known. Fang Zhou shamelessly asked for her contact information, and they started playing games together regularly. The dopamine from gaming quickly made Fang Zhou fall for Xiao Sisi. He found an opportunity to confess, his voice trembling. At the time, neither had experienced love. Faced with this innocent romance, Xiao Sisi hesitated but eventually agreed. They enjoyed a sweet online romance before Fang Zhou suggested meeting in person. Xiao Sisi's first reaction was fear, afraid she wouldn't meet his expectations. But the calm and steady voice of the young man reassured her. He said, "I like your soul, not your appearance. If you think I'm unreliable, we can continue this way until you trust me." They met, and surprisingly, they liked each other even more. But unfortunately, their story ended in a cliché. Seeing the young man struggling desperately, the darkness in Xiao Sisi's heart grew. "How about we stay here together?" Another voice argued, "Give him another chance. If he chooses you again, let bygones be bygones. Xiao Sisi, can you really let his soul forever remain in this cold sea? Let him go, and free yourself too." These conflicting voices alternated in Xiao Sisi's mind, causing the light in her eyes to flicker. Finally, as Fang Zhou was about to stop struggling, Xiao Sisi opened her eyes again. Her hand still rested on the back of Fang Zhou's neck, her legs moving like a fish's, bringing her closer to him. Under Fang Zhou's incredulous gaze, Xiao Sisi raised her head and pressed her soft lips against his. The long mist warmth wrapped around her, making her body tremble with excitement, and her hand fell from Fang Zhou's neck. At that moment, she felt a sigh from the depths of her soul. "I've missed this feeling so much." With the oxygen transferred through the kiss, Fang Zhou's oxygen-deprived brain finally cleared. The softness on his lips, accompanied by the seawater, overwhelmed his senses. He suddenly widened his eyes, pushed Xiao Sisi away, and swam upwards with all his might. Xiao Sisi can swim? This crazy woman? The moment Fang Zhou regained consciousness, he thought, if he died here, what would happen to his sister? He hadn't even told her the password to his bank card. Fortunately, Xiao Sisi's madness hadn't fully taken over, allowing him to break free. Fang Zhou surfaced, gasping for fresh air, feeling his heart pounding wildly in his chest, celebrating his near escape from death. Right? Chu Xinran? She really can't swim. Fang Zhou quickly turned around, searching for her on the water's surface, and was relieved to see a cameraman pulling her ashore. Fang Zhou. Xiao Cici's once sweet and cute voice now sounded like a haunting specter to Fang Zhou. He swam towards the shore with all his might, not even glancing back at Xiao Cici. After all, she could swim, she wouldn't drown. The priority was to check on Chu Xinran. From the moment they fell into the water to getting ashore, it had only been a few minutes. But for Fang Zhou, it felt like an eternity, perhaps due to the anger from almost being fooled, slowing his thoughts. As soon as he reached the shore, Fang Zhou ran towards Chu Xinran. Xiao Cici had also climbed ashore behind him, with the help of the program staff, standing up again. Someone immediately took off their coat and wrapped it around Xiao Cici. She was the star and cash cow of this episode. Luckily, she was unharmed, otherwise, the production team would be in deep trouble. The staff thought to themselves, Cici, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? They showed extreme concern for Xiao Cici, fearing any harm to this top-tier actress. The director mentally cursed himself, regretting choosing the island location, almost causing a major incident. Xiao Cici looked over at Fang Zhou, who appeared deeply concerned about the unconscious Chu Xinran. I'm fine, go check on Xinran. She lowered her gaze, hiding the darkness in her eyes, reverting to the familiar gentle and innocent starlet. After the two fell into the water and then climbed ashore, the livestream chat exploded. Wow, that was close. Thank goodness Cici is okay, or I'd curse the director's ancestors. But guys, Xinran is still lying there. Who knows if she's okay? This incident reminds us that playing by the sea is risky. Be careful when taking pictures. Fang Zhou went down and didn't save anyone. Cici climbed out by herself. Totally useless. Fang Zhou, who was being criticized, had his hands pressed on Chu Xinran's chest, interlocking and compressing her chest in a CPR attempt. Chu Xinran's face was pale, her eyes closed, showing no response. The cameraman who had pulled her out of the water was exhausted and unable to continue to start CPR. Only Fang Zhou had the strength left. Seeing her unresponsive, Fang Zhou didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath, pinched her nose with one hand, lifted her chin with the other, and blew air into her lungs. After 2 breaths, he resumed CPR. After repeating this 3 or 4 times, just as Fang Zhou was about to blow air again, Chu Xinran opened her eyes. She spat out a mouthful of water and regained consciousness. Xinran, you're finally awake. Seeing her awake, Fang Zhou sighed in relief, collapsing onto the sand, his heart still pounding from the scare. Chu Xinran blinked, pouting and whimpering pitifully. She sat up and hugged Fang Zhou tightly, her hands clinging to his body, whispering in his ear. Ugh, I was so scared. The seawater almost drowned me. I thought I'd never see you again, ugh. Tears or seawater, several droplets fell from Chu Xinran's face onto Fang Zhou's collarbone, bringing a cold sensation. Hearing Chu Xinran's tearful voice, Fang Zhou's initial intention to push her away halted. Memories of being relied upon surged like tides. This scene seemed to have happened countless times. When Chu Xinran almost failed her higher math exam, she thanked him the same way. At Fang Zhou's graduation party, she hugged him just as excitedly. And when she was hospitalized from a fish allergy, she hugged him upon waking up. Fang Zhou's heart softened. Ignoring whether cameras were around, he gently patted Chu Xinran's back, comforting her softly. It's okay. Don't be afraid. The camera lay abandoned on the sand, the broadcast image flipped, but the viewers in the live stream simply turned their phone screens upside down to watch. Wow, why do I find this scene so beautiful? A handsome man and a beautiful woman embracing, surviving a near-death experience. It's like a romantic drama. Agreed? This scene is filled with a sense of redemption. Ahem, can these two just get married right here? My OTP must come true. As they embraced, someone slowly approached, a sweet voice speaking above them. Xinran, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault you fell into the water. Xiao Cici's tone was full of guilt, her expression apologetic and cautious, as if she genuinely felt remorse towards Chu Xinran. Fang Zhou felt the arms around him stiffen before he was roughly pushed away. Looking at Chu Xinran's expression, her face was rigid, her demeanor cold, a stark contrast to her earlier dependence. No one knew that Chu Xinran's emotions felt like a roller coaster, plummeting from the peak to the depths in an instant. She forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. It's okay, I'm fine now. It's not your fault, blame the unstable rocks. Saying this, Chu Xinran stood up, and a staff member draped a coat over her shoulders. Let's head back to the villa. Fang Zhou was puzzled by her sudden change but didn't voice it, assuming she was just shy. To his surprise, neither woman responded to his suggestion. They walked towards the villa on their own, accompanied by the program staff. Fang Zhou could only follow behind. No one noticed the blood slowly dripping from Chu Xinran's palm. It was from her nails digging into her flesh. Compared to the pain in her heart, this was nothing. She felt like her heart was breaking. Why did Fang Zhou choose to save Xiao Cici over his ex-girlfriend? TLN, damn it guys, the more I translate it, the more I wanna keep TL it. I can't stop. Ha 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 ha. The incident happened too suddenly. When the other guests learned that the two had fallen into the water, they rushed to visit and comfort them. Xiao Cici and Chu Xinran's room was crowded with people. Fang Zhou wanted to check on them but couldn't get in, so he decided to wait until after lunch to visit. However, even after lunch, Chu Xinran still hadn't left her room. Someone worriedly asked, "Do you think Xinran is traumatized? She doesn't even want to eat." Maybe. After all, a near-death experience can affect your mood. Fang Zhou's ears pricked up, and he instinctively looked at Xiao Sisi, noticing she had finished eating and was about to go for a walk. She seemed to be in a good mood, entirely unaffected by the incident. Well, a woman who had the strength to pull him into the sea wouldn't be that fragile. Thinking about how he almost drowned in the sea that morning, Fang Zhou's mood darkened. Was Xiao Sisi intentionally toying with him? In that situation, all he wanted was to save people or break free. There was no time to think. But now, out of danger, he couldn't judge. Xiao Sisi didn't know how to swim before. She must have learned for her acting roles over the past few years. Then why didn't she swim to safety first? Did she find it amusing? Fang Zhou couldn't understand Xiao Sisi's mindset and decided to set his doubts aside for now, planning to ask when he had the chance. As for Chu Xinran, her expression when she left the beach in the morning was far from pleasant. He decided he had to check on her. Xiao Sisi, on the other hand, seemed perfectly fine, so he wouldn't bother with her. After lunch, Fang Zhou volunteered to bring a meal to Chu Xinran, carrying a tray upstairs. Knock, 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 knock. After knocking several times, Chu Xinran didn't open the door. Fang Zhou felt puzzled and called out to her. "Xinran, it's time to eat. I brought you some food." After saying this, there was a sound of something falling inside the room, and Chu Xinran's reply was panicked. "Just leave it at the door. I'll eat it later." Fang Zhou found her behavior very strange. He had heard that some people who were rescued from drowning would keep recalling the suffocating moment, leading to nightmares and poor sleep. The next day, they'd feel worse, creating a vicious cycle. Fearing that Chu Xinran might have a psychological shadow, Fang Zhou wanted to see her condition with his own eyes. "Open the door. I have something to tell you." "No, no, just say it from there." The more Chu Xinran refused, the more suspicious Fang Zhou became. He frowned, turned the doorknob, and tried to enter. "I have something inconvenient to say out here. I'll come in." He casually turned the knob, and the door opened. But the scene inside made him freeze for a few seconds, then widen his eyes in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Chu Xinran sat on the edge of the bed, holding a sharp knife in her right hand, her left wrist raised, blood dripping onto the floor. The clash of red and white was so glaring, making the fragile girl even more pitiful. The small room was filled with the smell of blood, making one frown. Seeing Fang Zhou enter, Chu Xinran was startled, quickly hiding the knife behind her, trying to cover it up anxiously. I didn't do anything. I accidentally cut myself." Such a poor lie, Fang Zhou could see through it at a glance. He walked into the room, closing the door with his foot, placing the tray on the table, and then approached Chu Xinran step by step. Chu Xinran's eyes widened, looking at him helplessly, her body stiff and unable to move, only muttering, "Don't come any closer." She had changed into a black velvet dress, which should have looked elegant but now, against the backdrop of blood, seemed like a voracious beast. "Give me the knife." Fang Zhou stared at Chu Xinran expressionlessly, holding out his hand for the knife. The closer he got, the stronger the smell of blood, making Fang Zhou's heart heavier. The girl in front of him flinched, instinctively hiding the knife deeper, unwilling to give it up. Her mouth was tightly shut, and her bleeding hand was clenched, a silent protest. But Fang Zhou repeated, "Give me the knife, be good." The man's voice was soft and gentle, as if coaxing a precious gem, especially the last upward lilt, making Chu Xinran surrender, unable to resist. She slowly brought her hand from behind her, gently placing the knife in Fang Zhou's broad palm, looking at him with pleading eyes. Finally holding the dangerous object, Fang Zhou quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He placed the knife on the table and softly asked, "Do you have any bandages?" Chu Xinran nodded, pointing to a medical kit on the nightstand. "Over there." Fang Zhou opened it and found it well stocked with bandages, scissors, herbal liniment, iodine, but no painkillers. Puzzled, he asked, "Why no painkillers? Everything else was there, so why not this?" Hearing his question, Chu Xinran blinked, not answering. She lowered her eyelids, her eyelashes casting shadows. "Because I don't want to stop the pain. This way, I can share some of the pain of losing you." Silence spread in the room. Without her answer, Fang Zhou brought the bandages over. "Stretch out your hand." Chu Xinran's wrist was slender and long, white and glowing, like milk in the sunlight, smooth and delicate. But Fang Zhou had no other thoughts. He took some tissues, wiped away the blood, and began bandaging. The best way to bandage a wrist wound was the spiral method, simple and light. Such a common action drew Chu Xinran's attention. She quietly asked, "How do you know this?" It looked professional. Most people just wrap the bandage around the wound repeatedly, which can press on the wound. Fang Zhou replied, "Someone taught me." "Who taught you?" Chu Xinran pressed. "Qin Yun." He stopped himself just in time, changing to, "I asked someone to teach me. I attended first aid training." "Oh, I see." Chu Xinran nodded, setting aside her doubts, not asking further. Only Fang Zhou sighed inwardly, that was close, almost exposed another ex-girlfriend. Sunlight streamed through the window, but it didn't raise the room's temperature much. Chu Xinran looked at the man in front of her, who was bandaging her wound, her mind in turmoil. "Fang Zhou, why are you helping me bandage my wound? Didn't you say you wouldn't care about me?" The seawater was so cold, it quickly submerged her head, blurring everything. At that moment, Chu Xinran had already fallen into despair, but she saw Fang Zhou jump into the water, giving her hope again. However, she floated in the sea for a long time without Fang Zhou coming to rescue her. The last thing she saw before losing consciousness was Fang Zhou holding another woman. At that moment, Chu Xinran felt her heart was colder than the seawater. Although the first thing she saw upon waking was Fang Zhou giving her CPR, and she instinctively hugged him in reliance. But the moment Xiao Sisi spoke, it reminded Chu Xinran that she was the one left behind, the abandoned one, the leftover from a choice. This realization hit her hard and suddenly, making her face turn pale, and even after returning to her room, she couldn't snap out of it. So Chu Xinran unknowingly picked up the knife again. It's done. Fang Zhou finally cut the bandage with scissors, tucking it in, and smiled at Chu Xinran. The man's bright and cheerful smile made Chu Xinran feel a moment of daze, like a dream back to university. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Want to eat? Fang Zhou, seeing her lack of response, thought she didn't want to talk about it, so he changed the subject, not planning to press her at this moment. If Chu Xinran had depression, and she didn't want to talk about it, pressing her could backfire, possibly triggering her rebellious mindset. Chu Xinran came back to her senses, avoiding Fang Zhou's sincere gaze, softly saying, "Thank you." As for his later question, she still refused. "I don't want to eat, you can take it back." Fang Zhou was taken aback. How could someone not eat? You're already so thin, if you don't eat, you'll become a stick. He accidentally spoke his mind. Chu Xinran turned her head away, not looking at him, just saying sulkily, "You don't care about me. You didn't care when I almost drowned." The accusatory tone was like arrows piercing Fang Zhou's back. He didn't expect Chu Xinran was angry about this, refusing to eat because of it. Seeing the girl's stubborn back and her freshly bandaged wound, a sudden realization hit him, making him ask in shock, "Are you doing this because I didn't save you?" Chu Xinran didn't answer, the silence deafening. Let me explain." Fang Zhou was suddenly flustered, so shocked he started to stutter. "It's not that, don't take it too personally." Chu Xinran suddenly spoke, turning around with a mocking expression. "Just an ex-boyfriend, not enough to make me hurt myself." The once pure and harmless Chu Xinran, now so cold, gave Fang Zhou the illusion of seeing CEO Han Shi. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, took a step back, and sat on the nearby chair. "That's good. No, that's still not right. Hurting yourself is too irrational." Chu Xinran saying it wasn't because of him made Fang Zhou's heart relax a bit, perhaps out of a selfish relief of not having to bear that responsibility. But he still wanted to advise Chu Xinran, even if she might not listen. "You don't need to care, we have no relationship anymore." As expected, Chu Xinran retorted. Fang Zhou took a deep breath, trying to ignore her barbed words. "Let me explain. In the sea, I didn't not save you. I grabbed your clothes, but the waves were too strong, and we got separated. After that, I couldn't see you, so I had to save the nearest person." At that moment, Fang Zhou hadn't thought much about which ex-girlfriend to save first. They were both people he had loved, he would save both. Especially in such an emergency, could he really ponder which ex-girlfriend he loved more? After explaining, the room remained silent. Chu Xinran didn't look at him, just staring at her shoes. "I know you're angry and blame me, but Xinran, in a crisis, who has the time to think so much? Besides, after we got ashore, I immediately saved you. CPR wasn't saving you." Fang Zhou's voice was tired. He shook his head helplessly, having not rested since changing clothes after getting ashore. He cooked with everyone and brought her meal. He was exhausted. Seeing Chu Xinran still unresponsive, Fang Zhou sighed deeply, gathered everything into the medical kit, and put it back. He took a few tissues, wiped the blood off the floor, and threw them in the trash. "You rest well, I left the meal here, eat when you're hungry." Feeling he had done all he could for her, Fang Zhou stepped towards the door, wanting to rest in his room, the sunlight briefly warming him before quickly fading. With his hand on the doorknob, ready to turn it, a soft voice came from behind. "Is what you said true?" Chu Xinran looked up, her eyes moist, looking incredibly forlorn, like an abandoned puppy. Fang Zhou didn't turn around, speaking softly, "I have no reason to lie about this." Ready to leave, Chu Xinran called out. "Wait." She got up from the bed, running to Fang Zhou's back, hugging him tightly. "Don't go, brother." The soft voice in his ear felt like a little paw scratching, making it hard to be angry. "Let go." Fang Zhou remained unmoved, placing his hand on hers, trying to pry it off but afraid of hurting her wound. But she tightened her grip, arms around his waist, refusing to let go. "I won't. If I let go, you'll ignore me again." Just like before, when she went for half a month of training, and he broke up with her upon her return. Heaven knows how she got through that time. "Brother, don't go, don't leave me alone, please." The girl's dependent words and actions left Fang Zhou stunned. Since that night when Chu Xinran had sleepwalked and accidentally found him, it had been a long time since he heard her call him like this. "I'm really afraid you'll ignore me again." Chu Xinran's voice was soft, her body tender like fluffy cotton candy, tightly hugging Fang Zhou. He tried to break free, but it was futile, as it only made Chu Xinran hug him tighter. "After we broke up, I often dreamt of you, but you were always cold in the dream, leaving me without looking back." Her voice turned aggrieved, the tone dropping low as if she had suffered endless grievances. Fang Zhou's hand froze on the doorknob, panicking at Chu Xinran's sudden confession, unsure how to respond. Look, I won't ignore you. Just let go first. No matter what, they were exes now, and hugging like this was inappropriate. I won't? You'll definitely leave as soon as you open the door. The once sensible and courteous school beauty, now throwing a tantrum in front of Fang Zhou, would shock anyone who saw it. Her hands were clasped around Fang Zhou's waist, her head resting on his back. If not for her dress, Fang Zhou would suspect she would cling to him like an octopus. The jasmine scent mixed with a faint hint of blood, making his head spin. Fang Zhou remembered the old Chu Xinran, who would never act this way. She was always measured, courteous, and never put anyone in a difficult position. Maybe his departure had truly hurt her, making her current behavior understandable. It was his past actions that had caused this. Fang Zhou sighed internally, deciding to comfort Chu Xinran, at least to make her feel more secure. I promise I won't leave for now. Let's talk after you eat, okay? The best strategy was to delay. All right, Chu Xinran said and actually let go, slowly stepping back from Fang Zhou. The latter secretly breathed a sigh of relief, about to turn around to call her to eat, when he felt a warm touch on his waist again. Something was slipping into his white t-shirt, moving upwards. It was Chu Xinran's hand? Realizing this, Fang Zhou was startled, quickly reaching to stop her. But her hand was more agile, evading his grasp like it had eyes, and landed higher. In that moment, he felt a sigh from his soul. Seeing her hand going further, Fang Zhou quickly pressed it down. Don't. For some reason, Fang Zhou's voice trembled unconsciously, losing much of its earlier authority. Chu Xinran chuckled softly, moving to stand in front of him, looking him in the eye. Don't what? She continued talking, her hands not idle. Is it this? She smiled provocatively, slowly approaching Fang Zhou. Or this? Fang Zhou, a 6-foot man, felt powerless in front of the 5'5" Chu Xinran. His breathing became unsteady, his head spinning, almost fainting. A gust of wind through the window gap cleared Fang Zhou's mind. He pushed Chu Xinran away. That's enough. Fang Zhou's expression turned serious, stepping back several paces, creating distance. Let's talk properly, don't come so close. And, we've been broken up for a long time. These actions are really inappropriate. At that moment, Fang Zhou was like a sage, completely different from the person enjoying it a moment ago. Chu Xinran quietly withdrew her hand, suppressing her further thoughts, her expression turning aggrieved. But you used to like it. Fang Zhou stepped back again, blurting out, when did I ever like it? When they dated, it was purely innocent, just kisses and hugs, nothing more. Such intimate actions were never part of it. Even though he was no longer a young boy, he still wasn't used to the usually pure Chu Xinran making advances. This was the school beauty, the purest existence, how could she be doing such things? You said you liked it wild. Chu Xinran blinked, seemingly confused. Hearing this, Fang Zhou suddenly felt awkward. Did he say that? When he broke up, he might have said, you're too pure, I like it wild. Never had he thought fate's boomerang would hit him. Ahem, I didn't mean it like that. I just what? Fang Zhou paused, unable to continue the topic. If he said he didn't like it now, it would prove he had lied back then. Wasn't this shooting himself in the foot? Chu Xinran, with her pure face, blinked her big eyes, softly asking, just what? Fang Zhou suddenly couldn't look her in the eye. Nothing. You misunderstood me. I didn't mean it like that. His eyes darted around, finally landing on the meal on the table. Why don't you eat first? It won't taste good if it gets cold. Saying so, he walked to the table, looking at her expectantly. Chu Xinran stared at Fang Zhou, seeming not to understand his intention. Or do you like it even wilder? Well, that's not impossible. Saying so, she moved her hand, seemingly doing something. Fang Zhou saw a thin, almost transparent mesh thing, his eyes widening. What are you doing? Chu Xinran didn't answer, just slowly moved her hand to her shoe, then took off her shoe, revealing a smooth, white foot. Fang Zhou seemed to understand her meaning, quickly stepping to the door, turning the knob, and slamming the door shut. Take your time eating, nature calls. Leaving Chu Xinran alone, with a mocking smile. Didn't you say you liked it? Why are you acting like this now? Fang Zhou returned to his room, still shaken, and threw himself onto the soft bed. The scenes from earlier kept replaying in his mind, still feeling unbelievable. It was hard to imagine what Chu Xinran had gone through in the past 2 years, transforming from a pure girl into this. He began to reflect, was it really because of his words? He had said it casually, but did she take it seriously? Oh heavens, Fang Zhou felt he deserved to be damned, causing a pure and beautiful girl to become someone who threw herself at men. Yet, compared to that, Chu Xinran's self-harm was more concerning. Even though she denied it, saying she didn't self-harm because of him, Fang Zhou still felt uneasy. He decided to find another opportunity to talk to Chu Xinran, but he had to be cautious of her sudden outbursts. Thinking about it, Fang Zhou's mind became muddled, and his vision blurred. He closed his eyes and fell asleep, waking up to find it dark outside. Fang Zhou jumped up from the bed, grabbed his phone, and saw it was already 7:30 p.m. No one had come to wake him? Strange. After all, he was responsible for cooking with Xiao Sisi today. Why hadn't anyone called him to cook? Were they not hungry yet? After tidying himself up a bit, Fang Zhou went downstairs to see what everyone was up to. To his surprise, the living room only had Han Shi, Qin Yun, and Dong Donghui, holding wooden skewers and seemingly threading something. Hey, Fang Zhou, you're awake? Come help us. Dong Donghui spotted Fang Zhou and waved with a smile. What are you all doing? Why didn't anyone wake me? He asked while descending the stairs, puzzled. Well, we figured you all fell into the water, and you saved someone, so you needed rest. We decided to have a barbecue tonight. Everyone helps out, it's fun, and you get to rest more. Dong Donghui then held up the skewers to show him. See, we're preparing the ingredients. Want to try? The two girls turned to look at Fang Zhou, each with different expressions. Qin Yun smiled gently, agreeing, if you don't want to get your hands dirty, you can help with grilling outside. They should have the fire ready soon. She always handled situations well, making her seem like a gentle, knowledgeable big sister. Fang Zhou's eyes dimmed a bit, replying softly, I see, thanks for considering me. I'll go help outside. The canopy can be taken out and set up for nice photos. The usually quiet Han Shi unexpectedly spoke up. Fang Zhou followed her gaze and saw a canopy in the corner. All right, I'll set it up outside. He nodded, picked up the tools, and headed out the door. About 100 meters from the villa, he saw his busy companions. Fang Zhou quickened his pace, spotting Sun Haoshan and others tending the fire. Cough cough, finally got the fire going. It wasn't easy. Tang Wan stood aside, coughing from the smoke, retreating while glancing at Fang Zhou and greeting him. Fang Zhou, you're finally awake. The sweet girl's voice sounded like a melodious lark, lifting everyone's spirits. Placing his items on the sand, Fang Zhou greeted everyone and got to work. Setting up the canopy wasn't difficult if you knew how, but it needed multiple people. Everyone, give me a hand. Fang Zhou called a few idle people over, each holding a corner, threading the ropes, and finally hammering the tools into the sand to secure it. With 2 iron rods in the middle, it was complete. Great, let's move the tables and chairs inside, and it'll be perfect. Qi Eli and Fang Zhou moved everything inside, leaving one by the grill. Excellent, everything's ready except the final touch. Sun Haoshan was eager to start grilling. When Qin Yun and the others brought out the skewered ingredients, the barbecue began. Sun Haoshan was an expert, making tastier food than the average person. Whether it was the heat or the presentation, it was top-notch. Fang Zhou volunteered to grill a few skewers but ended up burning them, drawing laughter from everyone. Ha ha ha, Fang Zhou, you overcooked it a bit. Maybe we should save it for when we run out of food. Qi Eli pointed at the charred skewers on the table, laughing without holding back. On the white plate, Fang Zhou's 6 or so blackened, unidentifiable skewers contrasted sharply with Sun Haoshan's delicious-looking ones. Anyone would laugh at the sight. Even the livestream viewers were spamming the chat. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What is that? Even Fang Zhou wouldn't eat it. Ahem, when God opens a door, he closes a window. No one is perfect. Hey, troll, you've shown your true colors. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because, to their surprise, the much-admired celebrity, Xiao Sisi, picked up a burnt skewer and took a bite. After eating, she smiled and told everyone, it's not that bad, just looks unappetizing. The taste is okay. Everyone stared at Xiao Sisi in disbelief. A pampered celebrity willing to try this? Next, in the astonished eyes of the crowd, Qin Yun also picked up a blackened skewer and ate it. Nodding as she chewed, she said, it's actually edible. Following her, Han Shi, Chu Xinran, Tang Wan, and other female guests all tried Fang Zhou's skewers, reaching a unanimous conclusion. It's not bad, just a bit ugly. Fang Zhou twitched his mouth, thinking, I hope they're just pretending. Because even he wasn't sure if the skewers were edible. Nevertheless, their actions shocked many. Seriously? The goddesses willingly tried those awful-looking skewers? After eating and drinking, the always lively Qi Eli spoke up. Brothers and sisters, today is a great day, let's play truth or dare. Everyone turned to look at him, are you serious? Qi Eli nodded firmly, already placing a bottle he found on the table, excitedly saying, of course. Come on, let's make it thrilling. Fang Zhou, can I refuse? Since middle school, Fang Zhou had never won at these kinds of games. Whether it was truth or dare, he always got involved. His classmates joked, the legendary unlucky one. At casual birthday parties, if the atmosphere was right, he'd join in for fun. But today's situation was different. Among the girls present, 4 were his ex-girlfriends. If he got asked any key questions, his cover could be blown in an instant. Though he could lie, the problem was that the show's live stream was right there, with tens of thousands of viewers online. If anyone lied, the audience could uncover everything about them, leaving nothing hidden. Fang Zhou's face showed difficulty, and he coughed lightly before speaking, I think I'll sit this one out. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were on him, and several girls had complicated looks. Qin Yun swirled the juice in her hand, making an ordinary drink look like high-end wine. She glanced at Fang Zhou, half smiling. You don't have any secrets you don't want to reveal, do you? Fang Zhou, ah damn it, she hit the nail on the head, indeed. But he couldn't admit this and just waved his hand to deny it. No, I'm just worried that if there are physical challenges in the dare, I won't be able to handle it. Everyone knew Fang Zhou had saved someone, so they understood. Sun Haoshan, always straightforward, patted Fang Zhou's shoulder. It's all right, brother. We're just here for fun, we won't go overboard. Before Fang Zhou could refuse again, Qi Eli walked behind him and pushed him onto a chair. No way, we need all 10 people for it to be lively. With everyone else encouraging him enthusiastically, Fang Zhou had no choice but to agree. All right, fine. All 10 people sat around the table, with the bottle placed in the middle, waiting for the first person to spin it. Hey, let's set some rules. You can only choose truth twice, after that, it's all dare for the excitement. Sun Haoshan revealed a box of beer behind him, smiling and telling everyone. I requested a dozen beers from the production team. As a backup option. If you don't want to choose either, you can drink. Everyone agreed. Alright, let's start. Then, Lu Hao pulled out 2 dice from who knows where, the highest roll would spin first. 3 and 6, 2 and 5, 4 and 5. One by one, they rolled until Qin Yun rolled a double 6. Guess I'll start then. Qin Yun's curly hair draped behind her like a fluffy scarf, making her look soft in the evening light. Before spinning, she gave Fang Zhou a meaningful look, then lightly spun the bottle with her slender fingers. Fang Zhou's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bad premonition. The bottle's mouth wouldn't point at him, would it? Sure enough, within seconds, the bottle's mouth pointed directly at Fang Zhou, without any deviation. Fang Zhou felt his vision darken. This game really was against him? The live audience got excited, throwing out suggestions. I will pick Dare. I have 100 ways to make him play. Ha ha ha, truth works too. We're really curious about Fang Zhou. Make Fang Zhou wear women's clothes. The people on site also chuckled, eagerly watching Fang Zhou, waiting to see what he'd choose. Without thinking, Fang Zhou chose truth. I choose truth. No way, it was Qin Yun on the other side. If he chose Dare, who knows what she'd make him do? What if she asked him to get back together on the spot? Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, seemingly disappointed by his choice, tapping her fingers on the table. Alright, let me think. Everyone held their breath, curious about her question. Qin Yun's eyes turned, then she smiled. Got it. Among the female guests here, who do you have the highest affection for? You can't say no one, and you can't say you like everyone. The last sentence was clearly to prevent him from cheating. Fang Zhou felt his vision darken again. He knew Qin Yun wouldn't ask an easy question. Damn, should have picked Dare. How to answer this? 4 ex-girlfriends present, who to choose? Wow, that's intense. Qin Yun's question instantly fired up the atmosphere, with people cheering and shouting. The chat was filled with intense comments. Only a mature woman would play like this, hitting the dating show's theme right away. Ha ha ha, they've only been together for 2 or 3 days. It's normal to have some affection, but who knows which pair will end up together. I bet it's Sissy. She's so beautiful, no man wouldn't be moved. Fang Zhou fell silent, his gaze sweeping across the female guests' faces. Chu Xinran looked at him expectantly, her doe-like eyes clear and pure, seemingly asking, is it me? Han Shi maintained her icy expression, showing no emotion. Tang Wan was eating fruit, not paying attention to him. Xiao Sisi sipped her drink, smiling at Fang Zhou when she noticed his gaze. Qin Yun's fox-like eyes curved into a playful smile, waiting for Fang Zhou to speak. Choose me, then it won't be awkward. We can naturally go on a date later. I've given you a way out, you should take it. However, Fang Zhou's next words made Qin Yun tighten her grip on her clothes. He said, it's Tang Wan. I really like the lawyer profession. Fang Zhou emphasized her profession to show his affection was purely based on first impressions. Profession is something people care about when dating, so it's reasonable. Tang Wan blushed but didn't lose composure, jokingly responding. So, I should thank my profession for adding a thick filter. Chu Xinran lowered her head in disappointment, like a wounded animal. Han Shi's eyes flashed coldly for a moment before returning to normal. Xiao Sisi took another sip of her drink, hiding her inner fury. You have a new target now, Fang Zhou. The game continued under the ambiguous gazes of everyone. This time, it was Fang Zhou's turn to spin the bottle. He placed his hand on the green bottle, pondering who would be the easiest to pass off a question to. After the earlier question, all the female guests present had become his ambiguous targets, making it awkward to ask any of them. So, the only safe options were the male guests. Spinning the bottle actually required some technique, though not overly complex. If you applied too much or too little force, you couldn't guarantee where it would stop. For those who didn't play often or couldn't control their strength, it was purely a matter of luck. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fang Zhou applied a bit of force, and the bottle started spinning. After about 7 or 8 rotations, the mouth of the bottle stopped in front of Lu Hao. The voice actor, blessed with a naturally good voice, laughed the moment he saw the bottle pointing at him, sounding as rich and intoxicating as aged rum. Haha, is it me? Then I'll choose Dare. Lu Hao was straightforward, opting for the Dare everyone wanted to see. Wow, his voice is so mesmerizing, makes you fall in love. I think he voiced one of my favorite characters from a BL novel. He's really famous. Me too, he's usually so low-key, but he's quite renowned in the anime community. Some viewers recognized Lu Hao and started promoting him. Fang Zhou smiled slightly and decided to return the favor by assigning Lu Hao a task he had once been given. How about this, cross-dressing? Cross-dressing, who could beat that? Indeed, the crowd buzzed, especially several male guests who stood up excitedly. Great! This is awesome! Ha ha ha, I want to see it too. Can we ask the show team for a large-size outfit? Lu Hao, who was quite into anime himself, surprisingly accepted it calmly, as if he was okay with it. Ah, really? Then I guess I have to accept. He shrugged and went to the production team to get the outfit. When guests created their own fun, the production team was more than happy to oblige. Within 10 minutes, a man in a maid outfit appeared in everyone's view, complete with a wig provided by the thoughtful production team. However, his long leg hair made the look somewhat absurd and comical. Jiggy, let's play together. Your girlfriend won't get mad, right? Your girlfriend is too fierce, unlike me, who only cares for Jiggy. But Lu Hao's lowly voice made the effect even more explosive. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it, my stomach hurts from laughing. Chu Xinran laughed so hard she clutched her stomach, curling up. Others also laughed, hitting the table and wiping tears. The cross-dressing scene made the live stream explode, with viewership skyrocketing by tens of thousands. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard my period won't stop. If he shaved his leg hair, the effect would be even better. Oh my god, I'll never be able to look at my favorite BL character the same way again, all because of Fang Zhou. Lu Hao cast a resentful glance at Fang Zhou, silently accusing him. All thanks to your great idea, buddy. Fang Zhou grinned, thinking, this isn't my fault. I was pranked like this before, and they didn't let me off. So why should I let you off? Lu Hao, alright, because you've been rained on, you want to tear other people's umbrellas. The game continued amid laughter, and this time, it was Lu Hao's turn to spin the bottle. He spun it casually, and it went around a dozen times. Fang Zhou watched the bottle intently, praying, I shouldn't be unlucky this time, right? Finally, the bottle stopped steadily in front of Xiao Sisi. It's Sisi? What will she choose? Truth or dare? Honestly, I'm quite curious about her gossip. Sisi has been known as a workaholic since she became famous. Acting, honing her skills, professional development, she never missed any of it, except her love life. Yeah, she really has no scandals, never pairs up with male stars or messes around, truly spotless. So when she joined this dating show, I was really shocked. The chat buzzed with discussions about Xiao Sisi, but she remained calm. She placed her drink on the table, crossed her hands in front of her, looking very relaxed. Oh, it's me. I'll choose truth. Xiao Sisi chose truth, surprising everyone. Fang Zhou suddenly felt relieved, thankful it wasn't him. However, Lu Hao's question made his heart race again. He heard Lu Hao ask, Sisi, what was your first love like? Everyone was astonished, looking at Lu Hao with shock. How dare you ask a celebrity about their love life? Are you crazy, man? Then everyone turned to Xiao Sisi, their excitement and curiosity barely contained. Hehe, good question. I actually want to know too. Fang Zhou was dumbfounded, feeling uneasy. Brother, couldn't you ask something else? Why the first love? Xiao Sisi's first love, wasn't that me? Are you playing with me? For some reason, even though he wasn't the one being asked, Fang Zhou felt deeply involved. Amid the buzz, Fang Zhou also looked at Xiao Sisi. She sat directly across from Fang Zhou, and at that moment, their eyes met, each filled with unreadable emotions. The sea breeze gently blew, making one feel like closing their eyes, while the small fairy lights in the sky provided perfect lighting for the actress. At this moment, Xiao Sisi, wearing a blue dress, received attention from all directions but remained unflustered, exuding unique charm. She smiled lightly and tilted her head. My first love, huh? Let me think, it was several years ago. What? Sisi actually had a relationship? And she admitted it. OMG, who's the jerk who took my goddess's first love? I declare, I'm going to be jealous to death of that person. Oh my god, I used to see rumors about her dating, but I didn't believe them. Turns out it was true, sob sob. The chat exploded, and the live stream surged with tens of thousands of viewers, instantly hitting the platform's top spot. Everyone was eager to know, what was Xiao Sisi's first love like? Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiao Sisi, waiting for her to talk about her first love. Only Fang Zhou felt extremely uneasy, unable to sit still. He prayed in his heart, please don't expose me, sis. I beg you, your fans will tear me apart. Nowadays, the fan culture is terrifying. If Xiao Sisi added some embellishments and said anything, Fang Zhou's future would be uncertain. Moreover, back then, it was Fang Zhou who initiated the breakup. Xiao Sisi called him dozens of times, but he didn't answer even once. Later, he saw Xiao Sisi's message on a gaming platform, saying she got injured while looking for him and hoped he could visit her. Fang Zhou was so worried that he rushed to the hospital where Xiao Sisi claimed to be, but there was no one in the room she mentioned. The nurse on duty said there was no one named Xiao Sisi admitted. It was then that Fang Zhou realized he had been played. Xiao Sisi always liked to create drama, and it was normal for her to pull such a stunt for revenge after he dumped her. So, Fang Zhou changed his contact information and deleted his account to cut all ties with Xiao Sisi. But now, with such a good opportunity, would she add fuel to the fire and take revenge on him again? Oh well, it's all karma. My first love. Xiao Sisi began to speak, and everyone held their breath. Fang Zhou suddenly calmed down, closed his eyes, and prepared for the judgment from everyone. He was a very arrogant and narcissistic person. The actress's sweet voice echoed in the night by the sea, mixed with the whistling sea breeze, reaching everyone's ears. Fang Zhou abruptly opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Sisi in disbelief. Narcissistic he admitted, given his handsome looks, but when was he arrogant? Xiao Sisi didn't look at anyone, just stared into the distance while speaking. But he was very gentle and attentive, could cook, do housework, and even knit scarves for me. I was emotionally unstable then, crying and throwing tantrums often, truly annoying. But he was as tolerant as the sea, indulging my temper and forgiving my tantrums. Even when I broke his favorite figurine during a fight, he didn't get mad. Finally, Xiao Sisi smiled, her eyes curving, and told everyone, I really liked my first love. Sitting across from Xiao Sisi, Fang Zhou's heart skipped a beat, as if he had returned to the moment she accepted his confession. Her eyes were still as pure and enchanting as before, making one's heart race. That youthful love overlapped with the present, still making his heart pound. Fang Zhou slowly averted his gaze, not daring to look at her again. But Sisi, we are fated but not destined to be together. Moreover, he wasn't as good as she described. Emotional stability is something any adult should have, and cooking and cleaning are things a boyfriend should do. Being good to a girlfriend is just natural, right? Fang Zhou felt unworthy and ashamed for his malicious speculations earlier. He had judged her with a petty mind. Perhaps Xiao Sisi's recounting made the guests recall their first loves. After several seconds of silence, they began to speak one after another. Indeed, he sounds like a rare good man. Qin Yun smiled gently, breaking the silence first. She glanced at Fang Zhou with a meaningful look and said, my ex was also emotionally stable. Qi Li laughed and offered himself, I'm also emotionally stable, ladies, please consider me. Hey, if they all consider you, what about us? Ha ha ha. Everyone started joking, and the atmosphere warmed up again. Only Chu Xinran lowered her head, lost in thought. In the live stream, the audience was bustling with envy. Happiness doesn't lie. The smile on her face can't be faked. Sisi is truly blessed. That's why Sisi hasn't dated again. Where can you find such a good man? Once you've seen the ocean, you can't settle for a stream. Could she still be thinking about her first love? Probably not. She's on a dating show to say goodbye to her past self. Let's congratulate Sisi. After the gossip, the game continued. Xiao Sisi placed her slender fingers on the bottle and gave it a casual spin. After spinning 5 or 6 times, the bottle stopped in front of Fang Zhou. Oh, it's Fang Zhou again. Ha ha ha, buddy, your luck is something else. Shouldn't you buy a lottery ticket? I can't believe it, only 4 rounds and Fang Zhou hit twice. Everyone joked with Fang Zhou, looking at him with mischievous eyes. What will you choose? Xiao Sisi's dark eyes held a hint of a smile, making Fang Zhou feel uneasy. Oh no, it feels like she'll make things difficult for me either way. Choose dare? Otherwise, there won't be any more truth later. Sun Haoshan nudged Fang Zhou's shoulder, kindly suggesting. Fang Zhou closed his eyes, nodded, and said, dare. If Xiao Sisi asked a deadly question like before, he would be doomed. All right then. Xiao Sisi stretched her voice, seemingly thoughtful, then you should cross-dress too. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, like a little girl pulling a prank. Fang Zhou, fine, fine, I just tore someone's umbrella, and now it's my turn. Karma is a thing, and no one escapes it. The chat went wild. Fang Zhou is so handsome, he'll look amazing in women's clothes. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, these 2 unlucky brothers are hilarious. Fang Zhou must be thinking, you've revealed my 1,000,000 follower bonus too soon. Fang Zhou had no choice but to accept Xiao Sisi's arrangement and found a dress. This dress was even more malicious, it was a bunny girl outfit. If I'm guilty, let the law punish me, not this humiliating bunny girl outfit. Holding the dress, his hands trembled slightly, and Fang Zhou looked out the window, contemplating, if I jump from here, would I not have to wear it? Alright, here goes nothing. After about 10 minutes, someone wearing a pink short skirt, a white wig, and a bunny ear headband appeared in front of everyone. Hiss. Someone gasped, and others rubbed their eyes lightly, exclaiming, oh my, am I seeing this right? Is that Fang Zhou? The person in question, Fang Zhou, was walking shyly towards everyone, the cool sensation on his thighs giving him goosebumps. The strapless top that felt like it could fall off at any moment made him cover his chest. Hearing everyone's exclamations, Fang Zhou lowered his head, not wanting to look up. It wasn't that he had never cross-dressed before, but he had never worn something this embarrassing. This was public humiliation. Fang Zhou lamented inwardly, my reputation is ruined today. Pfft, honestly, if you don't look at his face, it actually suits him. Xiao Sisi's gaze lingered on Fang Zhou for a long time before making this remark. Lu Hao, who had just donned a maid outfit himself, felt much better upon seeing someone more embarrassed than him. Ha ha ha, you even have sleeve cuffs, let me see. Lu Hao ran to Fang Zhou, touching the white sleeve cuffs on his hands, laughing uncontrollably. Indeed, Fang Zhou's legs are long and straight, really quite fitting in this short skirt. Tang Wan, who also joined in the teasing, laughed while commenting. Only Fang Zhou, the person in question, felt so embarrassed he couldn't lift his head, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Ah, someone save him? However, the next moment, Qin Yun made him realize that there are no saviors in this world. If there were, they were disguised as devils. Qin Yun stood up with a smile, gently telling everyone not to laugh too much. Alright, let's not laugh at Fang Zhou too much, or he might refuse to play out of embarrassment. This seemed to save Fang Zhou, but when she walked around the table and went behind him to pull at something, everyone laughed even harder. Qin Yun raised the pink tail in her hand, saying, huh, do bunny tails come this long? It turned out, this bunny girl outfit came with a long pink tail? Ha 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 ha, where did the production team find this outfit? It's so ridiculous, I'm dying of laughter. Keep laughing and you'll lose your dignity. Ha ha ha, I thought he was wearing a fox spirit outfit. If he had makeup on, it would be perfect. I think he looks great in women's clothes. Ha ha ha. The live stream audience went wild with laughter, some even creating electronic wooden fish emojis and posting them. Fang Zhou thought, I knew it, Qin Yun, that wicked woman, has a black heart. Fortunately, after laughing for a while, everyone finally calmed down. They remembered the game. Alright, stop laughing at Fang Zhou, let him spin the bottle. Han Shi, wiping tears of laughter, spoke kindly for once, helping to diffuse the situation. She hadn't laughed so much in a long time. Today, thanks to Fang Zhou, she had a good laugh. Fang Zhou placed his hand on the bottle and spun it again. This time, the wheel of fate stopped at Qin Yun. Even though she was chosen, Qin Yun remained completely calm. She brushed her hair back gracefully, smiling at Fang Zhou, I'll choose dare. Her eyes clearly said, let's see what you can come up with. Everyone's eyes were on Fang Zhou, curious to hear what he would say. As Qin Yun's ex-boyfriend, he knew her weak spots. She couldn't dance. Qin Yun had been a diligent student all her life, becoming a professor at a medical school and a surgeon after earning her PhD at 28. She had no skills in dance, an art form. Fang Zhou smiled lightly and said, Professor Qin, can you sing a song? Since Qin Yun couldn't dance, he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for her. Singing should be manageable. After all, the dare wasn't meant to embarrass anyone. Fang Zhou was considerate. However, the word sing made Qin Yun's smile freeze. She really couldn't sing. Everyone started cheering, yay, sing, sing. Pretty sister's singing must be amazing. Can't wait. What song? Need a backing track? My phone can play it. Facing the expectant looks, Qin Yun couldn't bring herself to refuse. I'm not very good at singing, don't blame me if it's awful. She gave a heads up to manage expectations. Everyone thought she was just being modest, teasing, no worries, it can't be worse than mine. Ha ha ha, I'd still want to hear it, no matter how bad. Qin Yun forced a smile, taking out her phone to play the backing track. Only Fang Zhou had a bad feeling. Oh no, from her expression, she really can't sing, can she? He had never heard her sing during their time together, thinking she was just shy. Longing turns into wind, piercing the sky. With her first note, Fang Zhou knew she had no artistic talent. The song Wen Fang had an easy rhythm, but Qin Yun was off-key, missing half the notes. Everyone's smiles slowly shrank, realizing she really couldn't sing. Oh no, sister, others charge money to sing, but yours is life-threatening. Fang Zhou couldn't bear seeing her mocked, so he joined in, helping her find the right key. Why don't you give a reason, then abandon me? With Fang Zhou's help, Qin Yun finally hit the right notes. After the song ended, it surprisingly received applause. Great, that was beautiful. Like a heavenly voice. Ha ha ha, Fang Zhou's duet with you is unique. I want to sing with you guys too. Everyone started complimenting, making Qin Yun blush and nod at Fang Zhou gratefully. Fang Zhou didn't expect this ordinary act to make countless viewers ship him and Qin Yun as a couple. He helped her find the right key? He made the request but immediately helped when he saw she struggled. What a godly man. Cloud Zhou CP, ship it? So sweet. My smile is harder to suppress than the AK. I'm going crazy? If Fang Zhou doesn't like Qin Yun, I'll wash my hair upside down. The game continued for several more rounds, and almost all the male guests had their turns. Fang Zhou was relieved that he was only chosen once in the middle and had to answer an insignificant truth. Other than that, he wasn't chosen again, otherwise, he would have been completely humiliated. Everyone had chosen both truth and dare at least once. Except for Han Shi, who, when asked, who among us fits your ideal type the most, refused to answer and chose to chug a can of beer instead. Fang Zhou didn't even have time to stop her before she guzzled down the entire can. He screamed internally, no, Han Shi can't handle alcohol? If she starts acting drunk, no one can stop her? After finishing the can, she crushed it under her foot and tossed it into the trash. Whether it was because she was chosen or because of the alcohol, something seemed to have flipped a switch in Han Shi. She started laughing cheerfully, completely abandoning her usual cold and aloof CEO persona. Ha ha ha, it's my turn. Fang Zhou began to worry. The effects were immediate. Han Shi, wearing only a short shirt, placed one hand on her buttons and started unbuttoning while spinning the bottle with the other. After spinning, the bottle stopped at Fang Zhou. Ha! Hearing Han Shi's sneer, Fang Zhou looked up and met her gaze, feeling his temples throb. Han Shi had already unbuttoned 2 buttons, revealing a large area of skin on her chest. Her hand was on the 3rd button, ready to continue. Fang Zhou quickly pushed the fruit plate over, trying to distract her. Have some fruit first. Han Shi tilted her head, looked at the fruit plate, and obediently picked out a piece of mango, tossing it into her mouth with a toothpick. Her unbuttoning stopped. Everyone else followed suit, eating some fruit and taking a short break. After finishing the fruit, Han Shi spoke. You have to choose dare, right? Alright, princess, carry the closest person of the opposite sex to you for 10 seconds. As soon as she finished, everyone began to observe who was closest to Fang Zhou. Because of his earlier action of pushing the fruit plate, Fang Zhou was now beside Han Shi and hadn't moved back. So, the closest person to Fang Zhou was Han Shi herself? Several people had a change in their expressions. Qin Yun's smile faded, and she stared at Fang Zhou with a deep, unreadable gaze, as if ready to shoot an invisible arrow at any moment. Chu Xinran placed her right hand on the spot Fang Zhou had bandaged earlier, feeling a faint sting, and suddenly smiled. Xiao Sisi turned her gaze away, a hint of coldness in her eyes as she looked at the distant sea. Fang Zhou won't refuse. With such a great opportunity to get close to a beautiful woman, he must be overjoyed. The other male guests looked at Fang Zhou with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. They regretted not making bolder choices earlier, missing their chance to get close to the female guests. This was a dating show? Any chance for intimate contact to build a relationship was 1,000, 10,000 times worth it? And besides, this was the ice-cold CEO, conquering such a high mountain flower added to the thrill. The live stream audience was also buzzing with excitement, expressing their envy for Fang Zhou. Wow wow wow, this counts as a legitimate contact, right? So envious, Han Shi is the CEO of a top beauty company, worth billions. If he seizes this chance, he won't have to worry about the rest of his life. Bro, let go of that CEO, let me take over. Regardless of what others thought, Fang Zhou was already sweating. The gazes of his ex-girlfriends on him were too obvious. Each seemed ready to tear him apart, especially Qin Yun's chilling gaze, almost tangible. Fang Zhou scanned the room, looking for a way out. His eyes landed on the drinks on the table, wondering if he could choose to drink instead. However, Han Shi seemed to read his mind and spoke first. You're not chickening out, are you? Everyone knew that men can't say they're chickening out. Such blatant provocation was unbearable for any man, especially under so many watchful eyes. The other male guests also looked at Fang Zhou with complex expressions, as if ready to mock him if he chose to drink. Fang Zhou's heart sank. Han Shi knew him too well, blocking his escape route with a single glance. Ha ha ha, hurry up, buddy. Someone started urging Fang Zhou, eager to mock him. Since it was inevitable, he might as well choose the straightforward way. Fang Zhou took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked up to Han Shi, whispering, "Pardon me?" Then he wrapped one arm around her waist and another under her legs, lifting her up easily. Compared to Qin Yun's voluptuous figure, Han Shi was slender and light, making it easy to hold her without much effort. 10. The countdown echoed around him. Han Shi cooperatively placed her hands around Fang Zhou's neck, gazing at him. The usually cold woman seemed as soft as a marshmallow in Fang Zhou's arms, completely unthreatening. Perhaps because of the alcohol, her eyes were misty, looking innocent and fragile like a young animal. Han Shi rested her head against Fang Zhou's chest, listening to his accelerated heartbeat, which amused her. Fufu. She smiled, her eyes locked on Fang Zhou, filled with emotions only he could understand. Normally, Han Shi was emotionally stable and rarely showed her feelings. Even as her ex-boyfriend, Fang Zhou only saw her cold, indifferent side. Now, he was the focus of all her emotions, as if she was ready to devour him. Fang Zhou could feel her grip tighten, realizing he wasn't as calm as he appeared. Han Shi's smile widened, this was the most she had laughed since arriving on the island. 3. The countdown was nearing its end, and Fang Zhou felt relieved, thinking he could finally put her down. It wasn't because Han Shi was heavy, but because the gazes of his ex-girlfriends were too intense, like cold arrows. However, just as the countdown reached 1, Han Shi did something unexpected. She stretched her neck and quickly kissed Fang Zhou on the chin. Han Shi's sudden action left everyone in shock. Xiao Sisi broke her nail. Qin Yun's smile vanished, and for the first time in public, she showed a clear expression of displeasure. Chu Xinran was so shocked that she tore her bandage open. The white bandage fluttered in the wind, much like the hearts of several people present. The other male guests were dumbfounded, their jaws practically hitting the floor. What the hell, is this some kind of bonus? That's the CEO's kiss. The live stream audience went wild. Ah, Han Shi's icy facade has melted. My god, they're playing such thrilling games, I love watching this. I gotta say, dares should go straight to kissing. Cross-dressing and singing don't fit the dating show theme. Waited so many days, finally someone does something I love to watch, ha 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 ha. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but Fang Zhou was also shocked. Han Shi was clearly starting to act drunk. Otherwise, no way would she initiate a hug and kiss in front of so many people. Even in their past relationship, she was always against public displays of affection because it didn't fit her image as the company CEO. Plus, gossip would make people judge them unfairly. Han Shi was always a low-key person, never liking her private life to be discussed publicly. She wanted her company's products to stand out, but never thought about making her love life public. Han Shi believed that as long as she was strong enough, she didn't need to use relationships to gain fame or benefit her company. Their relationship was fine as it was in private, no need to put it on public display. But now, Han Shi's actions were completely out of character. And with that can of beer earlier, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were no longer sharp. Fang Zhou could only conclude she was drunk. The moment Han Shi touched him, Fang Zhou placed her steadily back on the ground. Then he took a step back, warily watching Han Shi to prevent any further unexpected actions. Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Han Shi and Fang Zhou, trying to discern something. No one expected Fang Zhou, who seemed so low-key, to have already won over the icy goddess. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Han Shi, you're drunk. Under everyone's sharp gaze, Fang Zhou could only feign composure and speak. Han Shi stood on the ground, but anyone could see her body was swaying, and her cheeks were abnormally red. Dong Donghui, who had a business relationship with Han Shi and a crush on her, finally snapped out of his shock and jealousy. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Han Shi's state and softly said, she might really be drunk. That would explain Han Shi's unusual behavior in front of everyone. And it would also explain why Han Shi ignored someone like him, who was equally wealthy and more helpful in business, for a has-been internet streamer struggling to make ends meet. Among the male guests present, who wasn't better than Fang Zhou, why choose him? On the other side, Qin Yun, who had been watching coldly, finally spoke. She smiled again, as if she wasn't the one secretly jealous earlier. Maybe she isn't drunk, just emboldened by the alcohol. Qin Yun's eyes curved into a smile, but there was no real warmth in them, making Fang Zhou feel a chill down his neck, as if something sinister was watching him. His heart skipped a beat, feeling uneasy. Han Shi's actions had disrupted the balance among everyone, and Qin Yun was sharp enough to notice something was off. Oh, I think Han Shi seems cuter after drinking. Maybe she really likes you. Xiao Cici's voice was sweet and innocent, like a teenage girl, pure and naive, making her seem completely guileless. But Fang Zhou felt a cold stare from Xiao Cici, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Recalling how she almost drowned him in the sea earlier, Fang Zhou quickly dismissed the idea of her being innocent. Xiao Cici seemed just as inscrutable as Qin Yun now. In the past, he could read her thoughts, but now he couldn't tell anything from her expression. No wonder she advanced so quickly in the entertainment industry. Fang Zhou inwardly bemoaned his fate but had to maintain a smile. She really is drunk. Look. To prove Han Shi was drunk, Fang Zhou raised his right hand, showing 2 fingers in front of her. How many fingers? Han Shi glanced at him, her eyes filled with disdain. She snorted and shook her head, refusing to answer. Turning, she walked towards the other female guests, replying, I'm not an idiot. Fang Zhou stood awkwardly, enduring the teasing looks from everyone. But Han Shi's next move saved him. She sat beside Chu Xinran, hugging her and giggling. You smell so good. She leaned in to sniff Chu Xinran's neck, acting like a female rogue. Chu Xinran froze, not knowing what to do, her face turning red. He, give me a kiss. Han Shi said, leaning in to plant a kiss on Chu Xinran's cheek. Everyone was stunned, their jaws dropping. Within seconds, Han Shi switched her target to Qin Yun. She threw herself into Qin Yun's arms, touching her thigh and giggling. Wow, so smooth, I like it. Wrapping her arms around Qin Yun's waist, she buried her head in Qin Yun's chest, laughing and saying, Darling, stop working, I'll take care of you. Everyone was shocked. Han Shi was acting like a female rogue. If this wasn't drunkenness, what was it? Fang Zhou sighed inwardly. I knew Han Shi would act drunk. He walked over to pull Han Shi up, but Qin Yun stopped him. She smiled gently, saying, It seems Han Shi is really drunk. I'll take her back to her room. As their eyes met, Fang Zhou felt a warning from Qin Yun. Touch her, and you're done for. Han Shi's abnormal behavior sparked heated discussions among the live stream viewers. Why did the plot suddenly change? Is this a Yuri scene? I can get behind this. Oh, turns out she's drunk. No wonder she's so cute, totally different from her usual self. So there really are people who get drunk after one drink. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Damn, I thought Han Shi was into Fang Zhou. Turns out she's just drunk. That's boring. Qin Yun helped Han Shi up and took her back to the villa. The others looked at each other, unsure if the game should continue. Fang Zhou seized the opportunity to say, with fewer people, let's not continue. It's already past 9, everyone should head back, freshen up, and get some rest. As someone who had been picked the most during the game, he was eager for it to end. If this continued, things would get out of hand. Everyone checked the time and realized it was indeed past 9, as Fang Zhou said. Xiao Cici was the first to get up and head towards the villa, saying, The sea breeze is getting a bit chilly, I'm heading back. The early summer sea breeze was clearly comfortable, but she said it was chilly, clearly just an excuse. Xiao Cici was in a bad mood, not even bothering to put on a facade. Qi Eli followed behind her, calling out, Hey, I'll go back with you. But Xiao Cici didn't even give him a glance, heading straight into the villa. Seeing this, the others also prepared to leave. What about this trash? The table's still a mess. Tang Wan looked at the mess on the table, unsure where to start cleaning. Fang Zhou took a glance and saw that it wasn't too bad. They had already cleaned up once after the barbecue. He said, I'll clean up. It's my duty today anyway. You guys go rest. I'll help you. Chu Xinran volunteered to stay behind. Seeing that 2 people were staying to clean, the others thanked them and left the beach. Fang Zhou poured the leftover drinks together and started cleaning up the snack bags. Chu Xinran watched him with a complicated expression. Although she had stayed to help, Fang Zhou didn't let her do anything, just telling her to sit and rest. Brother, do you like Han Shi? Suddenly, Chu Xinran's unexpected question almost made Fang Zhou drop the trash he was holding. Great, he knew Han Shi's behavior tonight would make everyone suspicious. Luckily, the live stream had ended, and now it was just the 2 of them on the beach, with 2 directors in the distance for safety, who couldn't hear their conversation. He steadied his hand and swept all the trash into the bin, then asked, Why do you think that? The best way to deal with a question is to ask one in return. Chu Xinran's gaze was fixed on Fang Zhou's chin. The ambiguous mark on the man's face made him look even more enticing than usual. The warm sea breeze blew on Chu Xinran, but it couldn't warm her heart. She murmured, If you don't like her, could you still be kissed? Fang Zhou immediately stopped what he was doing, turned to face Chu Xinran, and solemnly said, I didn't mean to, and neither did she. Han Shi's action was so quick that no one anticipated it. Otherwise, Fang Zhou would have definitely avoided it. Who would have thought the usually aloof Han Shi would initiate a kiss? That too in public. And they had broken up over a year ago? After saying this, Fang Zhou turned back to continue his work. He didn't see Chu Xinran's eyes growing darker, her whole body curling up in the shadows, her expression unreadable. Her hand was on the spot where she had torn the bandage, unwrapping it layer by layer. At some point, she had a pair of disposable chopsticks in her hand, and she slowly poked the tip into her wound. Blood started seeping out, staining her pale wrist red, but Chu Xinran seemed to feel no pain. Instead of stopping, she pressed harder, torturing herself more. If it wasn't intentional, could you still be kissed? Then why do you avoid me? Why can others do it, but not me? Chu Xinran felt that the blood flowing from her hand was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. She only knew that seeing Fang Zhou kissed by another woman made her heart feel like a balloon squeezed by a giant hand, ready to burst. The pain spread to every corner of her heart, and only by doing this could she alleviate it a bit. I can't accept seeing the person I love being so intimate with someone else, especially in front of me. Fang Zhou, with his keen senses, had just started cleaning when he smelled the metallic scent of blood in the air. He quickly turned around and saw Chu Xinran's actions. He was shocked and rushed over in a few steps, grabbing the chopsticks from her hand and throwing them into the trash. What are you doing? Fang Zhou suppressed his anger and asked her gently. Chu Xinran looked up dazedly and softly said, I don't like it. Fang Zhou frowned, sitting beside her on a chair, patiently wiping the blood from her wrist with a tissue. What don't you like? I don't like you getting close to others. Her expression was one of deep sadness, like a child who had lost their favorite toy, her eyes filled with gloom. Fang Zhou's hand paused, and the earlier suspicion resurfaced. If I get close to others, you'll hurt yourself. Seeing Chu Xinran nod firmly, that suspicion took root and grew into a towering tree in his mind. Chu Xinran's self-harm was really because of him? Dear God, another Yandere? A dependent and harmless Yandere, that was clearly Chu Xinran? This type of Yandere is harmless only to the person they like, but as for themselves, the more severe their psychological issues, the more obvious it becomes, eventually leading to self-harm or even suicide. Fang Zhou stood up abruptly, looking at Chu Xinran in shock. Liking Yandere female leads in novels and anime doesn't mean liking them in real life. Meeting a Yandere makes you want to run as fast as you can. Who would dare to get close to one? That would take a lot of courage. You. He was so shocked that he stuttered, unable to speak clearly. Dear God, one Yandere, Qin Yun, was already troublesome enough. Now there's another one. Are you trying to get me killed faster? Chu Xinran tilted her head and smiled, looking pure and harmless. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. You don't like me because there's something imperfect about my body, right? It's okay, whatever you don't like, I'll fix it. Brother, I will always love you and never hurt you. Chu Xinran's few words were enough to make Fang Zhou break out in a cold sweat. But at this moment, he couldn't back down or show fear, or she might hurt herself even more. Fang Zhou could only continue to bandage her up and test her attitude. Xinran, the world is vast and beautiful, there's nothing you can't get through. When you graduate and leave school, you'll find many outstanding men. I'm just one of the less noticeable ones, not worth doing something foolish for. His voice was gentle and soft, as if treating a precious treasure, instantly bringing Chu Xinran back to the past. Back then, he treated her the same way, gently and carefully, never complaining about anything. Except for not having much money and playing games, he had almost no other flaws. He was perfect, like an AI. But later, when Fang Zhou proposed breaking up and refused to answer her calls, Chu Xinran realized he was no AI. His heart was made of stone, cold and hard. When Fang Zhou valued and liked you, he would lift you to the skies. Once he gave up, you'd immediately feel like you were falling from the clouds into the mud. Fang Zhou said a lot on his own, and when he finished bandaging Chu Xinran and looked up, he found she was staring blankly at him, clearly lost in thought and not listening to a word he said. Xinran. Fang Zhou raised his voice, finally bringing her back to reality. Perhaps due to blood loss, the girl's face was pale, and even her lips were not as rosy. She smiled faintly at Fang Zhou, saying nothing but seemingly saying everything. Like a blooming white jasmine, who could bear to blame it for withering? Fang Zhou suddenly felt a pang of pity. He turned his head away, avoiding Chu Xinran's eyes, and looked elsewhere, advising himself, don't get involved too deeply. Getting entangled with a Yandere is not a good thing. Getting out as soon as possible is the best strategy. You still have a sister to take care of. Fang Zhou. Thinking of his sister who needed chemotherapy every week, Fang Zhou quickly regained his composure. He stood up and continued cleaning the table, leaving Chu Xinran with one last sentence. Don't think that by doing this, you'll soften my heart. We broke up 2 years ago, your safety has nothing to do with me. Helping you bandage your wound and swapping fish powder for lean meat powder is just basic human decency. If my actions have caused any misunderstanding, I apologize. I won't do anything out of line in the future. Silence spread through the air. Chu Xinran sat in the darkness without a word, but Fang Zhou could feel her intense and focused gaze on him. If circumstances allowed, Fang Zhou even felt Chu Xinran could watch him like this all night. After clarifying his stance, Fang Zhou almost finished his cleaning. He picked up the trash bag and urged, let's go back. He waited for Chu Xinran to get up, maintaining basic gentlemanly manners even though he didn't want any more involvement with a Yandere. Leaving a female guest alone on the beach would drown him in criticism tomorrow. Chu Xinran slowly stood up and finally walked towards the villa without saying a word. If Fang Zhou had turned around to check her expression, he would have seen a smile more painful than crying. Back at the villa, Fang Zhou disposed of the trash in the designated area. When he looked back, Chu Xinran had gone upstairs. Unable to ignore his conscience, Fang Zhou lightly knocked on Qin Yun's door. Soon, the door opened, revealing a woman with brown curly hair, looking at him with interest, her eyes seemingly hooked, making one's heart flutter. This feeling of being watched by a predator was truly nerve-wracking. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't have initiated contact with Qin Yun. What's up? Qin Yun leaned against the doorframe, her gaze lingering on Fang Zhou's face, a faint smile on her lips, seemingly surprised by Fang Zhou's initiative. Chu Xinran's hand got cut by rocks when she fell into the water today. I just saw blood seeping through the bandage. Could you help her change it? Fang Zhou forced himself to speak, waiting for Qin Yun's response. There was no other way. The wound on Chu Xinran's hand was too obvious. If he called the show's doctor, they'd immediately see it was self-inflicted. Rumors would spread, harming Chu Xinran. Qin Yun, on the other hand, though a surgeon who could also deduce something, was known for her disinterest in others' affairs and her discretion. She occasionally worked as a family doctor for wealthy families, knowing many secrets but never revealing them. So, Fang Zhou had to ask her, "Oh, why don't you go yourself?" Qin Yun's smile remained, but it was no longer as clear. She seemed displeased. Fang Zhou's heart skipped a beat, realizing Qin Yun was unhappy about his concern for Chu Xinran. He quickly explained, "It's late, and as a man, it's inappropriate for me to enter a girl's room. Besides, she's a junior from my school, just a small favor. If you don't want to, I'll find the show's doctor." After speaking, Fang Zhou turned to leave. He knew this tricky woman wouldn't be easy to deal with. If all else failed, he'd ask Han Shi tomorrow. Han Shi, with her cold exterior but warm heart, wouldn't refuse. "Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't go." Fang Zhou turned back to see Qin Yun's smile widening. She was pleased that he thought of her first in times of need. "But in exchange, you have to answer one question." Qin Yun smiled brightly, but her eyes held a hidden chill. Fang Zhou guessed what she wanted to ask and was ready for her to know. "Ask away." Qin Yun straightened up, looking sharply at Fang Zhou. "Is Han Shi also your ex-girlfriend?" As expected, she asked that. From the moment Han Shi kissed him, Fang Zhou knew it was trouble. The others might just be angry, but Qin Yun, this cunning fox, would surely figure something out. He thought she'd guess they knew each other, but she went straight for the jugular. How to handle this? Admitting to a Yandere ex-girlfriend that another female guest was also an ex? Would Qin Yun tear Han Shi apart? No, Han Shi was rich and had bodyguards, she'd be fine. But would Qin Yun tear him apart? No matter how he answered, Fang Zhou knew Qin Yun would not be satisfied. He might as well tell her the truth. After all, given Qin Yun's personality, she would investigate thoroughly. Rather than letting her find out about his other two ex-girlfriends, it was better to directly admit it and eliminate her suspicions. "Yes, I met her at my internship company." This was equivalent to admitting Qin Yun's guess. Her expression instantly changed. The coldness in her eyes transformed into a beast of ice, almost freezing him into a statue. Bam! A loud door slam echoed on the second floor, causing several nearby residents to feel the disturbance and wonder what had happened. This was Qin Yun's reaction after Fang Zhou admitted that Han Shi was also his ex-girlfriend. She was furious and did not want to see this man. Fang Zhou scratched his head and stubbornly said to the door, "I've answered your question. Remember the favor I asked." The door opened. Holding a bag of medicine, Qin Yun gave him a dark look, her mouth curling into a mocking smile. "I always keep my word. Instead of worrying about this, you should worry about yourself. Being targeted by a female CEO, can you have an easy life ahead?" With that, Qin Yun shoved Fang Zhou aside and headed towards the corner where Chu Xinran lived. Fang Zhou was left bewildered. "Han Shi seems to dislike me, so why should I be afraid? No matter how terrifying she is, she can't be worse than you two Yanderes." Seeing Chu Xinran open the door and Qin Yun successfully enter her room, Fang Zhou finally relaxed a bit. In fact, asking Qin Yun to apply the medicine was just an excuse. The gender barrier wasn't that strict in this love show. The live stream was only focused on the living room, the audience couldn't see their actions on the second floor. Fang Zhou just didn't want to interact with Chu Xinran for the time being, fearing she might do something more extreme. After all, he had said some harsh words. If Chu Xinran couldn't take it, at least Qin Yun, being a doctor, could provide first aid. 5 minutes after Qin Yun entered, there was no further noise from the room, indicating that everything was fine. Only then did Fang Zhou return to his room. After washing up, he saw that it was only 10 o'clock. With 2 hours until his usual bedtime at midnight, he decided to stream to solidify his recent increase in followers. However, when Fang Zhou opened the streaming software and camera, and started streaming for less than 5 minutes, the barrage made his vision go black. "Damn, what the heck? How dare you clout chase our goddess? Aren't you the guy who went into the sea to save someone but ended up circling around and putting the school belle in danger? Stay away from Sissy. Just because you cooked with her doesn't mean there'll be sparks. You're dreaming if you think you can get with her." Staring at his computer, Fang Zhou furrowed his brows. Who were these people? Fans of the female guests from the love show? It seemed like every female guest's fans were here to scold him. The stream's popularity skyrocketed within 5 minutes due to these comments, attracting tens of thousands of viewers. Many onlookers entered, curious about the commotion, and started asking, "What's going on?" The so-called fans began to criticize Fang Zhou's actions from earlier in the day. This washed-up streamer tried to get close to Sisi under the pretense of cooking together. I saw him touch her hand while serving dishes this morning. And this afternoon, when Sisi and Xinran fell into the water, he jumped into the sea but climbed back up without helping Sisi. If Sisi didn't know how to swim, something bad could have happened. This kind of man is disgusting, trying to take advantage when there's no danger and running away when there is. These comments seemed well-reasoned and aimed to paint Fang Zhou in the worst light. Fang Zhou only glanced at them briefly and understood the situation. They were probably die-hard fans of Qiao Sisi, unable to accept their goddess interacting with any man, deliberately coming to insult him. Die-hard fans only want their goddess to remain pure, believing any man who gets close deserves to be condemned. For example, Qi Eli, who had been fawning over Qiao Sisi these past few days, was already being scolded relentlessly on social media. Qi Eli didn't care about these things, only focused on winning over the goddess. Now, Fang Zhou had become even more detestable to the fans, being labeled as the guy who abandoned ship. Naturally, they scolded him even more harshly. Fang Zhou coldly smiled, not responding to any of it. He simply started a game, enjoying 2 thrilling rounds of shooting. With each precise sniper shot and every headshot, the final victory screen was the best rebuttal to these haters. It didn't matter. The harsher they scolded, the more comments they posted, the higher the stream's popularity soared, attracting more viewers, which was good for Fang Zhou. Without big donors sending gifts, comments were the best way to maintain a stream's popularity. Many male viewers initially entered just to watch the drama, but as they watched, they realized, hey, this streamer is pretty skilled. And he didn't seem angry at all. Despite so many insulting comments, he ignored them all. His mentality was impressively stable. Unconsciously, they hit the follow button, and small gifts started to trickle in, appreciating the streamer's excellent skills. Even those female fans who came to scold Fang Zhou found themselves thinking, wait, this guy is quite handsome and good at gaming. He seems to have some real talent. Unsure, they decided to watch a bit longer. As Fang Zhou's impressive skills continued to show, the insulting comments gradually faded, replaced by praise and positive remarks. Am I the only one who thinks Fang Zhou is actually quite innocent? He just followed the show's arrangement and made a meal, even telling Qiao Sisi to sit and relax. It was the celebrity who insisted on helping. Yeah, I saw the whole incident this afternoon. Fang Zhou was about to save both, but then he suddenly sank into the water. It was really urgent. I almost thought they wouldn't make it. Sometimes, fans from the idol world are just brainless flies, rushing in without knowing if it's good or bad, just to break others down. Go, streamer, I support you. Fang Zhou glanced at the numbers. In just 40 minutes, his follower count had increased by 30,000. It seems that even negative attention can be beneficial. Fang Zhou had never seen such a rapid increase in followers before. Even in his peak days, it had never been this exaggerated. He never expected that after 10 years of being an unknown gamer, one day on a love reality show would make him famous worldwide. The number of viewers in his live stream had now reached around 300,000, and the gifts had quickly amounted to several thousand. This was the highest gift income in the past 6 months, even without a major donor. Fang Zhou suddenly became excited and played the game with even more enthusiasm. At that moment, the wealthy little lady, Michuan Kutako, came online. Fang Zhou invited her into the game, planning to explain the previous incident to her. After all, she was the second-ranked sister on the leaderboard. Real money spent? We wouldn't have been connected if it weren't for your money. However, the wealthy little lady started speaking with a sweet voice. Brother Fang Zhou, will you win with me today as well? The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. It seems she didn't care about the last incident, so there was no need to mention it. Of course, let's continue today. Fang Zhou's bold words seemed to infect the wealthy little lady, and she laughed cheerfully, looking very happy. Okay, let's start. With a click of the mouse, the game began. Today, Fang Zhou tried a different approach, taking the wealthy little lady to the most crowded G-port, which made her scream in fear. Aren't there a lot of people there? Won't we become loot boxes as soon as we land? The girl's voice was both sharp and thin, with a hint of barely detectable fear. Fang Zhou reassured her, don't be afraid. Once we land, just pick up a gun and hide. Leave the rest to me. Their landing speed was swift, and the wealthy little lady obediently found a container to hide in, holding a shotgun for self-defense. Fang Zhou casually picked up an AK and immediately switched to hunting mode. 100 people in a game, with at least 30 dropping at G-port, a small area where a melee was inevitable. But this was no challenge for an old hand like Fang Zhou. He engaged in direct combat without a hint of hesitation. Among the enemies, some had just landed without weapons, some had weapons but weren't as fast, and those faster than him were still slower in reflexes. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fang Zhou controlled his character, taking down one enemy every few seconds. In less than 3 minutes, the entire G-port was cleared except for the 2 of them. This impressive maneuvering made the live stream explode with excitement. Great job, as expected of a top streamer. The title of Gun King wasn't for nothing. I'm crying. Fang Zhou's skills are as sharp as ever. I'm refollowing him and becoming a die-hard fan, never unfollowing again. So awesome, I don't dare jump to G-port. Too many people, instant death, no game experience? If Fang Zhou carried me, I wouldn't be afraid. Ha ha ha, go send the streamer some gifts to get him to carry you. In the game, Fang Zhou had just found the hiding wealthy little lady and started searching for resources in G-port. With no one left, they could take whatever they wanted. Wow, level 3 backpack? Level 3 helmet. Michuan Kyutako sounded extremely excited, genuinely happy. Fang Zhou laughed along, saying indulgently, come on, let's move to another place. They quickly got into a pickup truck and drove towards the bridge. To move from G-port to other areas, they had to cross the sea bridge, which was often the best place for ambushes. Many smart players would hide here, waiting for vehicles to pass by. If they were even smarter, they would block the road with 2 cars, forcing passersby to get out and move the vehicles, providing an opportunity to attack. As soon as Fang Zhou drove onto the road, he saw 2 cars blocking the middle and smirked coldly. Petty tricks. He then told the wealthy little lady not to get out of the car, to wait for him there. She was wearing level 3 armor and a level 3 helmet, able to withstand a few shots, so it was not a big deal. Fang Zhou found a hiding enemy, got out of the car, aimed, and shot a few times, taking him down. But he also took a hit himself, controlling his character to jump and counterattack, knocking 2 more off the bridge. There was one last person behind them. Fang Zhou hid behind the pickup, found the enemy's position, opened the 4x scope, and fired twice. The enemy also fired at that moment. Fang Zhou's level 3 armor was half damaged, but the enemy was dead. Are they dead? The wealthy little lady's voice shrieked through the headset. She had also taken a few shots and thought she was done for. Fang Zhou chuckled, reassuring her. It's all good now, let's go. They switched to a different car and drove away. This maneuver caused another stir in the live chat. Wow, so amazing? Fang Zhou is so brave, taking down a whole squad alone. That second-ranked lady just sat in the car while he handled everything. Yeah, a top streamer is different from ordinary people, has the guts and the skills. If it were me, I wouldn't have even killed one before dying. Lucky to get supplies out of G-port, unlucky to use them. As Fang Zhou's gameplay became smoother, the negative comments in the live chat gradually disappeared, replaced by praise. Even when there were still some nasty comments, the viewers stood up for Fang Zhou. Get lost? How dare you cyberbully such a great streamer? I won't stand for it. Fans from the idol world, don't come here to disgust us. He doesn't rely on your sister for a living. Why are you so harsh? Did he steal your dog food? Bounce back? All insults towards Fang Zhou bounce back. The mixed barrage of haters' comments, supportive comments, and praise sent Fang Zhou's live stream into the top 10 trending. The platform's viewership surged, and many new fans were stunned by Fang Zhou's in-game skills, following him without hesitation. Then, a dazzling special effect suddenly appeared in the live chat, drawing everyone's attention. Michuan Kyutako gifted 10 carnivals? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. 10 carnivals? That's tens of thousands. A barrage of envious comments floated by. 66666, a real wealthy lady? Never holds back. I used to think Fang Zhou relied on his looks to please rich ladies. Now, I just say he deserves it. This guy's fortune is just starting. At that moment, no one noticed that an unexpected guest had also entered the live stream. Watching the special effects in the live chat, the person gritted their teeth, holding the phone tightly. Fang Zhou, consider yourself lucky. The live stream was extremely lively, with the heat generated by countless haters directly pushing Fang Zhou into the platform's top 5, attracting even more viewers to his stream. In the past week, Fang Zhou's outstanding live stream statistics had caught the attention of many parties. If Fang Zhou had paid closer attention, he would have noticed several accounts with guild titles entering his stream. However, he was currently busy chasing an airdrop with the wealthy little lady. They were riding a motorcycle through the hills, with an airdrop slowly descending ahead. Are we going to chase the airdrop? The wealthy little lady, after gifting Fang Zhou, switched back to the game screen and saw that he was heading towards the airdrop. So, she asked sincerely. After more than a week of learning, she already knew that airdrops contained valuable resources, but were limited in number and often fiercely contested. Previously, when Fang Zhou played with her, he was more conservative, either choosing to hide or picking off enemies from a safe spot, prioritizing safety above all. Today, however, he first took her to G-port and now was chasing an airdrop, which was much more aggressive than usual. Yes, today we're playing excitingly. Fang Zhou laughed heartily, delighted by the increasing number of viewers in the live stream, not caring about the haters at all. These weren't haters, they were a blessing in disguise. At this moment, an assistant from a guild, who had been observing for a while, finally sent out the first message in the chat. Xin Chen Guild, Xiaoei, Fang Zhou, our boss wants you to return a call. However, this inconspicuous message was immediately drowned in the barrage of comments, disappearing in an instant. Xiaoei was dumbfounded. She used to be a moderator in Fang Zhou's stream, and her comments would be highlighted. Now, without the moderator badge, her messages were like stones sinking into the sea. Unwilling to give up, Xiaoei sent several more messages. Xin Chen Guild, Xiaoei, Brother Zhou, our boss wants you to return a call. Xin Chen Guild, Xiaoei, Brother Zhou, the guild is calling. Xin Chen Guild, Xiaoei, streamer, please return a call after seeing this message. Xiaoei's spamming annoyed many viewers, prompting them to retort. What boss? How dare he demand our Zhou to call him back? Get lost. Xing Chen Guild? I remember Fang Zhou was part of that guild. Why are they contacting him through the live stream now? Don't they have his private contact? Doesn't matter if they do or don't. The streamer is hot right now, and they're trying to disrupt him. Huh? What a bunch of trash. Xiaoyi didn't expect her spamming to attract so much scolding and felt a bit aggrieved, not daring to send more messages. She was just the messenger, feeling wronged. Having no other choice, Xiaoyi switched to her phone and messaged the guild boss, Zhou Yongde. Boss, his live stream is too popular, he can't see my messages. I've called him several times, but he hasn't answered. Zhou Yongde was also watching Fang Zhou's live stream and saw the viewers' insults. His already bad mood worsened. He replied to Xiaoyi, got it. You don't need to bother anymore. Then, he finally sent his first message in the live stream. Xing Chen Guild, Boss Zhou, Fang Zhou, your popularity is impressive. As the guild boss, Zhou Yongde had previously spent a lot of money in Fang Zhou's stream to boost data, so his message stood out. Unfortunately, Fang Zhou had just picked up a 98k from the airdrop and was too busy to notice. Even if he had seen Zhou Yongde's message, he would have ignored it, continuing to snipe anyone trying to loot the airdrop. Bang, bang. 2 shots, 2 kills. 2 others were hiding behind a rock. Fang Zhou peeked and immediately pulled back, baiting shots that missed, then countering with headshots. Nice. A perfect retreat and counter. Why is the 98k so smooth in his hands, but useless in mine? Ha ha ha, such slick moves, really impressive. Seeing the praise, Fang Zhou responded for once. Welcome to my stream. Enjoy the show and have fun. Zhou Yongde, seeing Fang Zhou ignoring him, was furious. He couldn't maintain his composure and directly criticized. No matter what, you were once under our Xing Chen Guild. Is this how you treat your former boss? Fang Zhou glanced at the message, smirking coldly. Where were you when my stream was struggling? Did you ever help even a little? His pleasant voice echoed in the stream, heard by all. Have you ever seen a worker, after being exploited, turn back to thank the capitalist? With that, Fang Zhou ignored Zhou Yongde, continuing to play with the wealthy little lady. The shrinking safe zone was far away, so they needed to drive quickly. Fang Zhou's words resonated with many workers in the audience, and some of his old fans explained. This greedy boss wanted Fang Zhou to sign an unfair contract, offering only 2,000 a month. Does he remember how Fang Zhou boosted Xingshen's other streamers when he was popular? He really knows how to discard people after using them. The audience began to understand Fang Zhou, cursing Zhou Yongde. Huh? What a heartless capitalist, taking advantage and then acting all high and mighty? Look at you. I wouldn't even eat or drink with him, his capitalist stench is too strong. Yet, trying to cozy up to Fang Zhou now that he's popular? Disgusting. Zhou Yongde, instead of receiving respect, was scolded by netizens, fueling his anger and embarrassment. He left a final message, ungrateful, before leaving the stream in a huff. He originally wanted to discuss renewing the contract, as Fang Zhou's popularity was soaring, but now, he smashed his phone against the wall, eyes filled with malice. Fang Zhou, if you don't appreciate kindness, let's see how I destroy you. After Fang Zhou and the wealthy little lady won 3 consecutive games, it was already 11:40 p.m., close to midnight. He decided not to start another game and instead returned to the live stream to chat with everyone. He was originally discussing the new season of the game with the viewers when he suddenly saw a message pop up in the chat. Michuan Kutako, streamer, can I ask you a question? Fang Zhou glanced at the message. When a sponsor has a question, it must be answered. Sure, go ahead. Ask anything you want. If I know the answer, I'll tell you. Michuan Kutako, I watched your show and saw Hanshi kiss you. Do you like her too? This was the first time the wealthy little lady asked Fang Zhou a personal question. She never asked before. Every time she logged on or chatted in the stream, it was always about the game. Fang Zhou was taken aback and found it a bit strange. Why was she asking about this now? Her question seemed to trigger something, and soon the chat was flooded with similar questions from viewers. He, I actually came here because of the dating show. I was attracted by the streamer's looks and then blown away by his gaming skills. I also want to ask. Recently, I've been shipping the streamer with the campus belle. We even came up with a ship name, Zhuran. Everyone, ship it. Ha ha ha, fellow shipper here. But I think Fang Zhou pairs well with every female guest. Any ship works for me. Shipping couples from dating shows is common and often helps the show and its participants gain overnight fame. The wealthy little lady knew him before the dating show, so she wasn't a typical shipper. However, girls do love watching dating shows, and it's possible she started shipping after watching. So, what's on the sponsor's mind? Is she shipping him with some female guest? Or perhaps she's shipping Hanshi with another male guest and finds him an eyesore. While Fang Zhou's mind was racing, an unexpected person entered the live stream. Top donor Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli has entered the live stream. Fang Zhou quickly welcomed her. Welcome home, Sister Yuan. Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli, what are you talking about? After Qin Yun sent Hanshi back to her room, she fell asleep immediately and woke up 2 hours later. The headache from the alcohol she had during the game had lessened significantly. Although it still hurt a bit, it didn't affect her thinking. Hanshi picked up her phone, and a notification from the streaming platform popped up. The streamer you follow, Just Gun Fang Zhou, is live? Come check it out. Usually, such entertainment notifications would never appear on Han Shi's phone, and she would swipe them away. But her body reacted faster than her mind, and she clicked on it, seeing Fang Zhou's handsome face. That's when she remembered this streamer was Fang Zhou and casually asked a question. Since the top donor is a symbol of wealth, many fans in the stream started fawning over her, calling her sister. Not understanding the situation yet, she saw a bunch of messages explaining. Sister Yuan, the second-ranked donor, just asked the streamer if he likes Han Shi from the dating show. Do you have any thoughts, Sister Yuan? Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli, oh, really? I also want to know. Fang Zhou saw the message and felt a headache coming on. What's going on? Why is everyone so interested in his love life? Michuan Kutako, is it so hard to admit? So, you don't like her, right? On the other end, Han Shi saw the profile picture of Michuan Kutako, a crayon Shinchan with a bare bottom, and frowned instantly. Who is this person, and what do they mean by hard to admit? No matter what, she was Fang Zhou's ex-girlfriend. Even if they broke up due to some reasons, it didn't change the fact that they liked each other. Moreover, isn't she on the dating show now? She has plenty of opportunities. Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli, maybe he likes her too much and treasures her, so he can't say it casually. The messages from the top two donors instantly sparked a heated discussion in the live stream. Supporters of the second donor said, I also think that for an adult, liking someone should be obvious. How can he still be as clueless as a teenager? Exactly, if a 15 or 16-year-old doesn't understand love, I can understand. But Fang Zhou is a grown man, I don't believe he hasn't had a girlfriend. Yay, admitting you like someone should be natural for a man? How can he hesitate? Supporters of Han Shi jumped in to refute. Who says you have to always say you like someone? True love is shown through actions, not words. I saw Fang Zhou secretly looking at Han Shi on the show. Fang Zhou was dumbfounded. When did I secretly look at Han Shi? I was openly observing all my ex-girlfriends, okay? There were even more outrageous claims. I think Fang Zhou is the type who loves silently, without expecting anything in return. My love for you is none of your business. Exactly, you saw him not getting angry when Han Shi kissed him today? Isn't that the best proof? Han Shi, who was initially satisfied with the comments, blushed upon seeing this message. She loses control when she drinks. Although she had some memory of what she did, recalling it still felt unbelievable. So many people were there, how could she have done that? The live stream's atmosphere heated up, and its popularity soared. Fang Zhou cleared his throat, ready to answer the earlier question. At that moment, dazzling special effects exploded on his screen. Michuan Kutako gifted 10 carnivals. Michuan Kutako gifted 10 castles. Michuan Kutako gifted 10 hot air balloons. Michuan Kutako, is it so hard to admit you don't like Han Shi? On the other end, Han Shi's eyes narrowed, feeling annoyed. Woman, are you competing with me in wealth? With a swipe of her finger, countless gifts were sent instantly. Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli gifted 99 carnivals. Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli gifted 99 castles. Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli gifted 99 hot air balloons. Yuankai girl Zhu Gangli, admitting you like Han Shi isn't hard either, right? Michuan Kutako gifted 99 carnivals. Fang Zhou was dumbfounded. What? The top two donors are fighting. It seemed like a simple issue about whether Fang Zhou liked Han Shi, but what started as a friendly debate quickly escalated into a gift-giving frenzy. Neither side was willing to back down, and they kept sending gifts one after another, making the live stream a blur of special effects. The screen was filled with so many effects that Fang Zhou's face was completely obscured by the gifts. With the chat going wild, Fang Zhou was pushed to the top of the trending list in just 3 minutes. Countless new viewers flooded into the live stream. Newcomers, not understanding the situation, kept spamming WTF, while the regulars egged them on. What's going on? It feels like the top two donors are emptying their bank accounts on gifts. I think they're even using their grandparents' retirement funds. Is this the world of the rich? It's truly amazing. Fang Zhou had been streaming for 4 or 5 years, but he had never seen anything like this. Usually, it was either a single big sponsor or some pay-to-win players throwing gifts. But 2 sponsors battling it out in his stream? Unheard of. As the total amount of gifts approached 500,000, Fang Zhou could barely contain his smile. If there were an emoji, Fang Zhou would definitely send one. Please, stop fighting. Can we pause for a moment? Fang Zhou finally spoke up. After all, it would be too obvious if he didn't say anything, and people might criticize him. He originally wanted to explain what happened during the day, but neither of them paid any attention to him and kept sending gifts, occasionally making remarks. You don't like Han Shi, right? You do like Han Shi, right? Fang Zhou blinked, suddenly realizing that admitting or denying either would upset one side. So, he wisely kept his mouth shut, started a game, and stopped looking at the chat. If they wanted to send gifts, let them. After all, he was the one benefiting. Only a fool wouldn't take the money. By the time Fang Zhou finished the game, it was past midnight, time to end the stream. He glanced at the chat and saw that the top 2 donors had left the stream at some point, but the viewers were still enthusiastically discussing their showdown. Hey, do you guys think the top 2 donors are? They're so rich. It feels like one of them is shipping Han Shi and Fang Zhou, and the other is a die-hard solo fan of Fang Zhou. The tension is palpable. I've never seen anything like this. The screen was filled with effects for almost half an hour, you know. Fang Zhou felt relieved. It was good they left, otherwise, he would have had to appease the other one after answering, which would have been too troublesome. This also highlighted a point: relying on sponsors to maintain popularity wouldn't work. Only by building a dedicated fan base of game enthusiasts and true fans could he achieve long-term success. Fang Zhou began to think about how to leverage the dating show's popularity to make a comeback. Despite the trouble brought by encountering his 4 ex-girlfriends on the show, however, this was both an opportunity and a challenge. If he handled it well, he might just make a comeback in the streaming world. Lying in bed, Fang Zhou began to ponder his future. As he thought, the image of holding Han Shi flashed in his mind. Usually as cold as a high mountain flower, she nestled in his arms without her usual coldness, strength, or dominance, just like any girl in love relying on her boyfriend. He couldn't help but recall his first encounter with Han Shi. At that time, he had just graduated from university, handing out resumes and looking for internships, which was particularly difficult in the arts field, leaving him frustrated. He almost thought he was destined to be a workhorse, only finding a glimmer of hope in such roles. Though, not much has changed now. He finally found a decent company and rushed for an interview. The interview process went smoothly, but on his way down in the elevator, it got stuck. The only other person in the elevator was Han Shi. Initially, neither spoke. With no cell phone signal, Fang Zhou promptly pressed the emergency button and tried to comfort Han Shi. It should be fixed soon. However, his kind reminder received no response. In the dark elevator, Fang Zhou, using the light from his phone, noticed something was off about Han Shi. She was curled up in a corner, hands covering her head, trembling all over, unaware that her bag had fallen beside her. "Hey, are you okay?" Fang Zhou was startled by her condition, initially thinking she was having a seizure, and quickly checked on her. The woman was trembling, gripping her head tightly. Even in the phone's dim light, Fang Zhou could see the veins on her hands. Afraid she might be in trouble, Fang Zhou said, "Sorry," and gently removed her hands to check on her. The woman raised her head, revealing clear eyes filled with fear, panic, and confusion. Don't touch me." She was breathing rapidly, her chest heaving, her forehead covered in sweat, and her body shaking uncontrollably, evoking a protective instinct. Fang Zhou finally understood she had claustrophobia, a type of anxiety disorder triggered by confined spaces, causing panic over potential dangers in such places. Fang Zhou acted decisively, placing his phone on the floor to reflect light onto the ceiling, illuminating the elevator. He then gently patted her back with one hand and let her grip his other hand tightly for reassurance. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Look, it's not dark here at all. There's no need to be scared." Although Fang Zhou's actions didn't completely dispel her fear, Han Shi's breathing gradually steadied, and she no longer seemed on the verge of a breakdown. While still trembling, the grip on Fang Zhou's hand wasn't as forceful. Her eyes slowly regained focus, no longer staring blankly. They stayed like that until the elevator powered back on and the doors opened. As they parted ways, Han Shi finally spoke her first words to Fang Zhou. "What's your name?" After Fang Zhou told her, the woman nodded slightly and walked out of his sight. He didn't think much of it at the time, just considering it a good deed. Until a week later, when he passed the interview and started working at the company, he saw the woman sitting at the front during a meeting. The nameplate on her desk read CEO, Han Shi. Memories and fatigue together lulled Fang Zhou to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with warmth and comfort. However, after spending the past few days on the show, Fang Zhou knew that participating in this dating show was far from easy. But he wasn't one to be daunted by challenges, he would face whatever came his way. After freshening up and having breakfast, everyone received a new task from the director's team. "Dear guests, today is your 4th day living together on the island. Tomorrow afternoon, you will leave this island. To help you build rapport, the production team has prepared a small game called You Tell, I Guess. The rules are simple. The 5 male guests will take turns drawing topics and giving hints, while the 5 female guests will guess and earn points. The 2 female guests with the highest points can choose 2 male guests to join them on a helicopter ride to enjoy the sea view. The top scorer will also get to invite 1 male guest for a candlelight dinner in the evening." Everyone immediately understood the task. You Tell, I Guess wasn't a particularly difficult game. It mainly depended on the guesser's quick thinking, knowledge, and intuition. It had little to do with the person giving the hints. Today, everyone gathered under the canopy set up yesterday, where a box of topics prepared by the production team awaited them. The 5 female guests sat in a neat row, with the director acting as the host, ready to call on them to answer. The 5 male guests took turns drawing topics, and each one had to give hints quickly without much time to think. The first to draw a topic was Lu Hao. He glanced at the words on the paper and began, "This is a common item in a classroom, 2 words." The moment he finished speaking, Qin Yun raised her hand and answered, "Chalk." Lu Hao smiled appreciatively and confirmed her answer. "Correct. 1 point for Qin Yun." The other female guests were momentarily stunned, a bit surprised. "That was spot on. I was thinking blackboard. I was thinking desk or chair." After a few sighs, they weren't discouraged. It was only the first round, and they quickly moved on to the second round. Holding his paper, Sun Haoshan solemnly began, "A traditional cultural art form that's about to disappear, 3 words." Everyone furrowed their brows, deep in thought. There were many types of traditional cultural arts. What could it be? Fang Zhou also pondered. Was it puppet theater? Just as the words crossed his mind, Chu Xinran raised her hand and answered. Puppet theater. Sun Haoshan shook his head regretfully and denied. No, very close though. Guess again. An idea struck Xiao Sisi, and she raised her hand. Shadow puppetry. Sun Haoshan laughed heartily. Yes, that's correct. The first 2 rounds went smoothly, but the live stream data wasn't picking up. The production team decided to avoid giving the number of words as a hint and instead use verbal clues. Next up was Fang Zhou. He frowned at the word on the paper, black stockings. How was he supposed to hint at that? The production team even gave a close-up shot, so the viewers saw the words clearly. An uproar was about to start. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Fang Zhou drew such an ambiguous word. If someone guesses it, won't the female guests punch him? Ha ha ha, it's easy to guess, but he'll have to take a beating. The production team really knows what viewers want to see. With this, they won't worry about viewership. Why so reserved on a dating show? Korean dating shows are way more daring. Hey, film more of this, we love watching. After much deliberation, Fang Zhou finally decided to speak up. The female guests across from him were getting impatient, almost urging him to hurry up. It's something girls love to wear. Fang Zhou's hint immediately led to wild guesses from the other guests. Girls love to wear? There weren't many options. Perhaps thinking of something, Chu Xinran's face turned red, her hand hesitating to raise. In the crucial moment, it was the mature Qin Yun who answered first. Bra. She stared intently at Fang Zhou, as if trying to see through him. Under such pressure, Fang Zhou shook his head. No, guess again. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Tang Wan hesitated and asked, is it a camisole? Fang Zhou shook his head again. No, it's worn underneath. Skirt. Han Shi replied bluntly, her aura back to that of a strong woman, looking at Fang Zhou without the softness of last night, as if it had all been a dream. No, it's something close-fitting. Fang Zhou, under pressure, continued to give hints. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what it could be. Is it sleep shorts? Campus Belle Chu Xinran finally got a chance to answer, but unfortunately, it was also incorrect. Qin Yun answered again, black stockings. The simple 2 words were the correct answer. As soon as she said them, Fang Zhou froze, and so did the other female guests. Huh. Qin Yun is correct, 1 point, total score 2. The director announced the score in time, making the female guests tense up. After only 3 rounds, Qin Yun had already scored 2 points, showing impressive strength. In the following rounds, Chu Xinran also made a strong comeback, guessing 3 topics correctly, with Xiao Sisi close behind. When it was Fang Zhou's turn to draw again, he glanced at the paper, ex-boyfriend. His face darkened. What was this? Was the production team targeting him? Why did everyone else draw normal topics, but his were always so odd? Fine, he thought. As an ex-boyfriend of 4 female guests here, he would give them a topic to guess himself, right? They really knew how to play? Hurry up! Fang Zhou took too long to think, and someone was already getting impatient. The viewers laughed and spammed the chat. I'm dying of laughter. Fang Zhou's luck is really something. Fang Zhou must be thinking, am I the chosen one? With no other choice, Fang Zhou gave a hint. Someone most girls hate and would rather never see again. The girls' expressions turned confused. Was this even a person? While everyone hesitated, Tang Wan raised her hand and answered. Ex-boyfriend. Fang Zhou's eyes lit up, that's right. However, their interaction immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the others, and the atmosphere grew tense. Xiao Sisi pouted in protest. What? I don't hate my ex-boyfriend. Your hint was wrong. Qin Yun also smiled at Fang Zhou and said, yes, I don't dislike my ex either, nor would I wish to never see him again. She clutched her clothes tightly, adding in her heart, on the contrary, I hope to always be with my ex-boyfriend. Fang Zhou. The game lasted 4 rounds in total, with 20 points available. Qin Yun was far ahead, securing 8 points, followed by Chu Xinran with 6 points. The remaining participants had 2 or 3 points, barely making a mark. The director promptly announced the results. Congratulations to Qin Yun and Chu Xinran for winning the game. Now, please each choose a male guest to accompany you on a helicopter ride to enjoy the sea view. The 5 male guests sat opposite them, awaiting selection. Fang Zhou felt a bit anxious, thinking Qin Yun and Chu Xinran probably wouldn't choose him, right? He had made things clear with them over the past few days. They shouldn't have such deep attachments anymore, right? However, even Fang Zhou wasn't certain. The word he used was shouldn't. After all, a Yandera's target doesn't usually change easily. And Qin Yun was particularly goal-oriented. Standing opposite Qin Yun and Chu Xinran, who were holding roses arranged by the production team, they would give the rose to whoever they chose. This cliched and dramatic scenario was exactly what the dating show audience loved. They cheered on the live stream. Choose quickly? I can't wait. I have a strong feeling they'll both pick the same person. Hilarious, 2 girls fighting over 1 guy? This has happened on past shows, could it happen this season too? While the audience was excited, the on-site guests were quietly guessing who the girls would choose. Sun Haoshan, who had worked with Chu Xinran before, puffed out his chest confidently, exuding a sense of self-assurance. He firmly believed Chu Xinran would choose him. After all, he had been attentive to her for days and hadn't flirted with any other female guests. Plus, he had casually shown off his wealth in front of everyone, a number that would attract many young girls. Sun Haoshan couldn't believe any girl wouldn't be tempted. Sure enough, he watched as Chu Xinran slowly walked in his direction, his heart leaping with joy. He knew no girl could resist the allure of money. Sun Haoshan was smug, a smile tugging at his lips, watching Chu Xinran approach him. He cleared his throat, ready to speak. Ahem, However, to everyone's surprise, Chu Xinran handed the rose to Fang Zhou beside him. Sun Haoshan was stunned, and so was Fang Zhou. The vibrant red rose, symbolizing pure love, was presented right in front of him. The girl in a white dress, smiling softly, her eyes clear and innocent. She softly said, "I want to be with you." Fang Zhou blinked, quickly recalling if the director had mentioned that the chosen person could decline the opportunity. As he pondered whether to accept Chu Xinran's invitation, Qin Yun quickly approached, mirroring Chu Xinran's gesture. "Coincidentally, I also want to invite Fang Zhou." The mature woman wore a tight-fitting dress, her curvaceous figure outlined perfectly by the soft fabric. Her almond-shaped eyes were seductive, her presence as elegant and luxurious as the rose in her hand. Two girls, one pure and one sexy, stood before Fang Zhou, looking at him with sincere eyes, as if nothing was more important than inviting him. The live stream viewers went wild. "Ah, they really chose the same person? So exciting! I love it. The person above is a prophet?" They called it. "Didn't expect it." Even the queen of the girls' circle, Qin Yun, chose Fang Zhou. She really seems uninterested in any man. Fight? Pull hair? I love watching beautiful women fight. Fang Zhou must be sweating bullets. Who to choose? The scene elicited gasps from the on-site guests. Wow, they chose the same person. Tang Wan rested her chin on her hand, sighing. Xiao Sisi, who was examining her broken nail from yesterday, broke another nail on the opposite hand. She quietly held the broken nail piece in her hand, looking over at the group, her eyes flickering. So many people coveting someone who was once mine? Han Shi, sitting beside her, grew colder, her already indifferent face showing no hint of joy. She hadn't expected that losing one game would mean losing a legitimate chance to stand in front of Fang Zhou. The two's unusual silence went unnoticed, as everyone's eyes were focused on the group centered around Fang Zhou. Even the other male guests looked on in surprise. With 5 guys to choose from, they thought they had a chance. Sun Haoshan's expression turned sour, his earlier smile vanishing the moment Chu Xinran handed the rose to Fang Zhou, replaced by a faint hint of malice. This girl chose a poor guy over him? He'd been attentive to her for days, only for her to disregard him completely. What a fool. Sun Haoshan's gaze lingered on Chu Xinran. She looked innocent, but she was stubborn. From day one, she chose Fang Zhou, and today, it was still Fang Zhou. A desire to conquer welled up from within. Sun Haoshan smiled again, reassuring himself, it's fine. The more thorns a rose has, the more beautiful it is when plucked. Fang Zhou was dumbfounded. He looked left and right, glancing between Qin Yun and Chu Xinran, his eyes clearly asking, what are you doing, ladies? Could you not do this in front of everyone? 2 ex-girlfriends inviting him to see the sea at the same time was one thing. But they were both yanderies? One would harm herself, and the other would harm him? Who should he choose to avoid getting hurt? Is it that hard to choose? Qin Yun smiled slightly, her voice gentle. Her seemingly casual question was actually urging Fang Zhou to choose her quickly. Fang Zhou lifted his hand, ready to react, but Chu Xinran spoke again. Brother Fang Zhou, it's okay. Choose whoever you like, I'll support you. The girl smiled brightly, looking nothing like someone who would self-harm in private. Fang Zhou's hand trembled slightly, reminded of her expressionless face as she cut her wrist yesterday. All right, I get it. I've really gotten myself into a messed up. Both Qin Yun and Chu Xinran stared intently at Fang Zhou, maintaining their rose-giving stance. Although it felt like an eternity, only a few seconds had passed. During those few seconds, Fang Zhou struggled internally, glancing between Qin Yun and Chu Xinran. Finally, he made an unexpected move. Amidst everyone's attention, Fang Zhou raised his hand and loudly asked the show's director. If I understand correctly, the 3 of us can go together, right, director? They had just said each girl could invite one person, which meant 4 people could ride together. So, 3 people together should be fine too. The director, who had been watching the drama unfold, was momentarily confused but then nodded under Fang Zhou's hopeful gaze. It's not impossible if you all agree. Receiving the confirmation, Fang Zhou didn't hesitate anymore. He took the rose from Qin Yun with one hand and the rose from Chu Xinran with the other. He smiled and said, let's go together then. Only children make choices, adults take it all. The 2 red roses bloomed brightly and extravagantly in his hands. But the 2 girls who gave the flowers were clearly not as happy as Fang Zhou. Qin Yun's lips curved into a slight, sarcastic smile, her eyes briefly glancing over Fang Zhou's face, as if to say, really, you're something. On the other side, Chu Xinran seemed genuinely happy, bouncing back to her seat, seemingly supportive of Fang Zhou's every decision. However, only she knew whether that smile was genuine or not. Fang Zhou's move made the live stream audience call him brilliant. Good. As expected of you, Fang Zhou. Adults really do want it all. Wow, won't this hurt the 2 sisters' feelings? What else could he do? Could you choose between a pure school beauty and a sexy mature woman? Meanwhile, the other on-site guests were all equally surprised. Sun Haoshan walked over, patting Fang Zhou on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, brother, take good care of Xinran. If she gets hurt, you'll have to answer to me. His possessive tone immediately annoyed Fang Zhou. He shrugged off Sun Haoshan's hand and said, I know without you telling me. You should drop that paternalistic tone, buddy. With that, Fang Zhou didn't spare Sun Haoshan another glance and followed the show's director to the helicopter. It was a small civilian helicopter, compact but fully equipped, and it looked quite sleek. Qin Yun and Chu Xinran followed close behind. After a brief training session with the director, the three of them boarded the helicopter. The seating arrangement was quite particular. Fang Zhou initially wanted to sit on the outside, but Qin Yun insisted he sit inside to avoid blocking the view. So, it ended up with Chu Xinran on the innermost seat, Fang Zhou in the middle, and Qin Yun on the outermost seat. The helicopter had a pilot in the front, and a camera above aimed at the three of them for the live stream. Their expressions and actions were clearly visible to the viewers. Noticing the camera, Fang Zhou felt a bit relieved. With cameras present, the two girls probably wouldn't do anything unexpected. However, as the helicopter took off and they began to leave the ground, Fang Zhou realized he had spoken too soon. Because both Chu Xinran and Qin Yun grabbed his hands, clinging tightly and screaming, "Ah, I'm afraid of heights. Help, I'm scared too. It's so high up." Fang Zhou thought, I want to scream too. Perhaps due to an instinctive reaction, Fang Zhou's thigh started trembling as the helicopter rose about 20 to 30 meters. Looking down made his heart race. The girls' screams were piercing, almost bursting his eardrums. Fang Zhou reasonably suspected they were doing this on purpose, as revenge. After what felt like an eternity, the helicopter finally stabilized, flying over the blue sea, with clear skies ahead. Look, there are seagulls. Chu Xinran, who had stopped screaming, pointed excitedly at the seagulls outside the window. Fang Zhou followed her gaze and indeed saw a flock of white birds flying below. Yes, those are seagulls, quite beautiful. Chu Xinran was thrilled by his response, and her hands, which had been holding his left hand, slowly slid down to grasp his palm. She didn't say anything, but the gesture spoke volumes. I want to see all the world's beauty with you. Fang Zhou hadn't expected this move and felt anxious. Just as he was about to pull his hand away, he felt something soft touch his right hand. It was Qin Yun's hand. Turning to look, he saw her smiling gracefully, her almond-shaped eyes mesmerizing. Fang Zhou's hands were now each held by a girl, invisible to each other. The participants couldn't see, but the live stream audience could. What is Fang Zhou doing? He's holding hands with both girls. Oh my gosh. Turn around, sister. The showdown is now. Fang Zhou, you scumbag. See King? Holding the pure girl's hand isn't enough, you have to hold the mature woman's hand too. So infuriating. Cough, if I'm not mistaken, the girls initiated it. Fang Zhou just sat there. Can you blame him? Fang Zhou, with his hands held on either side, started sweating profusely. No way, don't do this to me, ladies. If they found out, I might not get off this helicopter safely. Entering upright and leaving horizontally was a real possibility. Qin Yun, who couldn't tolerate any deceit, would be furious if she found out Chu Xinran was being affectionate under her nose. Chu Xinran, unpredictable as she was, might explode if she saw how close he was with Qin Yun. Thinking about this, Fang Zhou immediately pulled his hands away and pointed out the window, saying, look at that cloud. It's quite unique, huh? Both girls, momentarily confused, looked in the direction he pointed, puzzled. What's so unique about it? Fang Zhou, making up nonsense, smiled bitterly and fell silent. Help, I shouldn't have gotten on this pirate ship. Outsmarting myself. Family, after the helicopter ride, Fang Zhou didn't get to enjoy any beautiful moments. Instead, he was constantly on edge, fearing exposure. Finally, after enduring the ride, Fang Zhou rushed back to his room without interacting with anyone. Even the other guests who wanted to ask about the situation were left baffled, not knowing what had happened. They could only turn to the other two for answers. What's going on? Why did Fang Zhou look so pale? Is he afraid of heights? Qi Li scratched his head, puzzled. Probably. Chu Xinran smiled slightly, confirming his guess. In reality, she thought, I just held his hand, how could he be so scared? Qin Yun, with a mysterious smile, also recalled the earlier scene, feeling puzzled. Why did he seem so nervous? It shouldn't be a fear of heights, or he wouldn't have been so calm initially. Could he really be that afraid of me? Qin Yun pondered this thought until the evening. As the winner of the game, she could choose a male guest for a candlelight dinner. Without hesitation, Qin Yun chose Fang Zhou, causing his face to change once again. The show's producers were cunning, arranging a romantic setting in a seaside cabin for them. It was a colorful cabin, adorned with fairy lights, creating a perfect and romantic atmosphere. A not too big, not too small window was opened, revealing a meticulously arranged candlelight dinner inside. Qin Yun and Fang Zhou, each on one side, sat inside having dinner. The other guests could only sit on the open-air terrace on the villa's third floor, eating the same clay pot rice, without any surprises or romance. Sigh, this guy is so lucky, having a feast while we're stuck with clay pot rice. The show's producers have no heart. Qi Li scooped rice with a spoon, complaining. Tang Wan, eating beef brisket with potatoes, disagreed. After eating rich food every day, it's nice to have some light porridge once in a while. Sitting next to Tang Wan, Chu Xinran absent-mindedly poked at her food, frequently glancing toward the cabin. Xinran, what's wrong? Don't you like the spicy fried pork? I can switch with you, Sun Haoshan offered, moving to sit across from her, smiling eagerly. Chu Xinran glanced at him and shook her head slightly. No, I just ate too much at lunch, not very hungry. In truth, she regretted not trying harder during the game earlier. Otherwise, she could have had a solo dinner with Fang Zhou. Xiao Sisi and Han Shi, both filled with regret, also ate absent-mindedly, their eyes involuntarily drifting toward the cabin. Han Shi, usually cold-faced, seemed even more unapproachable tonight, deterring Dong Donghui from striking up a conversation. He mused to himself, President Han seems upset tonight. Is it because the company's stock prices have fallen recently? Seeing Qin Yun serving Fang Zhou food, Xiao Sisi's eyes darkened, and she bit into her bacon aggressively. Fang Zhou had always been like this, never rejecting girls who treated him well. You could call it gentlemanly, or a people-pleasing personality that can't say no. Back then, I shamelessly enjoyed Fang Zhou's obedience, thinking I would always control the relationship. But I didn't realize that such kindness could make someone let their guard down. Watching herself willingly sink into Fang Zhou's kindness, unable to extricate herself. Maybe the saying is true, love is the downfall of free will. She indulged in Fang Zhou's kindness and love, enjoying it, so when he left without looking back, she still longed to reclaim that love. Xiao Sisi gripped her chopsticks tightly, contemplating whether to speed up her actions. Inside the cabin, Fang Zhou looked down at the steak in his bowl, feeling melancholic. It had been cut into small bite-sized pieces, very convenient. It was originally Qin Yun's steak, she had swapped it with his after cutting it up. Now she was busy cutting his steak. He said softly, "You don't have to do this, I can cut it myself." Glancing around, he was relieved there were no cameras. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what the viewers would say about him. Although he didn't care, the more the haters cursed, the more traffic his live stream got. But Fang Zhou had a strong premonition that Qin Yun had something to say tonight, something not meant for the public. Opposite him, Qin Yun wore a black off-shoulder velvet dress, her long curly hair draped over one side, the warm candlelight casting an elegant glow on her face. When it comes to handling knives, I think I'm better at it. Qin Yun smiled slightly, and within a minute, her plate of steak was perfectly sliced. Or are you afraid that instead of cutting the steak, I'll cut your hand? Holding it in all day, Qin Yun finally had the chance to ask. Since that incident, she knew Fang Zhou had been afraid of her, but she didn't expect that even holding hands would scare him. If that's the case, Qin Yun felt she needed to make amends for her mistake. Otherwise, what if she scared him into impotence? Fang Zhou looked up sharply, surprised by her words. The Demon King truly lived up to her name, hitting the mark every time. But even if she guessed right, Fang Zhou wouldn't admit it. He forced a smile and said awkwardly, "No, you're overthinking it." Then he speared a piece of steak and put it in his mouth, looking out the window at the sea. "Since you're on a dating show, you might want to consider other male guests. In other words, stop focusing on me, I won't change my mind. We're history." However, Qin Yun scoffed at this. She took a sip of wine and looked at Fang Zhou mockingly. "So you want to be with another female guest in front of me?" Her face was calm, exuding elegance and intellect, but the dark waves in her eyes were turbulent, ready to overflow and engulf Fang Zhou. "Is it Han Shi you want? Or Chu Xinran?" Qin Yun never expected that joining this variety show would introduce so many rivals. Han Shi was a given, as Fang Zhou had admitted she was his ex-girlfriend. But Chu Xinran had shown an unusual interest in Fang Zhou from the first day on the island. Fang Zhou, apart from his outstanding looks among the guests, didn't have any other remarkable qualities. Why would he attract so much attention? Then again, Chu Xinran was still a university student, someone who only cared about appearances. Qin Yun glanced at Fang Zhou with some resentment. Who told him to be so attractive? If it weren't for that face, she might not have paid him any mind in the first place. Is it that hard to answer? Since her question wasn't answered, Qin Yun persistently asked again. Fang Zhou, sitting opposite, had put down his chopsticks and looked at Qin Yun with some dissatisfaction. "I don't intend to be with anyone." "Then why are you on this dating show?" The elegant woman wasn't letting it go, continuing to press him. Fang Zhou choked up, thinking, "I can't exactly tell you I'm here for the $50,000, can I?" Qin Yun didn't know about his sister's illness yet. It was only diagnosed about 6 months after they broke up. She wasn't hospitalized in Qin Yun's hospital, so there was a natural information barrier. Besides, Fang Zhou didn't want anyone to know and had specifically asked his sister's teacher and attending doctor to keep it secret. So, even fewer people knew. Avoiding Qin Yun's gaze, Fang Zhou chose to eat a bite of pasta before slowly answering. "I wanted to come, so I came." His nonchalant attitude infuriated Qin Yun, making her laugh out of anger. "So, you're saying I should mind my own business?" Those who knew Qin Yun knew that when she was angry, she wouldn't stop smiling. Instead, she would smile even more brightly. The elegant lady put down her knife and fork, exuding a powerful aura, as vibrant and bold as the red wine in a goblet. "Fang Zhou, I've given you too much freedom, leading you to forget boundaries and how to come back." As she spoke, she stood up and slowly walked to his side, staring at him intensely, a storm brewing in her eyes. Fang Zhou's hand paused on his fork, surprised that his words had angered Qin Yun so much. But upon second thought, he hadn't said anything wrong, so why feel guilty? He reiterated his stance firmly. "We have nothing to do with each other anymore. I hope you understand that." His cold and hard tone, eager to distance himself from Qin Yun, ignited her fury instantly. Dark emotions enveloped her like tendrils, wrapping her tightly like a black cocoon in the void. With a soft smile, she transformed, emerging as a black butterfly symbolizing danger and taboo. Qin Yun bent down, wrapping her arms around Fang Zhou's neck, holding him intimately as she softly spoke. You always mess things up without me, even trying to anger me with such low tactics. What seemed like a simple gesture made Fang Zhou break into a cold sweat. He anxiously glanced at the window facing the villa, relieved no one was looking this way. He quickly pulled the light-colored curtain closed, covering the entire window. This action made Qin Yun suspicious, and she asked again, who are you afraid of seeing this? Han Shi, Chu Xinran, or Qiao Sisi? Fang Zhou silently replied in his mind, coincidentally, I'm afraid all three will see. Qin Yun was too perceptive, a slight slip-up would be noticed. Fang Zhou could only shake his head, denying it. None of them. What do you want exactly? The best way to make a woman forget her last question is to ask her one. Sure enough, Qin Yun's expression changed, her jealousy disappearing, replaced by tenderness. She leaned closer to Fang Zhou, looking into his eyes. I just want to be with you again. MMPH. Perhaps fearing Fang Zhou would say something rejecting, Qin Yun covered his mouth with her hand, continuing on her own. You probably don't know, but during the time I had no news of you, I couldn't eat or sleep well. Even when I went to your old place, I couldn't find you. Your sister also transferred schools, making it impossible to find. You disappeared like a drop of water in the ocean, without a trace. I was about to lose hope. She put her hand down, facing Fang Zhou, her eyes filled with joy. But it's okay, I found you again, and I'm really happy. Qin Yun inched closer to Fang Zhou, her red lips almost touching his, whispering in a lover's tone, it's too dangerous outside. Only by my side is it safe. Come back, Fang Zhou. Her warm breath on his face made his hair stand on end, the scent of roses filling his nose. She must have changed her perfume. Fang Zhou blinked, slowly leaning back and trying to push Qin Yun away. Qin Yun, an isolated and inducing Yandere, was not only skilled with a scalpel but also excellent at manipulating hearts. Letting his guard down even slightly in front of her could lead to his downfall. So, you joined this show because you got my message. From her behavior and words, it wasn't hard to deduce Qin Yun had prepared in advance. The curly-haired woman, seeing him move away, felt displeased but patiently answered. Yes, guess where I got the clue from? Where? Fang Zhou pressed. He suspected his other ex-girlfriends had also gotten the message. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Qin Yun pointed to her cheek, her pink nails enhancing her complexion. Though she was an elegant lady, her cheeks were as delicate as a young girl's. Fang Zhou frowned, not expecting the usually composed Qin Yun to play such a childish trick. Forget it. He turned his head, refusing to fall for it. Unexpectedly, this action gave Qin Yun a chance. Seeing her shadow on the wall, Fang Zhou belatedly realized and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Qin Yun leaned down and planted a light kiss on his cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water. The rose scent instantly enveloped Fang Zhou, making his mind foggy, his consciousness blurry, everything turning dark. It felt like being lost in a vast garden, unable to find a way out. Fang Zhou, don't leave, stay with me. He heard a soft voice calling from deep within the garden. The candlelight dinner ended hastily as both individuals were preoccupied. Fang Zhou ate as quickly as possible and then stood outside the door, waiting for Qin Yun. Subconsciously, he felt that being with Qin Yun would lead to uncontrollable situations. No one likes feeling out of control. The sea breeze cleared his mind significantly. Qin Yun didn't keep him waiting long, and they returned to the small villa together, greeted by the complex gazes of the other guests. Some were teasing, some sighing, and some looking at him with a mournful gaze, as if he'd been entirely devoured. Fang Zhou ignored them all and found a seat. Yet, someone still decided to approach him. Sun Haoshan patted Fang Zhou's shoulder, winking. How was it, buddy? That candlelight dinner must have been better than our clay pot rice, huh? His words barely hid his envy. Fang Zhou chuckled, giving Sun Haoshan a meaningful look. It was good, but I think your cooking is even better. If there's a chance, I'd like to try it again. Every profession has its master. Your hands are more skilled than your mouth. This implied that Sun Haoshan had the talent for cooking but not for talking. Sun Haoshan, oblivious to the sarcasm, laughed cheerfully. Fang Zhou shook his head, deciding not to argue with the chubby man. Not long after, the show's director appeared. Congratulations to all the guests for another enjoyable day. Tonight, you need to complete one last task, sending a favorability text message, just like on the first day. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll tally the results. The guest with the most favorability messages will receive a surprise from the production team. After the director spoke, everyone tacitly returned to their rooms to think about sending their messages. Fang Zhou wasn't interested in this task and didn't want to send a message to anyone. So, he set aside the phone provided by the production team and called Li Siming. Hello, buddy, you haven't replied to my messages or calls for so long. I thought you might have died on that island. Li Siming's lively tone relaxed Fang Zhou's tense nerves. Been busy. Today is the first chance I've had to call you back. Fang Zhou wasn't making excuses. Since arriving on the island, every day had been nerve-wracking. Whenever he picked up his phone to call back, something always came up. I've been watching your show. You're incredibly lucky. 4 out of 5 female guests are your ex-girlfriends. Li Siming, a friend since high school, knew all of Fang Zhou's ex-girlfriends, some in person and some by name. Seeing 4 different beautiful women on the show had left him both shocked and envious. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. I even suspect Song Qinghuan might have orchestrated this with them. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Even Qin Yun admitted someone had provided her with information to join the show. Don't worry, buddy. Show some confidence. If things get tough, just take all 4. They're all top-notch, and you won't lose out. Li Siming's casual suggestion ignored the fact that 2 of them were yanderies. If he dared to do that today, Li Siming might have to collect his remains tomorrow. Stop it. I'll be lucky to survive this show. Fang Zhou felt helpless, knowing that no one could truly understand his plight. Seeing Fang Zhou's lackluster spirit, Li Siming changed the topic. Forget it. Let's talk business. Someone approached me about the studio. Are you interested? Li Siming, also a gamer, usually earned money through boosting services and knew many clients. Before Fang Zhou's troubles, they had planned to start a gaming studio together, but it was postponed due to various issues. What did they offer? Fang Zhou, riding the wave of his renewed popularity from the show, saw this as a chance to seize an opportunity. They said they'd fund it but won't handle recruitment, setting up the studio, or subsequent management. They want the studio to reach a level where it can compete in tournaments. Fang Zhou pondered and understood the potential investors' intentions. It's likely a big company wanting to enter the gaming industry. Let's agree to their terms. I'll discuss the details with you once I'm off the island tomorrow. As for recruitment, keep an eye out. Li Siming readily agreed. Sure thing. It's time we did something big. After hanging up, Fang Zhou stared at his computer, lost in thought. If luck was on his side, this could be a significant breakthrough. Even if his streaming career faltered, he wouldn't be worried. BZZ. The program's phone, left aside, suddenly vibrated, indicating a new message. Fang Zhou glanced at it and saw 2 simultaneous messages. If given another chance, I would never let go of your hand. Liking someone can't be hidden, even if you cover your mouth, it'll show through your eyes. Despite the different styles, Fang Zhou immediately recognized the sender of the first message. Xiao Sisi. No one else but her could have sent that. After their breakup, she had once left an identical message on his gaming platform. Fang Zhou remembered it vividly because her next line was, I'm hurt, can you come see me? As for the second message, its straightforward style reminded him of Chu Xinran. She was always like that, treating people warmly but retreating to lick her wounds alone when hurt. BZZ. As Fang Zhou was lost in thought, a third message arrived. I've always been watching you. These simple words made Fang Zhou's hair stand on end, sending chills down his spine as if someone was watching him. The wind blew in through the window, making the curtains flutter and adding to the eerie atmosphere. He quickly looked outside, seeing nothing but darkness. Yet, the feeling of being watched was too real. Could someone be stalking him? Because the last message was too eerie. Fang Zhou anxiously pondered it for a long time after closing the curtains, but he couldn't figure out who sent it. He had no idea what the person's intentions were. As a result, he was alert in the first half of the night and slept like a log in the second half. He didn't wake up in time for breakfast and only woke up around 11 a.m. when Lu Hao knocked on his door. You're up? Everyone thought you were sick. Lu Hao observed Fang Zhou's condition with concern, fearing he might have caught a cold from the sea breeze. Fang Zhou shook his head, thanked him, and went to wash up. Lu Hao scratched his head as he went downstairs, feeling the eyes of several people on him, seemingly wanting to ask about Fang Zhou. He's fine. He said he stayed up playing games last night and will be down soon. After Lu Hao explained Fang Zhou's situation, the female guests shifted their focus away. Chi Li joked, as expected of a game streamer, playing games even while recording a show. Such dedication. No female guest responded positively, they each continued their tasks. The show required them to make a Kongming lantern to use when they chose their dates for the next episode. Although they wanted to complain about this arrangement, they complied. Maybe they could end up choosing the lantern they made and release it with their desired partner. That would be romantic, right? When Fang Zhou came downstairs, only Han Shi and Dong Donghui were absent, busy cooking. The others were all present. Many had already finished making their lanterns and were taking photos with them. Fang Zhou sat on the sofa, unsure how to start with the tools on the table. Chu Xinran, who had already finished, came over to help him. I'll teach you, it's simple. Their interaction caught the attention of others, eliciting various reactions. Sun Haoshan, aiming for Chu Xinran, didn't want to see her helping Fang Zhou, so he joined in. Hey, bro, I can teach you too. Let's start with this bamboo strip. The 3 crowded on one sofa, making the others uncomfortable, so they focused on their tasks. Viewers in the live chat were thrilled. See, the school beauty likes Fang Zhou. I called it, she chose him on the first day. Kids who cry get candy. Fang Zhou pretends not to know, and sweet girls come to help him. Poor Sun Haoshan, bravely chasing love but getting neglected. I'm dying of laughter. Love triangles are common in dating shows. I love these you love him, he loves her scenarios. Why should I suffer unrequited love while they get a happy ending? Cry, everyone. In the kitchen, Han Shi and Dong Donghui, who rarely cooked, were tasked with the meal. Chu Xinran had taught Han Shi to cook rice, which they managed. But looking at the pile of ingredients in the corner and fridge, they were stumped. Where do we start? Dong Donghui rolled up his sleeves to handle some pork, pointing at the vegetables. Can you wash the greens? We'll make a soup later. I'll handle the meat dishes. You try the vegetables, and if it doesn't work, I'll do it. At crucial moments, Dong Donghui knew he couldn't rely on Han Shi. She had probably been in the kitchen fewer times than he had. Moreover, as a man, he couldn't rely on his admired female guest to cook, it would ruin his favorability. Han Shi agreed and started washing the greens. The Shanghai bok choy and cabbage were clean, needing only 2 washes before being set aside. However, the small bag of red mushrooms in the corner, with dirt on the stems and debris on the caps, was a hassle to clean. But after cleaning, they looked appealing. Han Shi decided to make a 3-delicacy soup. When she started cooking, viewers noticed something wrong. Red umbrella, white stem, eat and lie down together. Aren't these poisonous mushrooms? Maybe not. Some red mushrooms are edible and delicious. The show wouldn't put poisonous mushrooms in the kitchen, right? They don't want to shut down. Wait, the color looks off. These don't seem like the edible red mushrooms. These might be the wild vegetables they picked yesterday. Oh no? Contact the production team. By the time viewers alerted the production team and they reached the villa, it was too late. Following the principle of drinking soup while hot, Han Shi, for once not cold-faced, called Fang Zhou to taste it. Dong Donghui, ignored despite being in the kitchen, added more salt to the dishes in frustration. Damn it! Why not call me? So annoying. Fang Zhou, holding a small bowl of 3-delicacy soup, took a few sips and nodded at Han Shi's expectant gaze. It tastes great, you have a talent for cooking. Usually unflappable, Han Shi blushed slightly at Fang Zhou's praise. She thought, if it's like this, I can occasionally cook for you. To encourage her, Fang Zhou even finished the whole bowl. Within 10 minutes, the effects were immediate. Viewers witnessed a shocking scene. Fang Zhou, in the kitchen, pulled Dong Donghui to dance, one holding a spatula, the other a pot lid. Queen card. Look what you made me do. Dong Donghui, clueless, still played along for the camera. Until Fang Zhou started dancing to a driving test routine, muttering, don't love me, no result, unless you can outdo my hand moves. Dong Donghui thought Fang Zhou had lost it and quickly backed off. I really can't do this. Find someone else. Then, under Han Shi and Dong Donghui's stunned gazes, Fang Zhou picked up a carrot and sang The Lonely Brave. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Singing off-key and ignoring the viewer's ears, he just howled away. Finally, he hugged Sun Haoshan, stroking his hand, saying, Bro, you smell so good. Everyone was shocked. My goodness? Viewers were equally astonished. Help, so this is what happens after eating poisonous mushrooms. Today I've seen it all. I'm dying of laughter. Someone dragged this mad Fang Zhou away. Good thing he only drank a little soup. More, and he'd be lying down for sure. The production team members' hearts sank, lamenting inwardly, it's over. Fame brings trouble, and now the show might go viral for the wrong reasons. The poisonous mushroom incident immediately shot to the top of the day's trending topics. A dating show that usually only appeared in entertainment sections was suddenly reported by major official media, with Fang Zhou's symptoms repeatedly broadcasted. Attention citizens, these red umbrella, white stem mushrooms are inedible. Consumption can result in hallucinations or, in severe cases, death. The live stream interface paused on the morning Fang Zhou was poisoned, with fans leaving messages anxiously asking about his safety. Director Liu, what should we do? The live stream chat is blowing up. The assistant, glancing at the viewers' comments, turned to the head director of the show. The head director was overwhelmed, not knowing which netizen had leaked his contact information. His work phone was nearly blown up with calls. Sigh, if there's no other way, let's stop the broadcast. Director Liu sighed heavily, speaking with a hint of heaviness. What? Stop the broadcast? The sponsors will go crazy. After all, sponsors funded the show's production. If it were suddenly halted, the expected revenue might not meet the standards. The assistant frowned, expressing concern. Director Liu, watching netizens in the live chat criticize their carelessness, was also troubled. How could he have known that the guests would pick poisonous mushrooms while foraging for wild vegetables? This is the only solution. After all, Fang Zhou is still in the hospital. Suddenly announcing the end of the island segment would be too heartless. However, offending the sponsors was also not an option. Just as Director Liu hesitated, his personal phone rang. Hello? Who's this? Zhang Ziyan? Which Zhang Ziyan? What? She wants to participate in the show. Ha ha ha. Welcome, welcome, very welcome. All right, I'll arrange someone to pick her up right away. After hanging up, Director Liu jumped up in excitement, laughing uncontrollably. Heaven hasn't abandoned me? Heaven hasn't abandoned me. The assistant, puzzled, cautiously asked, what's going on, Director? Are you crazy, or am I? Director Liu slapped the assistant's shoulder, his excitement almost spilling out. Ha ha ha, Zhang Ziyan wants to join the show? She's bringing funds. The assistant's eyes widened, speaking in a stutter. What? The young female writer who just won the Snowfruit Literature Prize, Zhang Ziyan. Exactly, it's her. She's back in the country and wants to join our show for inspiration for her next work. With Zhang Ziyan's participation, there's no fear of the sponsors backing out. She's a highly popular young female writer, both domestically and internationally. Her books have a massive following among young people, comparable to top-tier celebrities. Director Liu urged the assistant to switch the live stream camera to the workspace, deciding to explain the situation personally. Are we still broadcasting? Yes, of course. We'll stop for a day, and resume when Zhang Ziyan is ready. Ha ha ha. Not even an AK could suppress Director Liu's grin. About half an hour later, Director Liu appeared in the live stream, explaining the situation. Please rest assured, Fang Zhou is currently in good condition. After 2 hours of infusion, he regained consciousness and has no other adverse symptoms. He's under observation at the island's hospital. Also, the show will pause for a day and will resume the day after tomorrow, welcoming a new guest. The island segment will continue for a while. During the day off, we'll arrange a fan visit. Interested fans can leave a message on the official Weibo of the production team. A draw will be held in 2 hours. Director Liu's actions finally salvaged the show's precarious reputation, with fans flocking to leave messages, eager to visit the island. After handling the live stream, Director Liu went to reassure the guests. The fortunate part was that only Fang Zhou was poisoned. The poor kid really had bad luck. Fang Zhou has woken up, but due to residual toxins, his consciousness is a bit fuzzy. He needs to stay in the hospital for 2 days. We need 2 guests to look after him tomorrow. Is anyone willing? The director's arrangements were deliberate. On one hand, creating opportunities to foster relationships among the guests, and on the other, showcasing the production team's human touch during the fan visit. A win-win situation? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xinran and Han Shi both spoke up. I'll go. They spoke almost simultaneously, astonishingly quick. The male guests turned their heads, curious. Who would compete for the thankless task of caring for a patient? Moreover, these female guests seemed pampered. Could they really take care of someone? The female guests also had varied expressions, focusing on the situation. Perhaps realizing her reaction was too abrupt, Chu Xinran softly said, Fang Zhou saved me from drowning that day. I owe him a great debt. Xiao Sisi glanced at her with a knowing smile. I fell into the water that day too. Shouldn't I go as well? Damn, she was a bit slow and missed the opportunity. Han Shi, with her usual cold demeanor, showed no emotion and simply said, Fang Zhou is hospitalized because of me. I should take responsibility. The aloof female CEO, like an unattainable flower, even if her words didn't match her feelings, others couldn't tell. They would only silently admire. Han Shi is truly responsible. Well, in that case, I'm a doctor. I should be more suitable for taking care of a patient. Just as the director was deciding who to send, Qin Yun also spoke with a smile. Her hair, draped like seaweed, concealed both her figure and her hidden thoughts. She smiled, looking around. The female guests seemed quite interested in this matter. The director, eyes slightly widened, was a bit troubled about whom to choose. Noticing Tang Wan seemed about to speak, he quickly said, in that case, Han Shi and Chu Xinran, thank you for your efforts. There will be a car to take you over shortly. If Fang Zhou recovers well, he can be discharged the day after tomorrow. Han Shi and Chu Xinran exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. The director, cutting through the confusion, quickly decided on the first 2 to speak and swiftly left, avoiding the resentful gazes of the other female guests. I can't take it anymore. If I stay any longer, their gazes will freeze me. The male guests, meanwhile, looked longingly towards the hospital, filled with envy and jealousy. Who would have thought being hospitalized could come with such treatment? 2 beauties taking care of you, how amazing would that be? The next day, as the sunlight danced on the calm water, creating gentle ripples, a ship smoothly docked at the port, welcoming new guests to the island. A cute loli with twin tails followed behind the main group, curiously observing her surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a girl wearing a fisherman's hat, with a small yellow flower earring on one ear, fair skin, and an elegant demeanor. In the warming summer, she saw an autumn-like aura in this girl, serene like a chrysanthemum, refreshing like the wind. Feeling a sense of familiarity with this face, a good impression immediately formed in her heart. The loli slowly moved closer to the elegant beauty and smiled brightly at her. Hi, pretty sister, hello. Are you also a fan here to visit? The girl's already slow steps became even slower as she glanced around before looking at the loli. Somewhat puzzled, are you talking to me? The loli nodded vigorously, blinking her large eyes and repeating herself. Yes, my name is Mei Chuan. I'm a fan here for a visit, and I'd like to get to know you, hihi. Mei Chuan was a face-con, loving all things and people that were beautiful, regardless of gender. If someone looked good, they gained points in her book. She extended her hand, indicating friendliness. The other girl also stopped, reaching out to shake Mei Chuan's hand. Zhang Ziyan, nice to meet you. Mei Chuan, initially planning to withdraw her hand, suddenly tightened her grip, her eyes widening in amazement as she looked at the girl. Zhang Ziyan? The writer Zhang Ziyan. In her shocked gaze, the elegant beauty slowly nodded, giving a faint smile. If there's no coincidence, it should be me. At that moment, Mei Chuan felt as if she saw a flower of autumn blooming. No wonder she felt familiar earlier, it was really Zhang Ziyan. Just as she let out a scream, Zhang Ziyan covered her mouth. SHH, keep it down. The faint fragrance from the girl reached Mei Chuan, making her feel a bit shy. She nodded, indicating she wouldn't scream again, and Zhang Ziyan released her. Mei Chuan suddenly felt a bit scared, realizing that if she had screamed, Zhang Ziyan would quickly be surrounded by the 9 other fans who came with her. Causing trouble for her idol would definitely make her feel distressed. Mei Chuan tugged at her sleeves, speaking softly to Zhang Ziyan. Can I ask for your autograph? I'm a fan of yours and really love your books. The lowly's eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars. Zhang Ziyan smiled faintly and nodded, agreeing. Mei Chuan immediately started jumping with joy, her twin tails bouncing, excitedly chatting with Zhang Ziyan. Though most of the time it was Mei Chuan talking and Zhang Ziyan occasionally responding, it was enough to make her extremely happy. Who understands the joy of seeing an author you've followed for years standing right in front of you? If possible, Mei Chuan wished she could stick to Zhang Ziyan. Pretty sister, stick close? Meanwhile, in the only hospital room on the island, Fang Zhou watched the endless replay of his embarrassing moments on TV, suddenly wishing he could faint again. Did they have to keep playing his driving test antics so many times? Damn it. Fang Zhou gritted his teeth and turned off the TV, pondering how to salvage his image when someone pushed the door open. Looking up, he was surprised to see Han Shi and Chu Xinran. Why are you here? Chu Xinran smiled gently, raising the lunchbox in her hand and blinking her big eyes. Han Shi and I came to take care of you. Han Shi also lightly nodded, placing the bouquet she brought on the bedside table, then found a chair to sit down on, seriously looking at Fang Zhou. How are you feeling? Though the female CEO spoke little, the concern in her eyes was genuine, and she looked like she hadn't slept well. Fang Zhou shook his head, answering softly, I'm okay, just a bit weak in the hands, everything else is fine. He suspected it was from all the exaggerated gestures he made yesterday, making it hard to hold things today. Han Shi followed his gaze to his hands, which were neatly placed on the sheet, looking exceptionally well behaved. It seemed the heavens favored Fang Zhou. Not only was he handsome, but even his hands were long and beautiful, like those of professional hand models. You don't seem well rested. Fang Zhou carefully observed, noticing the dark circles under Han Shi's eyes, and casually asked. Han Shi quickly lifted her head, breaking her gaze from his hands, and looked at Fang Zhou, intending to say she was worried about him and couldn't sleep. But Chu Xinran, who had placed the lunchbox, sat on Fang Zhou's bed, innocently and naively interjected. Han Shi must have been dealing with company matters. Last night, I saw her still holding a laptop very late. Is that so? Fang Zhou nodded, accepting this explanation. It made sense. Han Shi was known to be a workaholic, managing such a large company. It was already rare for her to participate in the dating show. During non-filming times, she naturally had to work overtime to handle company affairs. Han Shi, about to speak, could only swallow her words, coldly replying, yes, that's about right. Chu Xinran, tilting her head, looked at Fang Zhou's hands, regretfully saying, such beautiful hands, and now they're weak. Wouldn't eating be difficult too? The girl's eyes, clear and innocent like a deer's, hid a little mischief at this moment. Fang Zhou's eyebrows twitched, sensing what Chu Xinran wanted to say, quickly waving his hands. It's okay, I can still eat by myself. No need to worry about that. Saying this seemed to make things worse, as Han Shi also looked over, resting her hand on the bed edge, thoughtfully saying, if your hands are weak, you might spill food on the bed. How about we feed you? Han Shi's tone suddenly rose, with a hint of barely noticeable excitement. Chu Xinran raised her beautiful eyebrows, turning to Han Shi, agreeing, yes, since the production team arranged for us to take care of you, we should do something. Then let's feed him. The two exchanged glances, both seeing a spark of eagerness in the other's eyes. Now the question was, who would feed him?
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.